Welcome to the GunJones.com lobby chat. So are people here?
Define people.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't hear any noise. I didn't know if my computer was working or if it was just quiet.
And just quiet. Kind of a lull.
I think it's the first time I've jumped on one and not heard anything.
It's Sunday evening. It's usually pretty slow.
And there's football on.
Yeah.
What's up, people? Doing some reloading, Ape? Am I the only one who can't hear anything? All right. So I guess I'm on my own here. Just received in the mail yesterday the California general election, Tuesday, November 8, 2016 official voter information guide. Yes, this is the one that has all the goodies, all 222 pages of proposed laws they expect me to review and become an educated voter on. This is the thickest ballot information guide I've ever seen in my entire life. And I flipped through it, and of course, it's just a bunch of nonsense. Just a bunch of absolutely lawyer-inspired bullshit. Here it is. Let's go through page by page, shall we? Oh, the quick reference guide. That's helpful. There she is. Prop 63. Firearms Ammunition Sales Initiative Statute. Gavin Newsom's baby right here. Just double up on the pain. What else we got? 52. Medi-Cal Hospital Fee Program Initiative, Constitutional Amendment, and statute. Just what I needed. Another statute in my life. I'm so glad I'm moving away from all this bullshit. I can't believe this. Legislation and Proceedings Initiative, Constitutional Amendment and Statute. Absolutely fucking off the wall. What is this one? Why don't you write it a little bit? Oh, cigarette tax to fund healthcare, tobacco use prevention, research, and law enforcement. Initiative, constitutional amendment, statute. That's good. Let's ban cigarettes. Good. It's a good one. Why do I need to vote on that? Why don't you just do it? It's clearly a bad thing. Adult films, condoms, health requirements, initiative statute. Very nice. Yes, we need condoms in porn. What else? Firearms, ammunition sales. We've seen that one. Okay, moving on. Moving right along. You following with me here, folks? About halfway through. Marijuana legislation, initiative statute. That's good. Let's join up with everyone else. Death penalty procedures. Let's get that underway because we can't seem to kill enough felons here. Ban on single-use plastic bags. I'm pretty sure we'd already banned those, but hell, let's do it again. Oh, look at this. Here we go. Kamala D. Harris, Democrat. I am running for the United States Senate because I believe it is time to repair the ladder of opportunity for more Californians and more Americans. As a lifelong prosecutor, I have always served just one client, the people of California. As District Attorney of San Francisco and California Attorney General, I have proudly stood up to powerful interests on behalf of the people and won real victories for our families. Holy shit. She is going to be a state senator, I guarantee you. I'm fucking real. What's up? I'm sorry, I'm just going off here.
What's her name?
Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris, go fuck yourself.
Well, who's her competitor? Let's see, Loretta Sanchez. She only has one person running against her. So everybody in California who's within the power of my voice, vote for Loretta Sanchez, please. That's all.
It's a ghost town on gun channels tonight.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
So this is the text of the proposed law. Let me lock in on myself so I can make sure. Even if it's blurry, I don't know if you guys can read this or not, but I'll just read off the first couple for you. Purpose and intent. The people of the state of California declare Safety for All Act of 2016 to implement reasonable and common sense reforms to make California's gun safety laws the toughest in the nation while still safeguarding the Second Amendment rights of all law-abiding, responsible Californians. To keep guns and ammunition out of the hands of convicted felons, the dangerously mentally ill, and other persons who are prohibited by law from possessing firearms and ammunition. To ensure those that buy ammunition in California, just like those who buy firearms, are subject to background checks. Here it is, folks, coming down the pike. This is the state of America. I'll read the first one again. To implement reasonable and common sense reforms to make California's gun safety laws the toughest in the nation. That's the goal. This nation hopefully will ignore all of this and will remain tough against common sense laws that have no place being in opposition to our Constitution. 222 pages of proposed legislation and their explanation. I'm not going to vote in this election. I'm not here. I'm not going to do it. I don't have any business voting on any of this garbage. I'm not going to waste my time anymore. I'm not here. The lawyers and the politicians want to rule the state. Have at it. It's all yours.
Freedom!
Who's that? Oh, he's in here. Hey, so I was checking out ASC, the magazine company. It stands for Ammunition Storage Containers or Company, Ammunition Storage Company, something like that. And they have a website. I went to their website, great website. You can select any one of their magazines, all the options. And they have a 10-pack deal going, no shipping. I filled out all the information right there on the website, and they're going to ship it to me. So I just want to put that out there. What I get, 10-pack of 30-round AR mags for $119 out the door. This place is like an echo chamber.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out myself.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I got 20 GI mags en route. Up to this point, I'd only had P mags. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a hold of some of these ASC aluminum GI mags with the anti-tilt followers. First batch I ordered was from Natchez Shooter Supply, and they were like $15 more than when I ordered them straight from the company's website. Wow, people are dropping like flies around here. And he's back.
Google says thou shalt not pass.
Say what now?
Google says thou shalt not pass.
Is this a Sabbath thing?
I think it's a Scientology thing. I'm not sure. What the fuck? How come this? How come like the Google Hangouts is like freezing? Like, it's just like, is Google like wiping their email servers because of the debate tomorrow night? Like, what the fuck? Like, my Google Hangouts is nothing but like a pure white screen. Like, I can't like see nothing. Like, it's like it's a pure white screen. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I'm on my phone. It seems to be working just fine.
But the audio terrible tonight too. It sounds like a big tube or something.
Oh, like this would be a great question to ask Hillary tomorrow night on the debate. There's a difference between us. You think the people of this country exist to provide you with position. I think your position exists to provide those people with freedom, and I go to make sure they have it. What movie is that from? Anyone knows what movie that's from?
It's not A Few Good Men, is it?
Nope. Think like Scottish.
Oh, I didn't see Braveheart. And he's gone again. Raphael, you and Brandon kind of look alike. You're right next to each other on my screen.
Yeah, fucking Google, man. Like I don't know. Like Google's not working for me tonight. Every time I like refresh the page, it just turns like pure white, and like.
Well, hopefully you don't get kicked out again. But yeah, I said I hadn't seen Braveheart. I should put that on my list.
Yep, that's where it's from. It's Braveheart.
But you're right. It's a good
Yeah.
point.
I need to see that movie. Is it like an epic 3 hours long? Is that why I haven't seen it?
I don't think it's 3 hours. It's probably at least 2 hours, like maybe 2 hours and 10 minutes or something. But yeah, I don't think it's 3 hours. Because I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that movie in theaters when it like very first came out, and literally like a chick in the fucking back row puked, and then when she puked, like 3 other fucking people in the theater puked, like, because there's a scene in it like it made some fucking people get sick, man. Like, that's what I remember seeing that movie in the fucking theater, like. And it's not even a movie you would think that would be like that would make people like fucking get sick, but yeah, it did.
Well, it's a movie about war, right? So I can imagine there's some blood and guts. You know what movie I just saw? I mean, not just saw, but one of the last movies I saw, sad to say, it was The Revenant, and it kind of just turned me off from Hollywood altogether, frankly, because it was just all this gratuitous gore.
I want to see that movie. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, go see it. I mean, rent it, whatever. It was pretty cool on the big screen because the videography is phenomenal. Like the scenery where they're on location at is just amazingly beautiful and like really, it seemed authentic until like they just started squirting the fake blood out of the dude's neck. And I was like, all right, I've had enough. But I just walked out in the middle of the fucking movie. Like I couldn't help but just be laughing at the top of my lungs when everybody else was gasping. And I didn't want to ruin it for everyone else. There's an echo.
Bad.
Yeah, that movie has gallons and gallons of fake blood in their budget, and they just pumped it into every single person that got shot or mauled, and
Stabbed.
sprayed it everywhere in white snow.
Hacked.
It was really gratuitous.
Have you looked into the history of the whole thing?
Of what, of
No.
William Wallace?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually read a book about him after I watched Braveheart. I was like, oh, like this guy's pretty cool, and the book was like nothing like the fucking movie at all.
So, in the movie, they have Robert the Bruce as a snitch, right? As a traitor, but it wasn't like that, right?
Like he kind of had like the part of Judas. Like they asked him to betray them because it was like part of their whole thing. Like they're like, yeah, we want you to betray him, and he's like, no, I don't want to, but like I will because you guys need me to. Like, so yeah, he wasn't like a fucking. He had like the whole Judas thing going on. That's what they said in the book. In the book I read, like they literally asked him like to betray them, like because it was part of their fucking like plan. It was like part of their plot. So like, you know, so he was kind of like, oh, like I don't want. I'm not a snitch. I'm not a traitor, but like it's part of the plan. Like you guys need me to be, so like I will be, but I don't want it. Like that's basically. It was totally Judas.
Yeah, I have the novel, but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, it's probably the same one I read. It's really good, actually.
It's actually
I read that probably like the same year, like right after the movie came out. I was like, oh, this is cool as fuck. Like, I'm gonna go like read about this guy, and then it was like nothing like the movie. Like, yeah, nothing like in the movie. Like his execution wasn't like public, you know, it wasn't done in public. He didn't like cry out like freedom and like, you know, like no, like all that shit was like behind like closed doors.
Yeah, I watch a program, a show on YouTube where they go into movies and they discuss whether they're historical or not. And they did Braveheart.
And like nothing in that movie was like historical, right? Like not the battle, like nothing about that movie was like legit. That's what I got from the book. But I also read that like 20 years ago. So I, you know, like when that movie came out, that movie's got to be 20 years old now. So it's been a long time.
So that was a Mel Gibson movie. What about the Kevin Costner movie, Dances with Wolves? I don't think I've seen that one either. Is that another 3-hour long epic?
Now that one is probably closer to 3 hours if I remember right. But I don't care what like Flippy says. That was a good fucking movie, man.
Yeah, I gotta see that one.
It's not very historical, though.
I'm a big Kevin Costner fan, so I think he's like a fucking awesome actor. So anything that he's in, I try to watch. Like, you know, like whenever a new movie comes out, I'm like, oh, like Kevin Costner's in it. Oh, it's probably going to be a good movie. I'm probably going to enjoy it.
Yeah,
Like
he was
his
one of my
new one?
favorites too. What's
Kevin
the film?
Costner's new movie where he plays Man, I can't remember the name of it, but he plays like basically like a habitual, like crazy psychopath criminal. And then they implant this like CIA guy's memories in his head to try and like find out the location of this other guy he was hiding out. That movie's fucking badass, man. Like, because Kevin Costner plays like a bad guy, like a really bad guy, but yet he's still like the hero of the movie. So it's just it's awesome, man. Like I love that movie. Let me see, what was the name of it? Kevin Costner. I think it's like it's his newest movie or one of them. What was it called?
Dances with Wolves is 3 hours and 56 minutes.
Wow.
It was called Criminal. Was that the name of it? Let's see here. Is that the right one? Yeah, Criminal. So Kevin Costner's new movie, Criminal. That movie was fucking awesome. If you haven't seen that yet, yeah, definitely like go watch that.
It's in the theaters now?
No, I rented it on Redbox, so it's already like on DVD. So you can probably find it online to stream for free or something. Because I think it went straight to like video or whatever. I don't think it did too good in the theaters, but it's fucking awesome. Like Kevin Costner straight up plays a psychopathic like bad guy criminal in it, but yet he's the hero of the movie. So it's fucking awesome. Like
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. I don't think I've heard of it until you just mentioned it, but that is the genre that I like, those crime thrillers. And if they've got a good soundtrack, then that definitely is a plus for me.
Oh, dude, I don't know about the soundtrack at all, but he plays a very convincing, fucked up, like literally like schizophrenic, psychopathic, just fucked up habitual criminal. Like he literally plays like a psychopath. Like he has like no feelings for anyone. Like he can't even like comprehend like he can like kill someone, and it's just like, oh, it's like no big deal at all. Like I can kill a little old lady and like not even feel bad about it. It's like because he was like born that way. Like he got dropped on his head like when he was born or something, and like
Nice.
so like that part of the brain that like people sympathize with or whatever and have feelings, like he doesn't have that. So he has no feelings. He doesn't have any like hate or anything, but he doesn't have any love or like and then they're like, yeah, we're gonna pick this guy because of his fucked up brain, and we're gonna implant these memories of this like dead CIA agent in him, and then it like gives him like all the CIA agents like knowledge, so he like knows like a lot more shit now. So now he's like even more dangerous because he has like all basically like CIA trained psychopath now.
I feel like I would see any Kevin Costner movie just based on the fact that he's an actor, and I'm pretty sure he is like a headline actor in all the movies that he's in, and he does carry that weight. I just remember one of the movies I liked the most with him in it was Waterworld, and I remember just thinking, what a cool world that it's just like him in this trimaran and like cruising around, very Mad Max-esque. And the budget, I remember reading about how the budget of that movie was enormous because they had to be out at sea filming for so many days on end. But that, most people think that movie's not that good, and it probably didn't get that many good reviews. But I thought, his acting like made that movie for sure.
It's hard for me to pick my favorite Kevin Costner movie because there's been just so many good ones like JFK and then like a lot of his baseball movies like Field of Dreams and Bull Durham and like even the golf one like the Tin Cup. Like he just like the Untouchables. Like he's just had so many good movies. It's hard for me to pick one, but my favorite probably still has to be Open Range and then The Postman. I love The Postman. Everyone hated The Postman, but I fucking
The Postman was good too.
Yeah, Wyatt Earp, And there's just so many, like, that guy's just been in so many, like, really good flicks.
I like 13 Days, though his accent in it is not very good.
That movie, For Love of the Game, where he's, like, pitching the fucking no-hitter or whatever, and is, like, kind of, like, flashing back through his whole life of, like, a baseball player.
So The Postman is, it's been a while since I've seen this, and I only saw it once, but it's like a without rule of law
It's a
situation.
post-apocalyptic, yeah. It's after the fucking, like, Holocaust, like the nuclear Holocaust and shit, and, like, after the end of the world, basically, yeah.
Tom Petty.
No law and order or nothing, and then, like,
That would
just,
be worth going to watch again. Yeah.
yeah, fucking movie's awesome.
It was cool.
It even has, like, anti-gun Tom Petty in it. Like, and Tom Petty, like, has a gun in it. Like, even though Tom Petty's, like, anti-gun. Like, so, and Tom Petty's like, no, like, I'm not anti-gun now after the end of the fucking world. like he pretty much, like, says it right in the movie. Like, oh, no, like, yeah. Because, like, Tom Petty, like, plays himself in the fucking movie. Like, he literally, like, plays himself. Like, you know. And he gets asked in the movie, like, aren't you famous? And he's like, oh, yeah, like, I used to be, you know. But since he plays himself in that movie, in real life, he's all anti-gun. But then in the movie, he's, like, all carrying around, like, an M4 or something. He's like, yeah, I'm not anti-gun no more after the end of the fucking world. That changed my views.
He must have a song or two in the soundtrack as well.
I don't know if he did or not. Dude, he played in Robin Hood. He was fucking Robin Hood. And he did a much better Robin Hood than that pussy Russell Crowe. Like, you know, I don't know. Like, that movie had a good soundtrack. That had, like, that Bryan Adams shit. Like, I must have, that song must have got me laid, like, 20 times. Like, that was a great movie to, like, take chicks to back in the day.
He also was in The Bodyguard.
Now, see, that's one movie I never really got into, The Bodyguard, but I think I only ever saw it once. And let's see, what else was he in?
It seems like the Postman soundtrack was mostly by one guy. But The Bodyguard, wasn't that like a Whitney Houston soundtrack?
Oh, yeah, that was all, like, Whitney Houston. Fucking.
Movie.
So I was watching one of the Death Wish movies. I think it was Death Wish 3. Is that the really bad one? And I was surprised to see in the opening credits that the soundtrack was done by Jimmy Page.
Yeah, he did that.
And what's that?
He did that. He did the soundtrack for that movie.
Yeah, and it was actually kind of a cool movie to watch, just listening to the far out 80s modern kind of music, you know, that a rock guitar legend composed. It was all synthesized, and it was just like, it actually made the movie, because let's face it, the plot was terrible. But yeah, like
Well, all the plots, all the Death Wishes were basically the same.
No. That was the worst for sure. That was by far and large.
Didn't like his friend's daughter get killed in that one? Like, it
It was
wasn't even
supposed to be filmed in New York City, but it was actually filmed in London. It was a terrible movie, save for the soundtrack. Which, again, if you go and you watch that movie and you listen to the music in that soundtrack, that's a slice of time in the 80s where the synthesizer had taken over. And I didn't know actually Jimmy Page had that capability, but it's just some interesting compositions.
I only saw them very long time ago, and I thought it was just one big revenge movie. Like his wife got killed, and then he went after everybody who was in on it.
Well, it started in New York, right? And then he went to Chicago.
I thought it was
then-
Detroit. I
I
thought
don't know.
was
No,
was
I don't know. There was no Detroit. It started in New York, and then he went to Chicago, and then I think he went back to New York, and then he went out to L.A. And I don't know if there were 4 or 5 of those movies, but I watched them all in a day, and that's a trip to do that.
Oh,
I
excuse
thought
me.
like the third one was Detroit. I thought it was like New York, then Chicago, then Detroit, and then LA. I thought like basically you went just to like all the fucking bad cities. Like They're like,
Yeah, the third
what
one,
bad
who
city?
really knows? But
what shitty crime infested city should we like film like say this one's filmed in? Like
I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be New York, but again, they say it was filmed in London. So why on earth? Oh, I guess maybe that's why they got Jimmy Page to do the soundtrack.
He was
Oh.
there.
That's very interesting. That was a terrible, terrible movie.
Death Wish 3 is available on YouTube for free.
They should actually pay you to watch it. It's that bad.
I don't know. I can dig all the death wishes because I like that that whole premise. The whole you know,
Vigilante.
I'm gonna be a vigilante and go around and blow away fucking bad guys with like a big fucking like what gun was he using? Like a Kunin or some shit? Like that one big ass gun he had? Wasn't that like a Kunin?
I think the one in number 3 was a Webley or something that began with a W. Yeah, and they talked about it on the Daily Gun Show months ago. But I think the first one is super classic from the 70s, just like really raw. Like I love watching those old movies where it's kind of gritty. You know, the quality of a film is kind of gritty, and you know, they actually put a lot of effort into character development and plot and scenery and like just plain movement and stuff. Like today it's just all, it seems like it's all blitzed out with special effects and 55-gallon drums of fake blood.
Who doesn't like 55-gallon drums of fake blood though in their movies? Like I do. Like fucking Jaws. There's like so many movies from that era that were just like that. They didn't have great special effects, right? Especially if they were like a low budget flick. So they didn't have like, you know, really great special effects. Everything had to be done like by stuntmen and like live people, real explosions and shit, because there really was like no CGI and shit. So like on a movie on a budget that couldn't even afford like explosions and real shit like that, like it was basically break out the fake blood. Like in all those movies back in the late 70s, early 80s were all like that. Just add more gore and like.
Yeah, speaking of which, have you seen any of the gore movies from the 60s?
I've seen a couple. I don't know. I know I've seen a couple.
There was one, I don't know, it was probably from the 70s. I haven't seen it in a long time, and I probably was only able to watch half of it when I was younger. But it's called Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. And I think that was early 70s.
Didn't they remake that movie? Didn't that movie just come out again like just a couple years ago or something?
You know, people have been talking about some Henry movie, but I don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, there was like some genre of gore where like it would be all like, yeah, Technicolor. It seemed like just after they introduced color film, and they'd go to the beach and they'd be hanging out in the beach chalet, and then they like some psychopath would come up with a big knife and just all this fake blood would just bright red, just pouring everywhere.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like thick. It was just like runny Kool-Aid. Like it was like fucking red Kool-Aid just squirting out. It looked like a bottle of wine that got like cracked open or something. Yeah. Some of those are the best movies. Those like the movies with like the real low special effects, because some of those like people like actually had to act in. They're like, okay, you actually have to act, bitch. Like we don't have any like fancy CGI to hide your shit.
You gotta carry the movie.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I think it was kind of a spin-off of the Grindhouse movies, where there's always some hot, big-breasted blonde chick, and yeah, I saw a few of those when I was younger, and was just like, that's funny. Just it's fake. There's no like cringing or anything. You know what's going to happen. But yeah, some of the scarier, darker stuff, like I just couldn't sit through. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, couldn't handle that when I was a kid. Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, couldn't handle that. Like, and I guess maybe it's just for me, like, if there's just so much blood and so much darkness around it, like, why am I there?
Like never seen like House of a Thousand Corpses, then, right?
Like Children of the Corn, I couldn't watch that either.
Oh,
like,
that was great.
Yeah, it's like, this is spooky shit.
Omen and
I couldn't get into that stuff.
oh yeah, Killer of the Corn, Omen,
The Exorcist.
yeah, The Exorcist, yeah. Oh yeah, those movies are all fucking great.
Poltergeist.
Dude, like those movies to this day will still give me like more of a chill than any like of those scare movies nowadays.
Yeah, because they were done really well. But like Night of the Living Dead, I had no problem with because it was just funny.
Zombie movies have never like bothered me whatsoever. Like that, it's fucking zombies. Like I don't know.
Like I couldn't even watch the Friday the 13th movies. It just way too creepy, and there were so many of them. It seemed like when I was growing up, it was just one after another after another.
Halloween.
I watched like one of those movies. Those didn't seem very good compared to Friday the 13th in terms of horror, pure scare factor. Nightmare on Elm Street?
The last creepy movie I saw was Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah, I saw that. The old fucking like that thing, whatever it was, driving around in that old truck.
The thing that flew around.
Yeah.
I saw it at a drive-in with a bunch
That's
of
actually like fucking based on some sort of like actual real urban legend too. Like that was like I saw a thing on that. They're like like Jeepers Creepers was actually based on like a real urban legend. Like.
Yeah, I sort of remember that. When did that come out? Like 15 years ago or something? $20 years ago? When did that come out? The 90s? Late 90s? Jeepers Creepers.
2001. It's been a while.
I was gonna guess.
Yeah, I was right. 15 years ago.
After
Damn.
making a horrific discovery in a basement of an old abandoned church. In a
That was
world.
right on. Somebody doing a voiceover? Raphael, is that your voiceover?
Yeah, I did that. That was me.
You're because okay, everything's kind of going blank on my screen here. $15 years ago. I think I saw that movie like 10 years ago.
There's also been sequels. Apparently,
Hmm.
I didn't see any. I think there are 3 movies in total.
All right, favorite Tom Cruise movie? Go.
I like Tropic Thunder. He's hilarious.
Dano?
Top Guns.
So there's so many, but
Play.
I'll say War of the Worlds because of the classic effect.
That was good.
And he just seemed like a regular guy in that
Yep.
movie. He wasn't some superhero, super stunt man.
The one he has coming out looks pretty good to me.
The new Jack Reacher.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks really good. He's talking on the cell phone to that guy he's gonna snap his neck later on or something.
I saw the first Jack Reacher. That was pretty good. He seems kind of like a regular guy in that one too. I especially like that scene when he's at the 1,000-yard range, and he's got 3 shots. And yeah,
I want to see the first one.
is that with Robert Duvall in that scene? That scene was with Robert Duvall, wasn't it?
Hmm. I feel the need for speed.
Yeah, I think Top Gun was his biggest movie at the time, for sure.
I really liked it, but I have a hard time with him now because I do not agree with his Scientology views.
See, I don't care about a person's religion. And frankly, I don't know him personally, so what the hell do I care? Yeah, if you end up getting sucked into Scientology and you don't want to be there, I feel bad for you.
He's not harming anybody. He's doing that to himself. And it helps him, I guess.
I feel like religion helps
But he's-
people all the time.
He's still on shows doing it and all that, and I don't care for that.
I saw a movie that I missed when I was younger. Hot Shots, the parody of Top Gun. That was funny.
Charlie Sheen.
Yep.
Charlie Sheen was an amazing actor. And then he started doing TV, and I think that's what killed him.
I think the drugs and the women killed him.
Well, did his father do TV? Wasn't his father doing something on TV the last 10 years?
Yes, his father was an actor. His father was always an actor. If you go back into the early 70s and that, his dad was in a lot of different movies.
Yeah, but did he do TV?
Yeah, West Wing. He was
That was the only TV
Yes.
show he did, though, right?
He probably did a lot of voiceovers. He did narration on a lot of stuff.
West Wing was a stand-up TV show. I mean, he was playing the president, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's what.
When Charlie Sheen did TV, he was playing a philanderer.
I like the
Which
movie he did,
you-
Final Countdown. That was a pretty good movie. You remember that one, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
A whole battle airplane carrier goes back in time to 1941. To that date when the Japanese were about to attack Pearl Harbor, and they were almost there, so that they have to figure out what they're going to do. Do they interfere?
Was that a 90s movie?
Yeah.
I'm going to go research it. I'll be back.
The Final Countdown. A time war takes the aircraft carrier. Go on.
I remember the title, but I don't remember the movie.
1980. Wow. They probably could make that movie a whole lot better now with their CGI.
Yeah, and I think it's comical. You watch some of that old stuff to see the mistake they made, and channel today watching an old west, and in one scene the guy come in with one shoulder shot, the next scene the other shoulder was shot. Nowadays technology is a whole lot different.
Yeah, I don't remember that movie, The Final Countdown. I was 6 when it came out.
They play it on TBS a lot. Well, they used to.
What year
Back-
am out?
Huh?
$1980.
1980.
I'd have been chasing girls about that time. I'd have been in my teens.
What's up, Dano? We can't hear you.
That's because I didn't say anything.
How
I
you
was
doing?
actually looking at that picture that Raphael put up there of,
Death Wish 3 gun.
and I was looking at how maybe it's just the picture, but how shitty the barrel looks connected to the housing. Looks like it's like loose soldering or something.
Or crimped, crimped
Sibley?
on.
What's that?
What's the name of that?
Automag? That's what Fine says.
But where the barrel is mounted to the frame, it looks like there's gaps in the whatever they use to. I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's loose.
Yeah, it looks crappy.
See, I'm not seeing it on my screen. Do you have a name of the gun?
Oh, there's a link on the inside of the check. Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the text chat from outside?
I'll go check it out.
Okay. Well, I'll post it out there so you can see it.
Thanks.
Sure. Yeah. When you're on your phone, you don't get to see the inside chat, text chat. So you just have to ask somebody to post it out in the lobby.
I have a gun movie for the Daily Show.
You do. And what's
Yeah.
that?
I don't know if anybody remembers Thunderfoot and Lightfoot. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. It's a Clint Eastwood movie with Jeff Bridges.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
It's a heist movie where they have to make a cannon rifle thing so they could go through a safe or something.
Okay. And what was it about the movie that you thought was made it, special?
Well, the gun thing.
Oh, because they had to make one themselves.
Yeah, they had to make this thing themselves so that
Gotcha.
they could go through the safe or whatever they were robbing. So they had to do some gunsmithing in it, I think. It's been a while since I saw it.
Yeah. Of the various co-hosts on the Daily Gun Show, I'm the one with the least amount of movie knowledge.
I've seen some movies.
Yeah, I mean, Island Z seems to have seen every movie just about ever made.
Wow.
Yeah, so that gun in Death Wish 3 is called the Wildy.
Wow. Let me look this up.
.475 Wildy Magnum.
So Jeff, what I can't quite read it. Is that a car in your picture? Jeff?
Yes, it is a car.
Okay.
That's my favorite gun. That's why I picked the picture.
Yeah, I can make out most of the letters, but I can't quite figure them all out. That's why I asked.
Here's the picture of the gun from the movie, the cannon from the movie.
Oh, okay. Just a moment.
It's an artist rendition. It looks like from the publicity.
Yeah, it's yeah, artist rendition rather than an actual picture. It'd be interesting though, just to see the actual picture though.
Okay.
I'm not saying you have to go find it. I'm just saying it would be interesting.
It's there right now.
It's interesting in that movie where he gets to this blown out ghetto and he realizes he's going to need backup. And so he goes to the post office box place and gets a post office box and then tells his friend, my friend Wildy is coming tomorrow.
Mm.
He goes and he picks up a box at his box and he cracks open this case and it's the 475 Wildy Magnum 8-inch barreled Wildy Hunter model. And you're like, oh, so that's his friend that's going to solve all the problems. And I swear to God, like, I don't know, there must have been no more than 25 of these things ever made because I've never even seen or heard of one before. And that caliber, you know, it must be a completely dead caliber.
Well, that picture that you linked, it's more like a cannon than a firearm.
Yeah. Cannon.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Gotta hate Linux. No, that you said it looks kind of funny where it goes, the barrel meets with the receiver.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
actually it's a gas operated pistol. So, and that's kind of used as a regulator for adjusting the cycling.
Okay.
Yeah, you like screw it in or out and it lets more gas bleed by or less.
Right. And I understand that concept, but the edges look very rough for kind of a because when you're bleeding off gases, it's usually a fairly refined system.
Mhm.
And again, maybe it's just the pictures.
Yeah, as I recall, he does demonstrate that in the movie. He has some hand loads that he needs to adjust the gas system for.
Cool.
But yeah, that's pushing the 50 caliber. I wonder if it's anything close to the 50 Desert Eagle. Is that the 50 AE?
Those I'd have to look up to see when the Action Express actually became a real thing. But I thought those Death Wish movies predated it, but I'd have to double check that.
It's from 1985, the movie.
Right.
Ah, he's in New York City in the third one.
Yeah, see, I told you. But it's not really New York City, it's really London.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't shoot in the actual city.
In Death Wish 3, there was nothing actual going on.
Hmm.
And I would think it'd be more expensive to shoot in London.
Well, if you gotta pay Jimmy Page to write you some music, you want him close by.
Yeah, but the movie can be done either in post or in pre-production. doesn't have to be done while you're filming.
I feel like a lot of it was probably done on a soundstage as well.
Well, yeah.
Sometimes they Vancouver is a very popular city for filming.
Yes. I was surprised when I first found that out that there was many movies made in Vancouver to make it look like more of a U.S. urban city when in fact it's Canada.
Yeah.
But apparently the price was right for a lot of movies that didn't have the money to be able to go there instead and still get that North American kind of look.
So what are some classic movies that were filmed in Chicago?
Untouchables? Didn't they do that today? Or was that Hollywood?
Like how quick my Google. Okay, here's a handful.
The
The
Blues
Hunter,
Brothers.
The Fury, Cooley High, Continental Divide, Candyman, Untouchables, When Harry Met Sally, Backdraft. I didn't know Backdraft was filmed there.
That was also filmed on a soundstage in Burbank, California.
16 Candles, Mercury Rising, never heard of that one. While You Were Sleeping, North by Northwest, About Last Night, Home Alone, Ordinary People. Road to Perdition, that was a pretty good movie.
Tom Hanks.
Yep. The Fugitive, that was a good movie. Blues Brothers,
Yeah.
there you go. Risky Business,
Mhm.
all classic Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Of course, of course.
And then a couple other movies I never heard of. But
Is that the Lee 4-hole turret press?
I think that's a Loadmaster.
Oh, God damn it.
And actually, no, it does look like a turret press, doesn't it? Either way, I've got that one.
There we go. That's why it was
I've been
laggy.
looking at it. They have the value kit and the deluxe kit.
That is the turret press, right, Ape?
Yeah, it's a 4-hole turret press.
Yeah, that's the one I started out with. It's pretty good because you can use it in a progressive kind of manner, or you can use it as a single stage. And you can just load up the turrets for each caliber. And I actually have my 223 set up on that press with 2 turrets, one for preparation, case preparation, and then one for actually reloading, bullet seating, etc. Yeah, I mean, Lee is the best value that I saw, and the primer, what is it called? The primer feed or whatever that is on that press works great, and it's very simple and inexpensive, But the progressive Lee press that I have, I believe it's called the Loadmaster. The primer seeding die on that does not work at all. So what I do is I just set up my turret in single stage mode for pistol calibers, and just run the cases through, seeding the primers on that thing, and then I go over to the Loadmaster, and I've got the 4-tube case loader, and I just drop them all in there, and then I can just run through the progressive real fast with powder drop and bullet seeding, crimping, and with very good results. And like all that equipment is only like $100 here and $100 there, and their dies seem great. And there's a lot of, the cool thing about reloading is there's a lot of intricacies that you'll find as you go along. But it's always cool. Like one other thing I love about Lee is that with every die set they sell, they include all of the load data, and it's a really nice, easy, quick reference for you to just go down through a chart and double check. And they don't have everything in there, but like I don't even have a reloading book. I basically started with those charts that they include in the instructions, and then I went online and downloaded some powder manufacturers information, and I played it conservatively, and I went with 10% to start with, and then for some powders that was actually too much. So then I went to 25%, and that is a sweet spot with some great, some pistol rounds. That was great for me. But for the 223 is the only rifle caliber I've done. 10% is definitely a good starting point.
So when you started with pistol, did you start with a dipper, or did you automatically start with weighing it?
Yeah, I bought a dipper set, and I actually started with the hand press, and I did 1,000 rounds of 9mm with the hand press over about a week's time. And I was like, okay, every single one of these brass I've touched 5 times. I need to eliminate that. So then, yeah, I bought the turret press, and I only touched the brass twice. And so then, yeah, the hand press is like fun if you want to go out into your backyard and do 100 rounds or whatever. But the turret press is a great way to get into it and just like run through a bunch of rounds. It does take a while because you've got to still cycle each round through 4 steps before you put the next one in. But it's really smooth, and you can see every single step and watch it along the way. And yeah, then if and when you want to get up to progressive, I would look into like something better than what Lee has to offer. I would look into the Hornady or that other company, and so because spend some money, go ahead, get into it, but in terms of just getting your foot in the door, like the turret press is invaluable, and you can use it for years to come for many different you can use it to do sample loads and just do 10 off here and 10 off there, and they have the kit. I think I bought the kit with like the wooden handle, and like I didn't get one of their little triple beam balance scales, but it came with like the dipper set. Or maybe I didn't buy a kit. No, I think I just bought the classic press and then a dipper set, and I don't know. There's so many different accessories, but the powder drop and the primer seeder and all that stuff, you can just buy individually. And you can actually go right to Lee's website and create an account and then pick and choose. Like some of these little parts on their equipment are very cheap and easy to break if you drop them. So I've done that a couple times, and then I've just gone to their website and just been like, oh yeah, I need that little piece of plastic and that little screw, and just added up $5 and $6 here and there, and you check out, and they're really good customer service. They send it right to me, yeah, I mean, I would definitely highly recommend their products for somebody just getting into it. Although a pure single stage, like from what I gather, that's really just for somebody who's looking to do precision handgun or rifle loading.
I still use single stage for all my rifle loads.
What's that?
I use
Well,
single stage for all my rifle loads.
yeah, you're roboting pretty hard, but I heard most of that. Well, because Lee is right there near Chicago too, isn't it?
I'm not sure where they're located.
Oh no, wait, they're near Green Bay, Wisconsin.
No,
What causes roboting?
It's pretty bad. You should probably log out and check back in. Go ahead, Dano.
Oh no, I didn't have anything to say.
I posted a link to the Lee turret press that I'm looking at on the chat box.
Yeah, like I said, I use that turret for 223, and I've loaded some precision rounds where I'll get out to 200 yards with a 24-inch barrel at 1 MOA, and like, okay, if you really, 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 really are going to start dialing it in and push rifle rounds out really far, then a single stage press is the way to go. But for me, just trying to get close at 200, trying to get the best I can at 200, that I find that the turret used in the single stage mode is more than accurate enough. Yeah, like the triple beam scale that comes on some of these kits. Like I used one of those when I was in grade school. I'm not about to start using one now.
No, you want a digital scale, right?
Yeah, I got a Hornady, nice small little scale. You can't put too much weight on it, but I think it's maximum rating is for an ounce. But yeah, and that thing's great. You run a few cases, you check the powder weight, and you just move on. I'm really impressed with the precision of the Lee equipment for the price, for powder drop and bullet seating and crimping. And I've shot lots of rounds through it, and I haven't had any problems with any of the rounds I've reloaded that equipment.
Well, I got to take off. I got a date in the morning with shooting range, so we'll catch you all later.
Oh man.
Okay, have fun.
Yep.
Oh wow. I gotta go as well. I gotta work tomorrow.
Have fun with that.
Yeah, fun. Good night, all.
It was fun to hear Foose's show earlier today about reloading. I feel like it's something that every gun enthusiast should get into. And it doesn't take that much to do it. I think it's really important to know the physics behind the ammunition that you're setting off when you pull the trigger. And so then, yeah, I would recommend the Lee hand loader as the minimum entry level equipment to start working on that. But then after that, for sure, the 4-hole turret press, fantastic piece of equipment. And all you really need is a bench to screw it into, to bolt it into. And then, just start buying powder and bullets, and primers, and collecting all the cases you can. And whoa, they're just dropping left and right here. Start buying your accessories. Start filling up that workspace with bins and start taking notes. But yeah, it really does make a day at the range more interesting to know that you're going there with a handful of new rounds that you've made that you want to test out. And from my experience, all of my hand loads have been more accurate than any store-bought bulk ammo, without a doubt. And even in some cases, more accurate than precision hunting ammo that you paid $20 a box for 20 rounds. And that you can really dial in the type of powder, the powder charge, the bullet weight for the barrel that you're shooting out of. Whereas a lot of the stuff out of the box is just more tightly controlled, mass-produced ammo that they jack the price up on. What's up, Knives? And then there was one.
Anybody out there?
Just not if you can hear me.
Is there anyone at home?
Relax, I need some information first.
Just the basic facts, like can you show me where it hurts? How you doing, Dead Horse?
Good, what are you building? Or you're reloading? What are
Yeah,
you
I'm
reloading?
processing 45 brass.
Sweet. Is that a Lee press there? Is that the 1000?
No, I don't remember what the number is. It's the 4-hole turret press.
Oh, okay.
So how many ARs you get done today?
None, but I'm about to build one.
Your 18-inch precision or your pistol?
No, I'm waiting on the 18-inch because I need to paint a couple parts and I need to do I still need to buy a grip for it. So that's all I need to do that one is this. I need to decide on a grip and then paint some parts.
So I remember, what did you decide on your fixed stocks? Did you go with the Ace, the A2, or the Magpul?
I bought 2 A2s, I bought the Magpul, and I bought the Ace.
Well, it's
So-
America, damn it. We like having choices.
Yeah, so I figured, like, of course I already know what the A2 is going to be like, but I have no idea what the Magpul is really going to be like or how it feels.
Mhm.
So, and I'm building 2 18s and a 20. So if worst case scenario, out of all those stocks, I'm going to have one left over. You know, so that's like my worst case scenario. So fuck it, you know.
And the worst that can do is drive you to build yet another AR.
Exactly. I just bought a whole bunch of shit from Primary Arms. I just made a large order from them. I got the CMC flat face drop-in trigger, the 3.5 pound one.
Mhm.
I bought the Bravo Company Mod 4 medium charging handle. I bought 2 stainless gas tubes, 1 melanite gas tube, all mid-length. And then I bought 3 of their Primary Arms 2-point sling wide padded. So that was like a $240 order.
A fair amount of kit for that.
Yeah, well, the trigger was only at $135. The charging handle was $38.12. The melanite gas tube was $12. The 2 stainless gas tubes were $18, and then the 3 slings were $30. So
Yeah, not too bad.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, not too bad. And then I'm about ready to make another purchase here through Roush Sports. I'm just trying to figure out, like, in my head while I'm ordering, like,
Mhm.
okay, how many charging handles do I need, like, like for these like builds? Because I have like a whole bunch of builds kind of like paced out right now. Like I have 2 18s, a 20, 2 16s, and I think that's all I have. Oh, and then I have a 16-inch like M4. Actually, no, fuck, I got 2 16-inch M4s. See, that's exactly why I'm like trying to think, okay, so now how many charging handles do I already have? How many do I need so I can just order it all at once so I don't have extra shipping and bullshit, you know?
Honestly, sounds like you need to go to your local discount store, spend $50 on get a notepad, and just write down and take inventory. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's what I need to do. That's what's fucking me up because back when I was like building them just one at a time when I wasn't buying parts in bulk, it was
Mhm.
really easy to keep track of. Like I only need one of everything. Like it was like really simple and easy. But now that I'm like doing like 4 or 5, like, you know, gathering parts for them all at the same time, it's like a lot harder to keep track of shit.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, well, and then not only is it hard to keep track of shit, it's like, oh, for like this 20-inch build, I don't want like a mil spec charging handle. I want like an extended charging handle. So I got the Bravo Company one for the 20-inch build, and then for one of the 18s, I'm going with the Strike Industries latch, and then for one of the the other 18, I'm going with just a mil spec charging handle, and then like so I don't know, man. It gets confusing. Like, and you're trying to like wrap all this shit in your head of like not only how many do you need of everything, but like what do you actually want to use for like each build, and like I don't know, man. Like it gets confusing. And then all of a sudden, like today, I didn't even know. I thought I had, because I bought a shitload of gas tubes and gas blocks way back when. I thought I had like all the gas tubes I need, and then today I found out I was down to my last mid-length gas tube, so I needed 3 more. So I had to buy 3 more from Primary Arms. And then while I was buying the 3 more, I was like, oh, you know what? Like this one 18-inch build, I'm doing it like all black. I don't want anything shiny on it at all. So I'm going to go with like a Millenite gas tube. And, just because I don't want anything to be shiny on it. I don't know. I do need to get a notepad and to start keeping track, like, or maybe like start writing stuff down.
Yeah, or just, I don't know. I think you showed us once you got everything kind of segregated into different bins.
Yep.
Just kind of, even if just like once a week you take a Post-it or redo your Post-it notes, okay? I have 1, 2, 3, 4 gas tubes, standard, 1 mid-length, 1 Melanite. Actually, that's kind of what I did for my powder and primers a couple of years ago, but then I just started doing like a spreadsheet on the computer.
Yeah, I just barely ordered 3 more nitride angle cut bolt carrier groups with the cryogenically like processed bolt. I just bought 3 more of those. So I think I'm good on bolt carriers now for all these builds. Like I don't know, buying in bulk, like it's like definitely you save a lot of money, but it's really easy just to like look over like one upper, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, I don't have a bolt carrier for this upper. Like, oh fuck, now I gotta buy one like individually, and then pay shipping on it, and it's so much cheaper doing it in like bulk, like doing 4 or 5 at a time. Like you save just literally so much more money. Especially when they're sales. Like I got all of those bolt carrier groups. I got them for $75 a piece shipped because I bought in bulk.
Yep. Yeah, talking about having a bulk of things and that, not realizing how many you have. Here I am sitting doing 45s. So I thought I had a whole 50 cal can full in addition to half a dozen 100 rounders. And
what are you doing right now? Just sizing them?
nope, I've sized and deprimed, so now I'm flaring them. And once I get them finished through the flaring, I'll just let me grab my cord out of the way here.
Are you spraying those with any lube so they're not getting stuck or anything?
No, on the pistol dies here, they're actually a carbide insert.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to spray them.
Okay.
No, I actually kind of see here I got this RCBS hand primer. Picked it up at a gun show this weekend for, I think it was $18.
Oh my god, that's a good deal. That's on eBay. They're all like 30.
Yeah. The only thing is it's not the complete kit. It's just for large primers, but it did come with a let's see, which one is this? A number 3 shell holder. So that'll do my 308s, my 30-06, and I believe my 45 autos. So really all I have to do is just order the different components to make it into small primer.
Yeah, I've been thinking about buying the Lee one, the Lee hand priming press, and then buying that there's like a 12-pack of the shell holders that basically will do anything. I've been thinking about buying both of those, and then that way I can just like sit on my couch and prime brass, and then Yeah.
Hold on a second. I got something relevant to that. I'll be right back. Okay. Pull this up. Okay, so you're thinking of getting one of these Lee Auto Primes?
Yeah, the handheld one, just like that RCBS.
Well, my advice would be don't.
Oh, you broke the lever off.
Yeah,
Did
this is all
Contact
cast.
Lee about it?
Honestly, this isn't mine. It's my dad bought one. They think he might have got a replacement one, and he just kind of, I don't know, when we were cleaning out the basement, he just kind of threw some of this crap with me. But, you know, he's got a Hornady one, and pretty much what that is, it's not that stupid 1911 looking one. It's, I forget what it is, but basically it's kind of like this, except this whole tube here is actually milled from solid extrude or a solid bar stock aluminum. And then one end will do your large primers. You flip it around, on the other end it'll do small primers. And then it takes the shell holders like everything else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, but that you're definitely liking that RCBS one better than the Lee, then, huh?
Yep, actually I just started using this like 3 hours ago. No, I'm pretty much doing the hand priming because I've got the safety auto primer for this press, but it's just, it works, but it's just kind of easier to do one thing at a time instead of put that up, click the primer into place, and push back down. I don't know. And I'm just kind of giving it a trial run.
No, I like the whole idea is that I don't have to be at my bench. I can literally just like be watching TV or whatever and then just sit there and prime brass. That's the whole thing I like about it. And then I can prime all my brass, have it all primed, ready to go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because actually that's what I
Because
did
my press-
for.
My press is just a single stage. So like every single time I want to go to a different step, I have to like reset it up, you know, with the new die and everything. So that like that tool, that priming tool would save me a fucking ton of time because then I would never have to even worry about setting up my press to prime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I pretty much did all this during the last third of Foosa's reloading chat. So, yeah, once you get kind of everything prepped and prime, it doesn't take long to just load your shooting block and dump your powder, open your bullets and go.
So that's not a progressive press then.
It's what I would call a semi-progressive press. Where did I put that
Manual,
little,
like a manual progressive press.
Okay. Okay, see this kind of widget I'm holding in my hand?
Yeah.
Yes.
This, you can see on the underside of these shell holders is a square cut, and that'll actually made into this little piece of twisted square iron here, and that'll actually, every time you actually press, it'll spin the dies at quarter turn.
Okay.
It kind of works. It's because, you know, the whole thing is here. This is this is plastic, and the little bushing inside that causes this to turn is plastic. So sometimes it'll index perfectly, sometimes it'll either overshoot or undershoot. I don't know, I've had
Okay,
it
well,
set up before where, well, you can see I've got one hole on my shell hole, or my turret here. That's where I used to have my powder dropper, and I was able to go punch, flare, and then for this, I'd have to stop the ram about halfway to make contact. I just manually drop the powder, put it back down, seat a bullet. But
see, I have a Dillon press, and what you're doing looks totally different than anything I do.
yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of, instead of running one brass through all the operations, I'm just running all of the brass through one operation at a time.
Which I still load all my high caliber ammo that way. Like all my rifle loads, I load one at a time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
most of my pistol loads, I run through that Dillon progressive press that I have.
Yeah, I got this and an RCBS rock chucker. I used to load all my stuff on a Hornady Apex, but got my own place, got my own loading bench, so I kept the Apex and I got my regular stuff. Now, the rest are good if you're just wanting to load a caliber and a load, or a specific load. But kind of like these, that I can fiddle with everything and not have it, I have to worry about it screwing up anything else. Yeah.
So now you hand load all your powder charges too then.
Yep, I got a screen thing right here that's out of focus. This is a loading block. Pretty much once I got all the brass size deprimed, reprimed, and flared, I'll load it all up in this block. It'll hold 50 of them. This was so laggy. There we go. And then pretty much I'll just drop a powder. Actually, my press, drop powder, move over, drop powder, and just kind of keep going in a line. That way I can also visually inspect that. Make sure that they all have powder, or that I didn't double charge one. Once I got powder in there, I got these flared far enough where I can just kind of lightly seat the bullet in there, and it'll kind of help prevent anything from spilling over if I bump the loading tray.
All right, I just ordered 2 mil-spec charging handles, 1 ambi charging handle, the 7-slot Strike Industries like rail attachment with the built-in QD in red.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to go on the bottom of my little Red Riding Hood build and hold the bipod. And then I'll have the QD attachment there all in one piece for a sling. And then I ordered and then I ordered 2 different muzzle brakes. I ordered one that's meant for like 3-gun, where the port's at the on the very top of it. It's like a regular 3-chambered muzzle brake, but the port's on the top, like the 3, like how like you've seen like the generic 3-chambered muzzle brakes with like the 3 holes on top, right? It's like the most common.
Yeah, I've got one on my 7.62.
Yeah, it's like the most common muzzle brake. Well, these 3 holes, instead of being directly on top, they're at like on a 45-degree angle on top to the brake, coming out to the right, so to prevent you from like the gun kicking up into the right. It's supposed to be for like 3-gun shit. So I got one of those. Be
So you're
curious.
still looking for a logo or something for your Little Red Riding Hood rifle.
Yeah, like I need something that's not too detailed that can be laser engraved. Like basically like an outline or you know, like I don't need like colors or anything because it's going to be laser engraved. So I don't care about like the color or shading or anything like that.
Well, if it's gonna be engraved, you'd need like a black and white vector,
yeah, exactly.
wouldn't you?
Yep. And
I don't know, have you
I have a
thought
program
something
that'll
kinda-
turn. I have a program that'll turn pictures kind of into a black and white like outline thing. But then if there's too much shading, it can totally still fuck it up. So like the simpler the better, basically. And I want something like basically like Little Red Riding Hood, like holding an AR-15 or something like that's like the something like that, you know, like.
So are you talking Little Red Riding Hood or Mature Little Red Riding Hood?
The what?
Okay, so are you talking like little, as in child Little Red Riding Hood, or kind of like the adult or more feminine Little Red
Oh,
Riding Hood?
like the anime version of Little Red Riding Hood. Like I don't know.
Think Halloween.
Probably more the
Little Red
adult.
Riding Hood. You have sexy Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, probably like more like maybe like at the like the high school cheerleader Little Red Riding Hood. Like I don't know, like something like that. Like probably more like the adult. Yeah.
I don't know. Could you take something like the what the hell are they called? The are they like Trucker Girl mud flap thing, and just kind of add like a little hood or cloak to that? And it's just kind
that
of
might
like
be an idea.
holding kind of like, you know, because it's kind of towards back and on the side. If you just have her kind of holding the gun like that, because usually it's the 2 arms back, so 1 arm back and gun up like that.
Yeah, that might work. I didn't even think of that. Like I've been all over Google image search, like typed in Little Red Riding Hood rifle, Little Red Riding Hood AR-15, and I'll tell you what, when you type that in on Google image search, by the time you get to like page 5 and 6, it gets fucking weird, man. Like it's like, okay,
welcome to the internet.
Yeah, like I'm done looking. Like,
Oh, I thought the family filter was just crap. It was actually protecting me. All right.
But yeah, I want something like that. I want a picture like that, like because this is like a special build for me. It's not one of my regular cheap builds, so you know I'm spending a lot more money on fucking parts and bullshit, and doing a lot nicer of a build. So it's gonna like this is hopefully going to turn into like my main coyote gun and replace my bolt action. So.
Okay.
Like we have like an artist or some type of person like that who does all sorts of printing and shit. Like, you know, who could probably like fucking like Photoshop me something and make something on gun channels, but
True, but we're not completely sure if he exists or not.
exactly.
What are you trying to do?
Like, I might even send him like an HK mag for his ISIS gun. Like, if he did something like that, that might even be worth like a mag.
Concentration.
What are you talking about?
oxygen.
Very. How did you word it there, Fine? Like an outline or a very black and white, simple outline of like a little Red Riding Hood holding an AR-15.
Oh,
Okay. Control A, Control C. Let me.
like that one Salt Girl that has the umbrella and she's got the AR.
That might be a little too detailed.
Like a
Okay, I just.
flap chick.
Yeah, like that, like something like that mud flap chick, but like holding an AR, and like instead of her
Yeah.
arms being back, maybe like the AR's like resting up on her knees and she's like shooting it forward or just holding it up or something. But then she'd have to have like a cloak on because you'd have to know it's like Little Red Riding Hood and not just some chick. Like, so she definitely needs like the hood thingy on, and then she needs an AR somehow into it. But just very simple, nothing detailed or colored, or because it's all going to be laser engraved, so it has to be like just an outline, like something real simple.
Oh, I don't think Flippy can handle that. I don't think he can do it.
Like that
Of course
would be
not, it
worth
doesn't
like
exist.
a mag, like a good, like a sweet fucking picture, like what I'm looking for. Like I would like buy one of those HK mags that he wants.
Okay, let's try. Okay, there's a vector or a monochrome vector of an M4.
Oh, okay. Is that what you call it, monochrome?
Yeah, where it's just the black, because in school we had to do something similar for milling or for one of our CNC mills. Basically, it was crap. What the hell was the name of the program? Mastercam. You could import a photo of something, and it would kind of draw the vectors. But in order for it to work really well, it had to be nice, clear, defined, basically black and white and monochrome. It couldn't have any of the grays in between them. Yeah, kind of like fuck's his name? Sin City, Frank Miller, the comic where it's just the black and white. There's no gray in between.
Monochrome, Little Red Riding Hood. Like I can find a ton of pictures like of her like carrying like the little basket of food, So like basically just I just need to replace that basket with like the AR. Like
And I know there's I don't know. I know I've seen photos where it's kind of been, what would you call it, kind of the darker side, or the, this is what would have happened if Little Red Riding Hood had a gun kind of photos. But
You said you want it walking or standing there?
That's not that important to me, whether she's sitting or walking or whatever. I just want people to like see that it's basically a girl in like a hoodie or the cloak or whatever, so they can put two and two together that it's like Little Red Riding Hood, and then somehow incorporate like an AR-15, like whether she's just holding it or aiming it, like I'm not too concerned about all those details. I just want to basically like get Little Red Riding Hood with an AR-15 somehow, like whatever is easiest, I guess. And I'm not good enough with like Photoshop and all that stuff to like make my own. Like definitely not. I don't have any kind of artistic talent at all in my body. Like I can't even paint a wall white like with a roller, so. Oh, now see, this would be badass. Like this right here in the side, like if she just had an AR instead of the basket, like that would be fucking like great. Like I'd be okay with that. Like it has like the wolf, and it's just like real plain general. Like I'd be okay with that. It doesn't have to be anything too fancy or too special or.
What is that from?
I have no idea. It's just Google image search. I like right now I'm searching under the title of monochrome Little Red Riding Hood with rifle. And this one here is actually really badass. Like this one would be perfect, but it's just like way too detailed. Like I would never be able to like laser engrave all that, and then like I would need to turn that into like monochrome or something.
yeah, you'd have to basically build it from the ground up if you did like the outline and then just kind of concentrated on like the main details of the hood or the hood and cloak and the AR.
Oh shit, like here's one, like she has like a rifle in her hand and she's like riding the wolf. Like there's some like really cool ones, man, but they're like, and then there's some even like real life photo ones. Holy shit.
Can you see my screen?
Let's see here. Okay.
Does that one work?
Yeah.
So you don't want this wolf and shit, right? So I just go, this is Adobe Illustrator. I can't get it to come over here. Whatever version of Adobe Illustrator this is. So then you go to image trace, and if you just do it normal, it just smoothed all the edges and shit and made it what we're talking about, kind of. And then you expand. Yeah. And then when you expand it, it makes every one of these a little vector. So now I'm going to go click on it somewhere, and I'm going to tell it to ungroup so that every one of these vectors is an individual thing. So I'll take the background and kill it, and now I'll go, you don't want this wolf, right? So now he's gone. All the white part of him is gone. This shit is gone. And then now we can see what's left of her. We got some spots over here we'll get rid of.
Oh, holy shit. So you can like pick out that gift basket and take it out.
If we wanted to. But you want her to have a basket, otherwise it ain't Red Riding Hood, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So like what, put the AR in her other hand or something?
That's what I was thinking. This one kind of lends itself to having an AR in either direction over here. She can either be kind of hip firing it, or she can be carrying it muzzle up.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
So you had the picture in here already, right? Was that the AR you wanted? Oh, no, not this one. Wasn't there an AR picture? Yeah, there's this AR picture, right? So I just copy, and then I go over here, and I'm going to make another layer now. And I'm going to call that layer AR-15, even though it's an M4. And then on that layer, I'll paste. Oops. I name that layer. Now I'm going to paste. And then we want it the other way, probably. I don't know if you'd want a line drawing one, right? You don't really want a one, though.
Yeah, probably like the line, like the outline of one. That's fucking cool, man. Holy shit.
So
I don't even know if I have Adobe Illustrator on my computer. I don't even know if it came with it.
no,
Right.
it's a monthly fee now.
Oh.
So here's a fucked up, crazy looking one with a Magpul in it. Here's a weird looking one. Here's, these look stupid. This one would be pretty complicated too. Here's that same one, basically. It must have has a fucking Hogue grip on it and a fucking standard stock. That's kind of stupid. What the hell? Is there no... So this one's at least a little better, right? So we'll copy that. And then chop it in this AR-15 layer again. So it's separate from the rest of her. And then when you have to get it into the program, right now it's just a picture. So if I just hit this, it turned it into that line drawing. We don't want that. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to choose a different one. Let's say sketched. Didn't be good. I'll say shades of gray. Yeah, that's not what we want. I should be able to get it to silhouette or something. Oops, not silhouette. And then line art. That didn't work. So this is the part you might need somebody who knows more about this shit, because this is the trick right here. It's like learning how to get this. So it's right there. Or maybe I should just go find a line drawing more. I'm gonna go get that stupid M4 looking one. Even though it's stupid. So this one, when you kill it, it should just turn into what we want. And now I'll expand it, and then I'll group it. And I'll start. Well, first I guess I should move it over here. Group it. Kill that back part. Hard. In there. In there. What else am I missing? This little piece. And the trigger. Inside of there. So take the rest of it there. Oh, you see what though? It's fucked up. It's the wrong way. I'm gonna have to turn her around. If I turn the gun around, it's not right anymore. You know what I mean? The fucking church. You'll be on the wrong side and shit. So
yeah, you'd have to flip horizontally.
So I'll have to flip her. Oops. Flip her only. So I'm reflecting that vertical. So now she's hanging out that way. I'll add it again. Group it. So now it's all one big object. And I think this will keep it scaled. Yeah. And then you get somebody to clean all this shit up. I got the basics down, but I ain't no fucking expert on this shit.
Oh man, it seems like you're an
Don't
expert
you,
to me. Holy shit.
Looks
And
pretty
so
cool to me.
Yeah. When you just move the AR-15 layer behind that one, I know it should should be like opaque, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
because you see how it all disappeared behind her, but it's
So this is a vector though, so like this isn't a drawing anymore. Like this is just a bunch of mathematical equations that make these curves and these lines. So you can put this into like a fucking engraver or into whatever. I just fucked it up, but I didn't take enough of it. So I do. I'm gonna go find whatever the fuck was laying around over here. So that's about, I'm scaling it off of her fingers there, right? So I'm thinking that's about the right scale. Does that look like what you're talking about, though?
Yeah, dude, exactly what I'm talking about. That's fucking like anyone who saw that would be like, oh, that's like Little Red Riding Hood. Like, she's got the cloak, she's got the basket, and she's got the gun. Like, that's fucking perfect.
Somehow I got this little piece from over here. Oh, probably when I flipped her, huh?
yeah.
And a shit ton of undos. And this is where when people are better at this shit, they'll not have to waste all this time. So now I'll move that fucker over there. I'll grab all of her. And lift her ass over there. Check her up over here again. Yeah, now I got her towel thing or whatever the fuck it was.
Dude, that looks like perfect, man. Like, that's like, and I could even like, I think I could even laser engrave all that. Like,
With your engraver?
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I bought a 1 foot by 1 foot piece of red anodized aluminum sheet. And that's what I'm going to engrave it on. And then I'm going to cut it out. And I'm just going to, like,
So
I
if
don't
you
know, maybe somehow affix it, like epoxy or something, right to the mag wall on the AR.
all this.
I was gonna say the
You
blank
might
on the you were gonna cut it out and paste it on there. Okay.
I was gonna say, would you rather have it like this for your machine though, so it's not trying to fucking, it's just got the black?
Yeah, because it'll be, well, everything will be, well, I don't know, like, yeah, because everything will be red basically, except for like, all it's going to do is draw the lines. Like, it's not going to do any shading or anything like that. So, like, basically all it's going to do is just draw the lines off of that. So, and the background I'll be putting it on my program that came with my laser engraver is white. So it's not going to see any of that white. All it's going to see is just the black lines. That's all it's going to read.
Well, if I save it as like a JPEG or whatever, then you'll just get.
Could you save it as a PDF?
I can save it as a PDF. How about a PNG? That's
Because
or you want it to be a vector?
yeah, because usually if you save it as a JPEG or that, it'll convert it back into a pixel form, but the PDFs will usually keep the vectors.
Well, I probably wouldn't export it then. I would probably just. There's probably one in here for that.
Would it be export?
That's what I was just doing. Export turns it into pictures, but there's like save as, and I can probably change it to like a PDF or you might want other things though, because aren't some of these machine files?
No.
Well, anyway, there's a PDF version of it, and there's like 1,000 different kind of PDFs. So if your machine needs some specific type of file, just let me know, and I'll just save it as whatever file you need. Throw me an email.
I'm looking right now at what kind of files that I've already printed, what they were. And like, let's see, this one was a properties. think will tell me what it is. A JPG file. Yeah.
All right.
So a JPEG. So that's what I've already printed off of is JPEG, I guess.
This is a massive JPEG, by the way. So like this white part, I'm pretty sure was a piece of paper. So that's like a pretty big JPEG file. So if it's not big enough, all I got to do is, make it as big as I want over here. So I can save it again for you if you want it. If you need it bigger than that. But then give me an email and we'll just email it to you right now.
Let's see here. Awesome, man. That is so sweet, dude. Like that just, yeah. Like that just got that
was
done.
quite impressive.
Yeah, like he did that so fast, didn't he? That would have taken me like a month to do. Like, and it probably wouldn't have been as good. Like,
That was impressive.
holy shit. Technology, man. Like, I wish I was better at computers like that and running all those different programs and shit. Like, I struggle with that. You start talking to me about like different like file types and shit like that. Like, I don't know. Like, okay. Like, I had to look to see what it was I've already printed off. Like,
Well, I'll attach the different types because the what do you call it? That PDF is a better, like it's an actual mathematical equation more than a just a photo or a big ass picture of the file. So anyway, it should do better.
I think the laser carving program I have, I think I remember it saying that it does like 4 or 5 different types of files.
I would
So I
say
don't think, yeah, so I think I can put, I'm not sure all which ones. I know for sure I've already done JPEG ones, but I think I remember it saying like, oh, you can like put these 4 or 5 different types. It'll read like all these. So I just can't remember all which ones.
That's definitely a good picture, G Webs. I just think the smile on Little Red is a little too friendly. She needs some fangs.
No, like that's like she's like enjoying herself. She's like, you know. I think
It's
that's
the
like-
PG-13 version.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. It doesn't got to be anything like raunchy or anything. Like, no, I just want it to be like, I just want it to be noticeable. Like, oh, that's Little Red Riding Hood. I did that. That's all I want people to think when they see that. I just want them to think, oh, Little Red Riding Hood. That's it. They don't have to think sexy Little Red Riding Hood. They don't have to think, you know, anything else other than just Little Red Riding Hood. That's all I was trying to go for, and that was like absolutely perfect. I'm going to use that like exact one. That's what's going on my gun.
Oh, you're gonna
Gee,
cut.
and you didn't have to send an.
You're gonna cut through the anodizing yourself.
Yeah, I bought the red. I bought a sheet of 1 foot by 1 foot red anodized aluminum, and I'm going to practice on it because engraving aluminum is a lot harder than like the polymer I've been practicing on. So I'm going to practice on it and then do it for real, and then cut it out, and then it's going to go over the magwell on my AR. Because that's what's going to be, because I'm building a special AR right now that I'm calling Little Red Riding Hood because it has all like little it has all anodized red accessories, or you know, so, and it's going to be like my coyote hunting gun.
Oh man, I don't like to promote fucking dog killing.
Coyote? They're not dogs.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Fucking puppies.
I love dogs. But
I feel like
they're not
you
dogs.
should have a Big Bad Wolf inspired AR for that test.
Yeah, I don't want to hunt wolf. To me, wolf's like too much like a dog. Like but the coyote to me are not fucking dogs at all. They're not. No.
No, like a huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down theme.
Man, they're talking
like-
here tonight.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong nursery rhyme going.
The 3 Little Pigs? No.
The Big Bad Wolf is a reoccurring character in all of the Grimm's fairy tales. Hence why they're nearly extinct.
No. Like they say that they're overrun up here now in Cache Valley, and that they're like starting to like come back after like from coming out of Yellowstone, and they're starting to like hurt like the rancher shit. And I don't really care about that. I'm like, oh, like you're gonna like have your shit up there, and your like cattle ranch or whatever. You're gonna have that in their territory. Like you're gonna like you should just expect that. Like it's a write-off basically. Like and they already get like reimbursed from the government. Like every single like cow they lose or anything they lose, they get reimbursed by the government, and then they're still bitching about it. Like I don't know. I don't want to hunt wolf. Nope, that's not for me. But coyote, oh fuck yeah, those things are a menace.
Problem we have here, we have coyote, but there is nothing bigger to prey on the coyotes, so the coyotes are taking over.
That's how it is here. We're totally overrun with coyotes. That's why there's an actual bounty that the county pays on them. So we actually get paid for hunting coyote. But they are just so overrun here that they like will literally trot down our neighborhood streets at night, like right down our streets, and like come get our dogs and cats and get into our trash cans and.
Well, now, whether it's a conspiracy theory or whatever, but they say that the state DNR planted them because the insurance companies was having so many deer claims.
No, I think that you're right that there's nothing preying on the coyote. And the coyote comes in cycles here.
Why
It'll
don't
be
you
every 3 or 4 years with the rabbit.
just think of them as gangs? So just treat them the same way you treat a gang. Stay in your house and leave them alone. Leave them do their business. And be happy that they don't mess with you. They don't mess with you. But if they do mess with you, then just go with it because it's the way that that's nature.
But you're right.
Every once in a while, a child or a dog gets eaten by a coyote. Big deal.
Luckily, my dogs let me know when they're around in the neighborhood. My dogs start to freak out. Like they can smell them or something like, and they just really start to freak the fuck out.
I just opened my door and man, they're bawling tonight.
Yeah,
I
my
just heard
mini
a bunch
pin.
of them.
My mini pin will be barking like at nothing and just running to the door and barking, running to the back door, barking, and like I'll go outside and like I don't see nothing, and I'll stand out there for a minute. Then all of a sudden you see something move in one of the neighbors' yards, and yeah, it's a coyote, like trying to get the neighbor's cat underneath the car.
So you're just going to shoot that thing right out of your neighbor's yard, is that right?
Well, with the pellet rifle, I will. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. So that just limps off into the night.
You don't think a 22 caliber pellet rifle traveling over 1,000 feet per second takes care of a coyote? No, trust me, they do.
Three S's.
I would just befriend the thing and try and pet it and maybe feed it a little dinner.
Now, I'm convinced, like, when you hear about those hikers, they're like, oh, like, so-and-so went hiking. He's been on this trail 1,000 times before, and he didn't come home. Like, I'm convinced, like, that guy, like, fell, broke his ankle, and then, like, coyotes came and ate his ass. Like, like, as he was trying to crawl back to his car or waiting for help. Like, they
are more or less scavengers.
They can be pretty brazen at times, man. Maybe it depends on what their food supply is like or how hungry they are, but they can be very brazen and like literally come right up to you and until you shoot at them once, and then they're really smart. Then they know, like, especially like a lot of people will take pop shots at them, like right out of cars and stuff, and like then they become really skittish forever. And every time they see a car, they automatically know what's up. They're like, oh no, I'm gone. That's why you can't hunt with your car anywhere around you now. Like you pretty much have to walk like a couple miles away from your car for coyote. Because if they even see a car just sitting there, they won't even come around.
I went
They
to
do
a
seem
hunting
to come out
seminar.
right at dusk.
You went to a hunting seminar?
I went to a hunting seminar, and that guy always carried a white sheet in his vehicle. Alongside of the road or something, especially if there's snow on the ground, he would cover his vehicle with that white sheet.
Yeah, that's
Coyotes
smart.
The coyotes would recognize his vehicle setting there.
Coyote are smart, man. They really are. They're pretty smart. But they're definitely no like wolf or anything, man. They're just
That's because they're dogs.
wolf.
They're dogs on crack.
And just dogs that run around living their own life. You just don't like that they live outside of your rules.
No, that's Sasquatch.
Sasquatch
Now-
is a giant monkey living his own rules.
Now, if you saw a Bigfoot, like let's say you're out hunting deer, if you saw a Bigfoot, would you like try and take it? If you're like, I wouldn't, because the first thing I would think is that it was just some guy in a suit. That's what I would think. But I know so many
No,
people.
because I don't want to come on here the day after and hear that somebody shot Bob.
But I will say I've had coyotes go by my deer blind before, and I've took shots at them.
I sat there when I was turkey hunting and the coyote walked right past me.
I've had them come into turkey calls. I think that attracts them, actually.
Probably does. I just enjoyed his majesty and then let him go on into his fulfilled life.
And I have this, what is it, like James or something Stewart, whatever that professional hunter's name, like Jimmy Stewart or James Stewart or something like that, like the Fox Pro 2 electronic collar. And it has that one rabbit call that sounds like it's a fucking baby crying. And that's just the most eerie thing, man. Like, I can't stand that call. Like, I won't even use it because I just, that it sounds like there's a fucking like baby crying out there, man. I can't handle that.
And the last few pheasant I've shot have no tail feathers, so I'm sure they've been chased by coyotes.
Or cats or something. I don't know.
But pheasant in our area is getting quite extinct anyway, which we used to have real good pheasant hunting, and that's went down very badly.
Where at?
I'm in southern Michigan.
Because pheasant was not natural here, I thought, right? It comes from Europe or some shit, or Africa.
Nope. It comes from Asia, and it was actually released, I think, first in Minnesota in like 1858 or something like that.
Because we don't even have them out here. I mean, you got it like farms or whatever, but not regular, like just living out here.
We do. We have pheasant and chuckers and stuff.
When I first bought this property, we had all kinds of pheasant, but the last few years I haven't been able to kick any up.
Do you use dogs?
No, my dog's worthless.
Just use cats.
Yeah.
My dog's a pet to the wife and kids. It's worthless for a hunting animal.
Thing with the cat, though, it'll find it and keep it and bury it, and you won't find it ever. Too heavy.
But really, my two hunting seasons are deer and turkey. I love spring turkey hunting.
What's the bag limit on spring where you're at? Is it 2?
Just one.
What about fall?
You're allowed one in the fall also. But in the fall, it can be a female either.
I've gone out a few times. I've never seen any. Never shot at any. I'd like to shoot a wild turkey someday.
I never thought I would get so excited as I do in the spring when they're talking to you and you're calling them and making them talk back to you. The first time I went, I was so excited I could hardly shoot my gun when they came in.
I only ever see them when it ain't season. Then they walk all the fuck around all brazenly, and then they know it's season and they fucking leave. They boogie into the reservations around here.
But there's something about having them talk back to you that really excites me.
I've had them talk to me, but that's, and I've seen, I found their poop before during season. That's the closest I've gotten.
I've had them walk right by my house here in the city, just strutting along, you know, checking out this side of the street, that side of the street,
So that wouldn't,
crossing traffic, being
wouldn't-
all like, yeah, you can't shoot me. You live in a city.
that wouldn't happen if you had coyotes running around.
I know. Well, that could be our problem. Yeah.
You gotta deal with turkey poop everywhere and a bunch of all the turkeys running around.
Well, all we got to do is push the gangs out and then let the coyotes take over, and we'll be set. We won't have this fucking turkey problem every so often.
Nah, use the coyotes to do that for you. Let's start releasing a couple rabid ones into their turfs and take care of itself.
So, does anybody know where buckwheat comes from?
The Little Rascals.
Seed. You buy seed, you can plant it.
These soba noodles that I'm cooking right now, I just discovered came from Australia.
What is buckwheat? Is that just like a special type of wheat?
Apparently, it's certified kosher,
That's all it is?
certified organic. Organic wheat flour, organic buckwheat flour. Yeah, special, very special.
I really don't know what it is. I'm sure it's a form of wheat. There's all kinds of varieties of wheat.
So, like, the Hillary ads have been going nonstop all day. I haven't seen one single Trump ad on TV, but I've literally probably seen a dozen Hillary ads today on TV.
All right,
Anyone
let's
else
take
noticing
bets
that?
right now. I bet you she passes out within the first half of the debate.
You think she'll show up for the debate?
I'm good for $50 on passing out in the first half of the debate.
They'll be giving her, like, they'll be pumping her full of drugs so she can, like, stay awake through that shit.
I'm thinking she's going down early and she's going down hard.
That would be nice. Like, what would happen? Like, honestly, like during the debate, like, you know, half an hour into it, she like goes down. Like, what would people do with it? Like,
Yeah.
I think that might make more people vote for her. Like, oh, sympathy vote. I don't know.
I'm thinking like eyes roll over, face into the podium, and then there's a hard cut to a commercial.
There's not supposed to be any commercials in it. It's supposed to be commercial free for an hour and a half.
How is that possible? I've heard the same thing. I just don't see how that is possible on TV or a cable or the internet. Like, how can you go 90 minutes without somebody trying to sell you something? I don't get it.
They are selling us something. Our freedom.
They selling it or taking it away?
Seems more like a ransom.
I still wonder if she'll actually not come up with some kind of an excuse and back out.
Nah, she's too brazen to back out. Like, I don't think she's afraid of Trump.
She should be.
But all day, all I've seen is like I've seen like probably 3 different Hillary commercials, but the same one that keeps playing over and over again is like the one about how, like, do you really want this guy as president, like, of your daughters? Because it shows all these clips of like Donald Trump from like probably 30 years ago being like, oh yeah, like she's flat chested and of course she's ugly and she's not a 10, and it's just all these like pulling out these little cute little like quotes out of context and then replaying them, you know, like they're giving them no context whatsoever. And like, oh, like basically say, no, look, like Trump's like a woman hating, you know, chauvinist pig, you know, so like you don't want this guy as the president of your daughter. Like that. Have you guys seen that commercial?
I don't get too into that because, I mean, they could find a commercial of me doing things like that years ago too. When you're a kid, you do crazy things.
I feel like if I saw that commercial, it would make me want to vote for Hillary.
Oh, yeah. Just actually saw one today, and I don't remember who the hell's chat we were talking about it, of Hillary eating children, but the ad was all for the sake of your children, and it ended with a stock photo of her surrounded by children, and I just couldn't help but think, is that her lunch or just a snack?
Well, yeah, that's one of the other commercials I've seen today. It's all about Hillary being like, it shows her from like probably 30 years ago being like, I'm fighting for the children. And then it shows her like 20 years ago and like, I'm all about the children. Then it shows her 10 years ago, I'm all about the children. And then it shows her like yesterday.
I must have their blood.
Yeah, it shows her like yesterday and she's like, I've always been about the children. Like,
How do you think I haven't died after selling my soul to Satan? And I killed it.
But I will say I'm interested to see how things go tomorrow night. Tomorrow night might be fun.
I'm really liking how like every single video I play on YouTube is the ad for the video is by the NRA though. Like almost every single one. Like every video I click on, it's like the NRA ad.
It's
So,
been like that for a while though.
Yeah, it's true. One of the videos that I seem to be seeing a lot on Instagram is Hillary talking about how she should be 50 points ahead. And I've watched it a few times and I don't understand, like, what is she talking about? Is that important? Do I need to pay more attention to that video? Have you guys seen this?
Why am I not 50 points ahead, you might ask?
It's because of all the deplorables and half of America is racist.
I got in an argument the other day on some guy from the NRA though. It was a video I'd clicked on that said black guns matter. The representative from the NRA, the announcer, keep calling an AR-15 an assault rifle. And I sent him an email and I asked him, why did you not correct her right off the bat? He said, well, I wanted to get to the main subject of the interview. I didn't want to start an argument over that. You start an argument over the first thing that she says wrong.
So what is 50 points? I can't even gauge what that is. Is that like one state out of 50? Or is that like, somebody tell me what the hell 50 points is? Is that part of the problem? Is that nobody really knows what 50 points is?
Like, is that just an arbitrary number, or does it have some?
Yeah,
sort of, I don't know.
it's like some just random numbers she just fucking flipped out on.
I suspect she just pulled the Trump, right? And she probably just doesn't even recognize when she is going to have distractors. She probably really thinks she's like the shit, and she figures she's always talking to a good crowd or something. So she probably was comfortable and was thinking like, just talking off the top of her head. So I don't think it. I don't know.
I think by the 50 points, she meant that she should have 100% of the country's vote.
Yeah, like a comfortable.
Because
lead.
she's like at 40 something.
Yeah, I don't know if they like look at last year's swing or something, or if they look at like how many, like they think Democrat voters make up what part of the voting pool or something, or like how they come up with that 50 points. Because she's greedy. Why didn't she just say, how come I'm not 100 points ahead or whatever the fuck?
Well, I think that's really what she was referring to, that she should be 100 points ahead.
Okay, so bring me up to speed now. These are delegates, or there's a total of 300 points, or what's the deal with this?
That's what I mean. I don't even know what the fuck the point is. What the fuck that's supposed to be like.
It's an arbitrary number. It's just, like, a statistic of, 10% of blah, blah, blah are evil. Or blah, blah, blah. It's, I don't know. Just bullshit numbers.
And really, the popular vote does not matter because everything is done by the Electoral College. And really, there's only half a dozen states that she has to win. But Trump is kicking her ass in a bunch of those.
Yeah, let's just hope he doesn't fuck it up.
So what are the details of the debate tomorrow? I'm sure it's at prime time. Where is it?
I don't even know.
Yeah, only thing I know about is that Matt's going to be doing his politic podcast tomorrow, and he's going to be doing a live commentary on it, I think.
I don't really know where the debate's being held.
Here in Utah right now, it's in the polls. It's showing Trump's ahead by 11.5. So I don't know how much that is, but that's how much it is in Utah that he's ahead by. So I don't know how they work all those numbers. I have no idea.
He's a little bit behind here in Michigan. Push Detroit into the river, he'd probably be winning Michigan. Detroit is a big
Well, I think
Democratic area.
I think that's pretty much true for most of the states. Push Detroit into the river, no more Democrats. Push the Twin Cities off a cliff, no more Democrats.
I think that's a great initiative. Let's all get behind Push Detroit into the river 2016.
I mean, it's already so polluted, it can't hurt it anymore.
Yeah, you don't want to drink the water.
No, but we might be able to bottle it as a ecologically friendly and all-natural paint thinner.
It really shouldn't be that difficult. We can just push one person at a time and grab Smeggy and bring him behind enemy lines and just continue to push the rest of the people until they're all downriver. Where will they end up? That's the question.
What part of Michigan is Smeggy in?
We washed out to sea. He's in Detroit.
Thought.
Well, it's just simple. As we're processing people for the river, if we see a snowman, get him in a freezer truck and get him out of there.
Can we push Chicago into the lake while we're at it?
Works for me. That's where my income is determined, is in Chicago. So if it was gone, maybe I'd make more money.
Anybody have a CCW topic for us for this week?
I got delayed because I didn't have a CCW. I bought a Kimber last night at the gun club, and they delayed me again. Such a pain in the ass, dude. I mean, yeah, I can wait 3 days, but it just seems like I've been through so many damn background checks, and I go through like a background check like literally every 24 hours from Homeland.
So there's a good topic. CCWs for expediting firearms purchases.
Yeah, that's what I think it would be actually.
So you were delayed, or it just took too long that they just said you were delayed?
No, so what happens every time like I go and buy a gun? It's happened probably about 8 or 9 times. In California, when I lived in California, it was no really big deal because I mean you get delayed anyways because of the 10-day waiting period. But you know, in Arizona, when you go and buy a gun, it's instantaneously. Like it just happens like in 20 minutes if your background clears. I have a clear background, but what sometimes happens is you get delayed and there is no rhyme or reason. It happens. Like you could be I mean, I remember hearing like about this one case. There was it was like a 2-star general, active duty, and he got delayed.
Pretty much anybody with a top secret or above is going to get it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it's because of the way they do it, though. So the option would be to have them do it at some kind of fucking database, and then they'd have a database of all gun owners. So it's a necessary hiccup of making them do it, like, let's say, the old-fashioned way.
True.
I guess what I was getting at is I was at a gun show this weekend, and I stopped at a couple shops, and it's like every FFL at the gun show, and the 2 shops that I stopped at, NICS was down for 2 hours. And was it last month? Same gun shop, another FFL as well. NICS was down for a couple hours. So whether volume is just up so high, or whether they're kind of just throttling every damn it. There we go, wrong button. Or if they're just kind of throttling the system until the first debate or until the election is done.
So yeah, that's part of my idea for the topic is some states will waive a background check if you have a CCW permit and knowing that you get checked on that permit every month. I think Utah does a background check on every permit holder every month.
I've never heard of that.
Well, Google it.
Yeah, I've never heard of that, but I know that we don't have to do background checks when we go buy a gun. We just show them our CCW and it's have a good day.
Yeah, that's what I was told by a certified instructor.
Who's talking movies? Kitten.
Do you have an Arizona CCW permit, Brandon?
I have the paperwork all filled out, but I haven't mailed it in yet. I actually don't know what the process is to do that. I don't know where I send it. So, I believe I send it to DPS, but I don't know if I go by a DPS station or if I send it in or I forgot.
Send it in.
Because I'm tired of getting delayed, man. That's FUBAR.
Fine was talking in the external about CCW badges, and I have a concept that's a little bit more than just a badge, but it's the banner. And the first class that I took actually recommended that you get one of these deployable banners that is a yellow ribbon that goes over the shoulder and it can say security. And it's basically like a visual that don't, for law enforcement, that don't shoot this guy. He's one of us.
Yeah, but how easy could those things be mimicked? You know what I mean, or copied?
That would be devious.
And I don't know how it is in all states, but like in my state, a police officer knows you have a CCW before he ever comes up to your car because it's recorded with your license plate.
Yeah, of course. I'm just talking about an active shooter situation, which is probably the greatest threat to a CCW permit holder, is, being in the middle, in the crossfire, so to say.
Oh, you mean like, so if you're assisting and the police show up and you're like, oh, it's okay, CCW.
Or if you're taking cover and they roll up, and that kind of shit is like, usually I'm imagining, because I don't have any experience, but I'm imagining they're looking for someone with a uniform, somebody, with a kit, whatever the case may be. Like, I think those badges are just as stupid as fuck. But a bright yellow banner, that signifies something.
A bright yellow banner, what do you mean?
Have you taken a CCW course?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so it's it's one of these things that it's like...
it's like what a crossing guard would wear. It's like...
Right. It's like a crossing guard banner that deploys out of a little pouch you wear on your belt.
Huh.
Like what you'd have if you were going to have to deploy a little reflective bandolier, strap that goes from your hip up across your shoulder and back with a reflective tape on it for traffic control or something.
Oh, got you, like the MP?
Yeah, like what an MP would wear, except it's like a little tape measure type of roll. It kind of comes out of a little dispenser on your hip, and then it goes up and around and back to the dispenser.
That's about it.
Most of the time, most of the instructors I've dealt with that have anything to say about it are anti using it or having it, and I think it has to do with being perceived as impersonation. So even though your intent might be one thing, you're there to be aware of what your witnesses are going on, and there's a lot of subtleties, and then when cops show up, and it's no guarantee of nothing, and it's just a little, I don't know. I wouldn't say I've heard everything only bad about it, but mostly the fancier, larger, and more experienced instructors, I'd say, are anti the concept.
Yeah.
Absolutely everybody is anti the badge one. For some reason, they make those badges that say CCW. Nobody is in favor of those. I've never met anybody in favor of those.
I have no idea what they're for. That doesn't make your CCW validated. I have no idea what those are made for. I guess it's a trinket or something.
Well, it's funny too, because who in their right mind as a citizen would pull out a badge and wave it in the cop's face? But that actually may be the one thing that they would recognize just off the cuff and not shoot you.
I don't know. Coming from a law enforcement point of view, if I was responding to a call of an active shooter scenario and I saw some guy coming up to me with a badge and stuff like that, waving it in my face with a gun, I would still have him, I don't know who he is. I don't know where he got that. I don't know him from Adam. I'm showing up to a call with an active shooter scenario. So that's when,
right. Presumably, you've already reholstered the gun whatever you need to do. I don't really buy into this thing of just dropping the gun when the cops come. Like I don't understand that whole concept of
Simple.
Drop.
Cops are looking for someone with a gun who's shooting people.
Yeah,
you have
I
a
get
gun
it,
in your
but
hand.
you need
They're
to have
gonna
enough
want to shoot you,
foresight.
probably.
You need to have enough foresight to be able to
Simple. The
reholster
cops
your
are
gun.
there. You do what they say. You drop to the ground. They tell you to fucking
You know,
drop to the ground.
they're
you
not
drop
going to
to
do
the
that.
ground.
They're going to shoot you. They're going to shoot you. They're not going to say.
You take that fucking risk then if you intervene with an active shooter scenario.
Yeah,
You take that risk.
yeah,
anytime
exactly.
you have a
I'm
gun on
just
your
saying
person.
the concept of like it's in the movies where drop the gun, motherfucker. Like that's never going to happen. They're just going to shoot you if you've got a gun. So
No, they're
you
not.
need to be able to foresee the future, and
They might.
if and
Never
when
say never.
law
There's
enforcement comes on scene, you need to be able to
Rarely.
reholster that gun and
No
conceal it.
shoot first by training, so that's not at all the case.
Matter is surrendering power. The minute the police show up, you surrender your power to the police.
Yeah, it's all about how you like acknowledge their presence, and you're doing it as a good guy. They're able to perceive that. I mean, obviously, there's going to be situations that are insanely fast or something, but not extremes or not including extremes. You can manage a situation just like any other situation.
I'm just thinking about the one training
You should
company
be aware
that.
of your surroundings. So when police show up, they're going to probably have flashing lights, sirens, stuff like that. And if you know they're coming and they're close, that's when you maybe should think about reholstering your sidearm
Yeah.
or something
Yeah,
like that.
it seems just so obvious that people get hung up on this concept, but there is a training company that makes you drop your gun in the dirt to simulate what would happen if the police came on scene. And I'm not going to be sitting there with my gun drawn, waiting for the police when the police are already there. I'm going to have reholstered it and assumed a much less threatening position. Now, granted, if I absolutely need to have that gun trained on somebody, I'm going to make contact with the police like before they show up and say, drop it. I'm going to be on the phone, or I'm going to have a hand in the air, or I'm going to be waving some fake badge maybe. But yeah, and just to assume it's going to be a life and death situation, you've got to drop that gun, or else you're going to get shot. With the way things have been going from what I see, you're already shot.
Well, and that's part of my CCW class. One of the instructors I said is, you get the phone, you have her patched to the responding officer, and you talk the responding officer into the situation. You let him know what it is before he ever gets there.
Yeah, I mean, presumably the guys on the ground, you've got your gun trained on them, the low ready. Blue and red shows up. Okay, I don't need to be training my gun on this guy anymore because there's like 5 officers coming with their guns drawn. I'm going to reholster, and I'm going to assume a non-threatening position. Hands up, maybe.
No, you ask the officer how you handle the situation and let him tell you what to do.
No, I mean, I'm just saying the gun is a bad thing to
Cops
have
do
in your
not
hands.
like any sudden movements at all.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like
They
just
don't
what
like
Dead
you
Horse
waving
said.
your hand or
You're
doing
going to hear the
anything with your
sirens.
hands.
You're going to see the lights. You're going to be able to predict this within a few seconds. And the whole, what I'm just trying to say is the whole concept of you've got to be able to drop your gun at a moment's notice. It's bullshit.
Okay, so you're pulling Yankee examples that handpicked to justify your position. So now you're in the same situation that you're perceiving there, except all of a sudden a cop shows up from around a corner that you didn't expect. Now you've got a gun in your hand, trained on that, in the low ready on that guy, and he says, drop it. You're gonna fucking fart around because you never dropped a gun before?
Well,
Or are you
I
gonna-
don't know who he is, first of all, and he's probably already shot me. But yeah, if I can identify he's a cop, I'm of course going to drop my $500 Glock to save my life.
There you go. So that's all the fucking
Mm-hmm.
training is getting over that fucking personal hiccup that a lot of people have, that as an instructor they've perceived and have noticed improvement in their students' abilities once they've overcome that hiccup. There's lots of hiccups that people have that you don't realize until you actually come face to face with them. For example, in a force on force class, the ones I've experienced, they'll have you kind of do the old Texas or the old dueling type of draw where you're about 12 feet away from each other, and the first time you shoot at another person with basically a gun, it's very difficult and you miss. And it's one of those things that you don't think you can miss when you're that close to somebody, but you can definitely miss, and you do it. And then that's something that you have to experience in order to actually understand that it's possible. So that's why those types of things happen in those classes.
And don't statistics show that most shootings are just winging them anyway? That they're not fatal shots?
Most all the time, yeah.
Well, most involving handguns, right? I don't know if it's that way with a rifle.
I think that would mainly be like open carriers. I mean, but I've never heard of a situation where any open carrier was ever shot. Are you guys?
Nope.
Yeah, not that I know. I mean, there's been some pretty close calls, but
Wasn't there an incident where like a guy was open carrying in Walmart and another guy like just ripped the guy's gun out of the holster as like a ha-ha, but the other guy took it as like a serious threat and like wrestled with the gun and then ended up getting shot or something?
yeah, but I meant by police.
No, even by anybody though, you'd know that it's not happening because moms didn't want attention, and Bloomberg pays those people to look for those kind of things, right? They would be jumping all the fuck over it. So if you go to the gun violence place that archives pretty much every off the fucking wall like example that they can possibly come up with to make the numbers look bad, for us, they can only, if you count all of theirs, which I suspect some of those are just normal accidents and other things, there's like maybe dozens in all of their research, like of all, in their whole giant list, there's like maybe dozens. So if that is happening, it's not even happening to a statistical and enough number of times that they're using it against us. And I'm sure they would if they could.
Oh, wow. So Moms Demand Action just made Hillary t-shirts. That's funny. And they have a new one that has a picture of a jackass, a donkey, and it says Buck the NRA, B-U-C-K. That's clever. I guess orange is their new color. And you know what I should do?
Well, orange is the new black.
Right. I should open carry my AR-15 while wearing a Moms Demand Action shirt.
At a Chipotle.
Right?
Mom commit double action.
At a McDonald's.
Wow. They even have like some trendy looking tees. You know, man, that's one thing I gotta give these people. They're well organized.
My bad though. If you walk into a if you walk into a McDonald's while I'm in there with your open carry and your shirt and stuff, I might canoe your fucking head open though. So just watch out though. I might fucking canoe your fucking head open.
What is that supposed to
What, with your 9mm?
What's that supposed to mean? I like this shit. Like, what's that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean?
Bone tomahawk.
It means I'm eating a fucking Big Mac and some guy walks into a fucking McDonald's with an AR. You might get your fucking head smashed open.
Not with a 9mm.
No, I don't carry 9. That's for pussies. I carry a 380.
Yeah, because that bodyguard works so well as a baton.
Yeah, I'll throw that shit at you. Like, yo, fuck it. I might not be able to hit you with that LCP, but I'll throw it at you.
What the?
Are you looking at some of your shit?
Yeah, Guns of August is looking for a magazine carrier to go on his fore end, and I just saw, looking through Google Pictures here, and apparently someone in the firearms blog took a Serpa holster and connected it to the side of their FN Scar, and it looks like a Beretta 92 with a stick mag sticking in it. Let me...
That's an AOW.
I'm gonna order one of these Moms and Man Action t-shirts every time I go to the range. We can't hide from the gun lobby. Bah! How much is a membership?
Did you guys see what Colion Noir posted today? About some, it was like some guy had an argument at a Walmart, and then he went back to his car and he got his AR, and he came back into the Walmart, and a female CCW holder, like walked in a parallel aisle of his, like he was walking with the AR, like after having this fucking argument, and she blew his brains out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. At a fucking Walmart or whatever the fuck it was. Check him out on Instagram.
She must have been carrying a 45.
She absolutely was, dude. I swear to God. It said it in the fucking article. She shot him in his back, arm, and head.
Damn.
Yeah, damn.
She done dusted that dude.
She done fucking blew his brains out, man, in the fucking Walmart or wherever the fuck they were.
Peeled his wig back.
I don't think he was shooting either. I just think he was carrying.
He's all like...
Maybe he was open carrying. I don't know. You got to check it out. Colion Noir.
DD. He's all like... He's like, yeah, today I'm going to get all the hits.
I couldn't believe it, man. Like, seriously. After today, that woman is up there with the other woman in the home invasion. Gunfighting women of the...
Dude, that chick was an operator.
Well, I'm telling you, he posted that shit, and now he posted this other one. I was looking at this shit like a few hours ago.
That chick was a tier 1?
Operator as fuck.
I don't know. She might not be as operator as this chick in the store.
This happened today? I don't see it on his Instagram.
Yeah, it happened today. On his Instagram. I mean, he posted the shit.
He must have taken it down, because I'm on his Instagram right now, and I don't...
Yeah, you know what? It could have been fake. That shit happens sometimes.
Yeah, he might have taken it down because I'm looking on his Instagram, and I don't see it.
Oh, yeah, he did. He took it down. I'm looking right now.
This is why I don't go to Walmart.
Yeah, he was like, fucking unbelievable. Yeah, it kind of, when he posted it, it was like a news story, local news channel. But it didn't look real, man. It didn't have like a name. But Colion Noir is fucking posting all types of shit. That's how I found out about that chick in the home invasion. Yeah, he must have taken that shit down.
Oh, so I have a freaking Coast Guard meeting tomorrow, right during the elections.
What? Can do early voting.
I'm going to miss it, so I'm going to ask
The
you
thing
guys.
about that chick with the home invasion is I especially liked how she sliced the pie.
Yeah, she opened the door.
So I'm going to ask you guys if you can fill me in tomorrow.
Oh, you mean you can't watch the debate? Well, dude, you can watch that shit on YouTube.
Dude, I wonder what the first thing out of Trump's mouth is going to be to Hillary. I can't wait.
I'm just going to get questions, man.
I love the way
Actually, I think
said he was like, so what's the best way to get a hold of you, Hillary? Email? But he's voting for her, so it was just all scripted. Zach Galifianakis is very, very anti-gun, very hardcore left.
Yeah, you go on there. You know everything that's coming at you, man. That's not made up stuff.
Oh, it's not. It's.
I'm sure she got a list of the shit he was going to say.
Oh.
I don't know.
So, what do you think his best personality could be tomorrow? Be quiet, loud, whatever.
Remember when it was like him and Cruz at the end? And like, I don't know, was it him and Cruz and Rubio or something? Just be like that. If she starts coughing or something, you know, just don't fucking say something crazy. Just, you know, don't run over there with a glass of water.
Just give a nod.
Yeah, just be fucking polite to her in terms of like anything happening actually on stage. If she starts coughing or she fucking starts acting, you know, like her eyes start going buggy or something, like don't say nothing about it. That would be my best advice. I think that's just human nature.
It would behoove him to act like a gentleman to her.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't go too hard. And also, I would think, don't make too many funny fucking faces, man. You know, like all that rolling your eyes shit, and all those funny faces he made in the 14 debates that happened last year. Like, just don't fucking, you know, don't make faces like that. That's not cool.
I think he'll do it.
I'm doing a Google search on the woman shoots guy at Walmart, dude, and like nothing's coming up.
Nothing comes up, right? It
You
wasn't
need
a
to
Walmart.
Google slice the pie, bitch with a gun in one hand,
No, all I
and a
needed
cell
to do,
phone in the other.
all I needed to do was go to Calling on Noir's page and see where he took it down. I could see he took it down, dude. He took it down. Yeah, it's not there anymore. Yeah, I wish you could see stuff like history of like the stuff you liked on Instagram, and then like see like, okay, you know, just.
Oh wait, maybe this is it. Woman with concealed carry permit saves multiple lives after stopping department store shooter.
Yeah, that's what it said. It's got to be
By the
fake.
Boston Tribune.
So he must have taken it down because it was fake.
Well, this is by the Boston Tribune. That's like a recognizable, legit news source, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, but
That
it said
paper
something
doesn't
about they
exist.
had it. He had
Which
an
state?
argument. Yeah, I don't think it might not exist. I don't even know. But the thing is that it said he had an argument. He went back to his car or something. He came back in with an AR, and then she
Yeah, that's
stalked
what
him.
it says.
And then it says that she stalked him on a parallel aisle, right? Like so she
Retrieved a 45 caliber Kimber Ultra Raptor handgun.
Exactly. So it's fake, right?
Well, I don't know. This Boston Tribune.
It might be fake, dude. Why did he take it down, dude? That's my point. All I'm saying is, dude, you know, we've had this. I've had this argument before years ago.
It even tells the guy's name. Pierce was pronounced dead upon arrival at the emergency.
It still could be fake as fuck. You know, we don't know. Either way, I'm just saying, dude. You know, walking around a fucking Macy's
Chief of
with an
Police
AR.
Matthew Collingsworth told local
Are you
ABC.
kidding me? A Kimber? You know it's fake.
It's got to be fake, dude. That shit would have jammed. That shit would have jammed when she took the thumb safety off. It would have been like failure to fucking return to battery safety.
Hey man, don't make
The other guy, the mass shooting in fucking, or it wasn't even mass shooting. The fucking little motherfucker in Washington who shot up the Macy's. I remember they were like, he's Hispanic, right? Turns out he's from fucking, whatever. He's from Turkey. He's fucking, he wasn't a fucking Hispanic, whatever.
Kahlua snack bar.
Fuck out of here, son. Yeah, well, I mean, dude, this ain't fucking rocket science, man. He's either a fucking weirdo, whatever, but
Did he have a Zenith?
be prepared, man. When you see the motherfucker walking in your goddamn Macy's with a rifle, get ready to fucking blow his brains out the fucking back of his head, dude.
Pistol with
seriously, don't wait and say, hey, are you trying to make a political statement?
Why don't you deny open carry more?
I'm not denying open carry at all. I'm saying when you're at a Macy's like that happened 3 days ago, and he killed 5 women.
If you want to get some kind of outfit that you're going to be open carrying a rifle.
When you're at the Macy's, hey, G-Webs, when you're at the Macy's, dude, when you're at the Macy's and you see the guy coming in with the fucking Mini 14, I hope you go for your Glock 41 with your spare mags and your lights and all that shit.
Ain't gonna cycle.
I hope you blow his fucking brains out, homie. That's all. I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh, hey, wait, what gun rights, pro rights organization are you representing today at the fucking Macy's makeup aisle? You know, it's a joke, dude. I'm sorry, you can't win this argument, man. You can get anyone in here and be like, oh, this is bullshit. I'm just telling you, dude, this is not normal shit. That's every mass shooting that starts out like some guy in a Macy's with a fucking Mini 14 or whatever. It's totally not normal. It's time to get ready.
Guys carry AR-15s in my Walmart, and no one says shit.
You do?
Guys
well,
do.
Hey.
Literally, all sorts of people carry AR-15s in Walmart. Like that's like
in a Walmart.
Yeah, that's like they call it like the Walmart fucking walk, dude. Like
what? The Walmart walk is like when you're fucking conceal carrying and shit, like trying to pretend like, oh, does anyone see I'm carrying a gun? Like, is this gun passing? Dude, I think it's because, and I think the Walmart walk when I first heard about it like 10 years ago was because if you were printing bad enough, they would kick you out. I think, like, because it was a test. It was like, oh, just go carry your gun at the Walmart, do the Walmart walk, and if everything goes okay, then it's not so bad. Like your printing on your Desert Eagle isn't so bad.
Down at the Walmart.
I thought the Walmart walk was walking around and trying to see how many of the people there were related to each other.
That might be it, too. That might be it. But yeah, that guy, they caught that guy. They said he was walking around like a zombie. So maybe it wasn't anything other than just a guy going into a Macy's and shooting people. But I know he killed 5 people. One of them was like a cancer survivor.
We'll be carrying a gun at the Walmart.
At the Macy's. He walked right into a Macy's and just went right up to the makeup section and just started shooting girls.
Okay, this guy wasn't like open carrying the AR-15. When he came back in, he hid it underneath his long jacket.
So how did she know he had it?
I guess like the barrel was sticking out or something. But it says that
this is fake. I think this.
Said that it was concealed under his long jacket.
So she stalked him in a parallel aisle and blew his brains out.
It's called situational awareness, Bieber.
Well, her shit is on point, dude. My shit is not on point. I'm looking at my phone. My face is in my fucking phone.
You got your beats on.
I got my Dr. Dre headphones on.
What if the guy carrying the AR-15 in the Macy's has the CCW
/ shooting up a fucking Macy's license? Yeah,
I think we can simplify this. If they have it in their hands, they're probably there to cause no good. If they have it slung across their back,
I agree. Sling is low red.
Sling your line of sight.
Wait a second. Fine ape. I think sling is like at least low ready, dude. Come on.
Are you talking slung over?
Well, if it's slung over their back or if it's slung over their neck 80 style.
Okay. So
if their hand isn't on it, fine. I'm okay with that if their hand's on it.
Hey, Apey, have you ever shopped at a Macy's before in your life?
Unfortunately, yes. I've been to the shithole that is the Mall of America.
Okay, so when you're at the Macy's,
kind of
a guy walks in with a fucking AR or whatever the fuck it is on a sling, and you're just gonna be like, all right, keep my eye on that guy, or would you just leave? I would probably just fucking leave. I'm out. Like I'm not ready. I'm not gonna wait around.
I would keep my eye on him as I was leaving.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's cool. That's our job.
I'm going to find the nearest exit or the nearest exit that doesn't take me within eye shot of him or her or it or whatever it chooses to identify as.
Yeah, I've been going to Macy's as an adult for quite some time, decades. I would definitely bolt. I would bolt. I would get gone, dude.
Would you consider Macy's your safe space, and that's why you're subsidizing this?
Yeah, it ain't a fucking Cabela's, man. It ain't a fucking Sportsman's Warehouse or whatever. It's
So what if somebody came into the
It's a
Cabela's
slightly
wearing, like, a fancy dress jacket and looking for like?
I'll put it like this for G-Web. What if a Terminator came into your police station with a SPAS 12 and a fucking, what was that? Yeah, it's a no fucking brainer. How do you know he's not trying to make a political statement? He could be just trying to open carry in a fucking police station.
AR-180 and the SPAS 12 slash.
Yeah, it's on, dude.
Hold on. Does the Terminator have one of these slashes and/or badges on?
No, you don't know. He's got a red eye. He just cut his fucking eyeball out of his head in the bathroom. I mean, it's on, dude.
Is that some kind of indication of the future that you're a CCW robot? I don't know.
Yo, I'm just saying, if you're there, you can't be like, hey, are you trying to make a political statement about open carry? Like, dude, you're wearing a leather jacket. Your eye is red as shit.
What about this? What if you yell out, "Every second matters"? Then you know that they're on board with the second.
That's different. It's just like I've been on a subway train and sometimes you're sitting on a subway train and someone comes in the subway train and they're like, "Hey, everybody, I need some money. Like, I'm not gonna hurt anybody. Just give me $1. I'm trying to," like they make an announcement to the train. So like, okay, you know what this is. This isn't a train robbery. This is panhandling in an aggressive manner. You know what I'm saying? So, however, if someone came in the train and was like, "Give me your money right fucking now," there's a difference. So I think if someone came in and said, "This is every second matters, open rights carry organization," like this, I would still leave. I don't care if it's Edge or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm out. Because it could turn ugly, man. You never know.
If this is the only
I don't need this.
article, this place doesn't look legit. It looks like a blog or a link farm.
Oh yeah, I think that's fake. I think that's why he took it down. Because he has a responsibility to, like, look. I think Kimber did this shit. To be honest, I think Big Kimber's behind this, man. Fake ass Big Kimber, man.
I'm thinking maybe it's the water that she's walking up against, that water. Like, it's a product placement for that water.
That's a stock photo too, man. Come on, that's a stock photo. That's not even a real photo. That's mom jeans. Someone Googled mom jeans and was like, hit image search and just pop that shit in there. Dude, I don't know, man. The debate's tomorrow. I'm trying to not eat nachos and have, dip and shit and beer and like make it it's like the Super Bowl. There's 3 of these fuckers, so I gotta pace myself tomorrow. I'm trying to have like a drink, or maybe like a microwave burrito. That's my plan for tomorrow. But I hope everything goes well. I hope Matt does like a simulcast. Is that what it's called? Where they simulcast?
Yeah.
I hope he does a simulcast. That would be cool. I'll dig that. And
what we're planning on doing is doing our show hours earlier and not talk about it at all.
Oh, that's the way to go. That's
our strategy.
That's definitely the combat focused shooting way to do it. I would just look at my sights. You know what I'm saying? You got to talk about it. This is big time, man. This is it. This is for all the marbles, man. This is for all the fucking Legos. This is it, man.
You really think these debates are going to sway voters?
They say it sways a 1/3. And then I saw today on Real Clear Politics, Matt talks about that shit a lot. I'm telling you, like, these guys know what the fuck they're doing. They showed the last 12 years of presidential elections, and they showed the up. So like Bush, Gore, what that was like, McCain, Obama, Romney, and then they showed Trump, Hillary. So at this time in 2012, some of you guys were on gun channels. Some of you guys were, listening to the chats on YouTube and shit. Obama and Romney. He was up 4 points on September 25th. And Oh, and Hillary is only in the same polls is only up 2 points. So I know it's just 2 points, but you could literally say her lead is half of what Obama's lead was on Romney September 25th. And then they say that debates usually sway about a third of voters. I mean, absolutely, dude. It can sway. What if she gets up there and starts fucking like Parkinson's shaking and like screaming and yelling and just totally destroying herself? I mean, it could hurt her. Or same way with Trump. He could get up there and start fucking saying the N-word for all we know. You know what I mean? Like,
That's the thing. All the shit that they're bringing up about Trump is so fucking far-fetched and over-exaggerated shit that he either kind of did a long-ass time ago or it just totally made up. That there's nothing all she can do is bring up bullshit crap. He's gonna like mop the fucking floor with her.
I hope so.
It's totally his to lose, but I don't think she has a possible chance, dude. She can't. He has such an opportunity here to like bring up. If she brings up, like, it seems like she wants to bring up him and women, right? Like, all he's got to fucking do is say like, and how do you justify your fucking shit with your husband?
That's bullshit, dude. Honestly, the first season of The Apprentice, right? The Apprentice. I remember this because my family watched that show. And I was like Thanksgiving, it was like when it premiered or whatever. And I remember he had a table of people and they represented all of his companies. And this was for real. This wasn't like actors. And his right-hand man was a woman. And I forgot her name. She was saying that she was like in charge of Trump, like construction, and was one of the only women in that business at that level. Like she really was
fucking sexist. Exactly.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, she was either so fucking badass, like she might have been so badass that even if you hated women and all you wanted from women was like, you know, tits and ass, that this woman was so awesome. Yeah, this woman was like so awesome. You're like, okay, we gotta hire Patricia or whatever her fucking name is.
Or
you know
he has like a history of hiring chicks all the fucking time, and he's not at all.
Of course, dude. I mean, he's not fucking sexist like that, dude. They tried to play that on Romney because he had a book of women. Do you remember that? The Rolodex of women or whatever?
They read so hard to hate Romney, man. They just
the binder of women. They were like, let's talk about the binder of women. And I think at some point he was like, he had a binder of women to fill jobs that men could take. And he was like, hey, we should hire a woman for this job. You know,
you mean like not in a sexist way, but like in a like, I don't want to forget to give her an opportunity kind of way?
Yeah, and they made it sexist. They were like, he has a binder of women. It was like he had women in the industry that he could hire for jobs, and they made it sexist. That he was like going to this binder. You could Google it. Binder of women.
That guy was inept or sold out or corrupt.
He fucking choked. No, he fucking choked.
Well, but I'm just saying, Trump is not gonna fucking be that pussy. He is. If they try to bring something at him, he's gonna be able to be on his feet and be like, parry that shit and throw it right back at her.
I'm with you, dude.
I'm weakened. I can't even imagine. She's already fucked up, and now she's got to take whatever the hell medications you would take on top of all that shit that keeps her alive to like.
And still stay vigorous and still say like, yeah, that's.
Needs
I'm
to
totally
have
with you
to go through this because there's no breaks and she's not on her stupid podium and shit or a little stand.
Dude, they got her on so much shit.
Be able to fucking parry Trump, who's just gonna be fucking. He could be here eating lasagna today, not giving a shit.
He's never even had coffee. This guy doesn't drink, never did drugs, isn't on coffee. Like he's never even had coffee.
And this is what he lives for. He lives for
exactly. He lives for this.
And wailing on her.
And you know what's fucked up? She's gonna be on Ativan, Valium. She's gonna be on so many fucking drugs to keep her heel.
She has a certain amount that make her stay alive. I heard these doctors talking about how like what they theorize her blood pills are because she's had strokes and shit where she fell down into
blood thinner is fine.
There's like certain blood thinners that if you take them and you're in the kind of job she is, like she would bleed out. So they can only give her these other blood thinners that they can control and this and that. So she's got this chemical stew going on just because of they can't treat her like they would normally would an old grandma. And I can't even imagine what they're going to have to do to her to make her
Dude, my friend told me, like, when we watched the first the first debate, and I remember jumping in the chat afterwards, and I was joking around, and I said, like, well, they had her medication, like, perfect. This was over a year ago, like, before all the other tinfoil hat, even if it's not tinfoil hat, her health issues. And when she did that very first debate with Jim Webb, Bernie Sanders, the guy from fucking Maryland, and I think some other guy, Lincoln or whatever, her fucking medication was perfection. Like, she looked totally normal, calm, assertive. When someone else was talking, she was looking at them like with this look, like, okay, like waiting her turn, but kind of like, you're full of shit. It was just it was so perfect. And then, like, later on with Bernie, the more, she gets angry. When she gets angry, it's not a good look. It's really not. So, like, hopefully he can make her start screaming, and she can get louder and louder, and he can be more calm, and her eyes will start bugging the fuck out. She'll start coughing, whatever the fuck it is.
Seizures, and I can't imagine anybody's gonna be like, oh, I feel sorry for an old lady that's freaking out and broken. Let's make her the president of the country. That's the most powerful country on the earth still.
He's had dinner with her.
Oh, there'll be people who will think that. They're fucking liberals. We don't care.
Yeah.
That old Mr. Trump was so mean to her, and she was just trying to say something, and he caused her to stroke out.
Well, dude, the other fucking thing is that I saw her campaign manager was on ABC News this morning on the Sunday shows, and I swear to God, he looks just like me when I was 24. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah, I'm her campaign manager, and I'm just thinking to myself, maybe you're 29. I don't know, maybe you're 31 with a master's. Like, this is her campaign manager? This fucking kid is a kid.
What you should be more worried about is that perhaps in the future, time travel's invented, and you fucking go back and become her fucking campaign manager. Maybe you are.
I swear, dude, he looked exactly like me when I was like 23, dude. He looked like a 25-year-old kid.
You're going to replace her insulin injection with, like, soda water or something?
Dude, and I'm going to tell you this. All he was concerned about was that Lester Holt, the host, is, like, doing diligent fact-checking, and he'll call Trump on his lies, and it's like, It reminds me of, like, I forgot who it was, the Robert Gates or some Secretary of Defense came out during the Obama administration and said, like, well, he was disappointed. This was, like, a few months ago. Obama had surrounded himself with, like, people in their late 20s, early 30s with, like, master's degrees and doctorates and stuff of, like, political science people. But they were basically children. That's what he said. Like, and, like, these children were the gatekeepers. And, like, when they would bring information forward for Obama, you'd have to go through these, like, late 20s, early 30s gatekeepers. And he was like, it was astonishing. You know what I mean? Like, that these people were in fucking charge of information getting to the president. But anyway, I can't believe this guy is her campaign manager. This guy from Sunday. So, and, meanwhile, Trump's got fucking Roger Ailes, the guy from Breitbart now. And that guy's a scumbag, I'm sure. Roger Ailes is probably he's probably a dirtbag too. But, like, dude, he did, like, invent Fox News. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so all those hot chicks and all that shit, and just being a counterpoint to regular fucking bullshit. And especially when Bill Gates did MSNBC, how liberal that shit was. And I used to watch this shit 20 years ago. I had no fucking clue. I really didn't know. I used to watch CNN. I'd watch MSNBC. And then when Fox came around, I was like, oh, those are Republican right-wing wackos or something like that. And you start, it's just like, wow, even CNN is fucking biased. Anyway, so Roger Ailes is a fucking genius, no matter what kind of a dirtbag he is, in terms of, like, sexist, stuff like that, sexual harassment. So hopefully they got him squared away, and Rudy Giuliani's there. Well, what was scaring me was that she's been doing a lot of debate prep where she's been sparring with fake stand-ins. So they've been mock debating with a fake Trump. And this could be fake too, but they were saying Donald Trump hasn't done any of that. And for the last couple of days, all he's done is watch her debate footage for the last, like, 12 years. Like, he's just been watching her in debates, like, on video.
I've
So
got.
it's like a
I don't
it's
know,
like a boxer.
I figure I've got ultimate faith in his ability to mop the fucking floor with her, though.
I really hope, dude, you know me, dude. I really fucking hope so. I will be so fucking happy, dude. I mean, and he needs to do it 3 times. He can do it tonight. He could do it
That's
tomorrow
true.
night.
Romney kicked the shit out of Obama on that first one.
Oh my God, yeah. Absolutely. He kicked his ass so bad, I swear to God, it wasn't, Ted Koppel had already retired. Whoever the fucking lead guy was, like the anchor, it wasn't Brokaw either. It was some guy. And they were talking about, well, we have a feeling Obama arrived to Denver. I think it was Denver. He arrived to Denver. They were literally making up excuses for Obama getting his ass kicked because of the fucking altitude sickness. That maybe Romney got there 10 hours earlier and Obama couldn't adjust. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Unfucking believable bullshit, dude.
Yeah, mile high is nothing.
I mean, I'm sure it could happen, but the way he got his ass beat, it had nothing to do with altitude sickness. He just got his ass beat. It was bad. You know what I mean? Like, Romney was on point that night. And the second night, I thought, like, they were tied. And then the third night, it was just choke city. You know, it was just like, wow, Obama's swagging it out. He's just fucking totally charming it out. And you look shook. And you weren't going to, and the whole thing really, it was Benghazi. Like, Romney made a choice not to attack Benghazi when he had a choice. And he could do it. He could have gone that way. But it had just happened. I think like it was like 2 weeks or a month after it happened. And I guess Romney was like, it's too soon. Like, it's too soon to attack him on it. You know, well, actually it wasn't. It was September 11th, 2000, right?
Yep.
So it was like, and the debates were like, yeah, it was literally like fucking it was like a month. You know what I mean? Like, but it just happened. Just do it, man. Just go for it, man. And that's why I think Trump would do it. You know, Trump doesn't care. Like, he's.
The problem with Romney is that he didn't have the charisma that Trump has. And I think we definitely have a better thing going.
And not against Obama, for sure. He looked like a dummy.
Yeah, I had a friend that voted for Romney, and I remember he just kept saying, like, oh, the face Romney made. Oh, my God, those faces. Romney would make this face like a puppy, like a dog, like a dumb puppy dog. And it was like when he was stuck, you know, when Obama would hit him with a fucking right hook or something, the camera would go to him, and he'd have this face on, like it was a fucked up look, man. It is what it is. Unfortunate, but that's, you know, JFK Nixon debates. They say that shit changed the world, man. You know, like, because before those debates, you know, this country had been around for a long time and never had televised debates. People didn't even know what the fuck people, you know, like, look like when they were talking and shit like that. And I think Nixon was flop sweating or something. Like, he was just nervous, acting, you know, being on camera, man. It comes down to that charm, the fucking look, everything about it. Your fucking hair could win it, you know. And Trump's hair is atrocious. You know, it's amazing he's got this far. Well, I'm praying, dude. I'm just praying for this country, man. I really am. This is it. I look at it like, she's AIDS and he's gonorrhea. You know what I mean? Like, at least we'll get rid of his ass in 4 years. You know what I mean? Like, if his shit is a horror show, we'll get rid of him. If her shit's a horror show, guess what? We're stuck with that horror show for fucking almost a decade. And a decade is a fucking long time. 8 years is a long time. Round up, it's 10. You know, it's a fucking bad thing, dude.
And while you're praying, I'm panic buying.
I'm panic selling. I just sold my Bakelite. I sold all my AK ammo. I sold my AK. I sold my sling. I sold all kinds of shit, dude, man. I sold my Ultimac rail. I sold a lot of shit in terms of AK stuff.
7.62 is a dead caliber. I get it.
No, it ain't dead. Honestly, I'm regretting it already. But like, I like looking at my shit, and it's very simple now. 9mm 5.56, Glocks, ARs. This isn't a fucking, this isn't the fucking,
Yep. And I like that train of thought. Keep it simple.
Yeah, this ain't fucking fancy show right now. You know what I mean? Like, this is like, it's about to get, it could get real, it could get even crazier later on. And shit, man. I mean, I remember fucking Yankee was saying this shit earlier, like years ago, and I never even fucking was paying attention to that. You know, when we started talking about executive orders and shit, and he was like, oh man, executive orders. He's right, dude. One executive order, 762/39 shit would be a fucking crisis. By executive order, it could be done. It would be a fucking crisis. And then with the shit, her attitude towards Putin is so crazy. And I mean, dude, I don't know what's gonna happen. If she wins, I'm expecting war. I'm expecting a war, dude. Within the 8 years, I'm expecting crisis, war, all of that shit. And partly because of Putin. Like, Putin might just fucking invade Ukraine as a fuck you. You know, who fucking knows, dude? Like, I just don't know, man. We just don't know. With him, either way, like, I think it'll be like, they'll be testing him out. They kind of know what she's about because she's been around the block and she's got relationships with these people. So, and like I said, she's fucking AIDS and he's gonorrhea. So, we'll get rid of him in 4 years if it doesn't work out. She's stuck, dude. There's no one could defeat her in 4 years from now. No Marco Rubio, no Jeb Bush, no fucking Ted Cruz. She's going to be the president. So then when you're debating the president of the United States, that's the thing with Romney. He was debating the president of the United States. And then you get that whole thing like, yo, dude, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. I'm the fucking president. Like,
I don't feel that it's fair to call Donald Trump gonorrhea. I think he's more like a jock itch.
I think you're right. He's more like, he's like he's like crabs.
Heat rash.
He's like crabs. I would say crabs. Or like you said, jock itch. It's like jock itch before you go to the doctor. You don't know. You think it's worse than it is. Like, I knew somebody that had that situation. He's like, oh man, he's like, man, I'm so happy right now. I went to the doctor. Said it was just fucking jock itch. I thought that shit was like fucking... Right, but it's still a venereal disease. Dude, we're so fucked up. Anyway, Dead Horse, the simplicity of it is like you can have multiples, backups. You could have a backup and a backup to your backup, and everything would become so fucking simple, man. It's
exactly. That's what I'm all about, man.
It's awesome. I've been there. I did it before, like maybe 5 years ago, and it was just like, I don't know. I got crazy. I was like, oh, this is crazy. I had a 40 357 SIG barrel for that. I had all this ammo, fucking AK, AR. I had a shotgun, all this stuff. Then it's like I had a 38 revolver. I had all these different calibers of fucking stuff. It gets too much, man. And it's cool if I had the money, like if I had the income and I didn't need to trade away shit to get other shit or sell shit to get other shit, it would be different. But I just don't. And I just have limited space in my safe. And I think you want a backup gun. And if you have family members, man, you want to be able to go, hey, look, Aunt Janice, take this fucking AR. I mean, I got an AR for you. You know what I mean? Like, it's real simple to use. I'll show you how to use it.
I am completely with you on that, especially about the 5.56 9mm. And then also I would throw one more caliber into that mix of just 22. And because that's like an ultimate prepper survival type rifle. And, so 5.56, 9mm, 22, there you go. That's it. That's all you need.
I was with you on the 22 until like 12, and then it just went bye-bye, and then I sold them. I had Advantage Arms. I had the Advantage Arms Glock kit with the slide and the mag, and the shit was cool. I mean, one of them was really inaccurate, and I sent it back to them, and they sent me back another one, which was better. And then I didn't have enough 22 on hand, so when it dried up, I was stuck with like 200 rounds. And then I was shooting that shit very little, And then I just was like, I'm selling this shit. I don't have any 22, and I can't buy any. And it fucking for years, dude. It was almost 2 years, man, where there was like maybe 3 years, like there was no 22.
Yeah, I think right now I'm close to probably 40,000 rounds.
Yeah, well, if in that case, holy shit, dude. Yeah, you should have.
I'm going to be
awesome
holding for a while. Like just this last month, I've bought close to 10,000 rounds of 22. So,
yeah, absolutely, dude.
Because I'm preparing for this shit, man. I'm preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best. You know. I mean, fuck. Like.
Yeah. Well, there was a time where I was like, I like my Glock, but I can't shoot pistols. I couldn't shoot for shit. I still can't really shoot that great. So I would be like, man, I really want to try a 1911 or HK or that SIG 226 or that 228, or maybe I'll get a whatever the fuck it was. It was always in hopes of it making me a better shooter, which it never did. So like, all that shit was for nothing. You know what I mean? So anytime you're trying to buy skill or trade away a gun for skill, like, oh, I don't shoot that well. I have a Glock 19. I'm going to trade that in on a PPQ. And now I'm thinking that that's going to make you a better shooter. I was trapped in that mentality for fucking years. You know what I mean? Like, and I'd go to the range with my 19 and my PPQ or my VP9. And really none of that shit made me any better. So some of those guns made you worse. To me, honestly, like some guns were like, whoa. And I
can't shoot my USP worth of shit at all, man. Like I can't get that gun to group at all. And it's like, it's probably me just not like knowing the gun as well or something, but fuck, I can't shoot that gun worth of shit. Like,
no, it ain't you. It ain't you. It's that fucking trigger, dude. That trigger's shit. I mean, the single action shit. The double action is even worse than shit. It's worse than shit. I don't know what that would be, but like it's like vomit. Vomit? Shit. Vomited shit. Like that's what that is. So I'm with you, bro. But then I would do that. I would like trade in a Glock or something in for like a HK USP, and then I'd have this fantasy of me carrying that shit cocked and locked. And then that would sketch me out. But then, either that, even then, I mean, single action HK USP, cocked and locked, sweeping the safety, getting that round out, not much better than fucking 19 or 7 or any fucking, or an M&P or whatever the fuck striker fire gun you had, Oh, bullshit, dude. I think, these guns are going to make me better.
I think pig vomit is worse than shit.
I think you're right about that, man. I think so. Did I scare everyone away? My rants?
Not me.
No?
I'm right with you.
I'm on my phone. Yeah, I'm here, man. And then the other thing was the lights and shit. The lights, the red dots, the slings. Like, for a long time I had like 3 rifles, 4 rifles. I had 1 sling. Stuff like that. I have like 1 light. And then. Shit, if you got a rifle, that shit should be good to go so that you can just give it to somebody. And it's like, and you wouldn't be like, damn, I wish I would have given it to them with a light on it or something, So now I got the ARs ready to go. They're all set up pretty decent. And I got 2 pistols with lights on them. I got my shield for like super carry, Glock 19. Whatever.
Never enough magazines.
Magazines are another fucking issue, but yeah. That's the other thing that makes it so fucking simple, man. If you got like three of the same gun or 2 of the same gun, you can just go buy mad magazines over the course of a couple of years.
Well, and then if you're outfitting several people, like a spouse and kids, family members, if you're worried about outfitting them in a time of crisis. Having that, the same mags, the same ammo, all that just makes everything so much easier.
Yeah. And it feels good to have like three guns that you're really good at. You know what I mean? Even if they're the same, and you could have one in a fucking case in your trunk or locked to a spare tire. So, it's just something like this. Yeah, these are fucking backups. We talked earlier about that. I was talking to a friend of mine about this shit. that girl in Georgia that went to war with those 3 home invaders, they might have taken that fucking gun from her ass, man. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
they might have
it
said,
was
"We need that
4
shit."
home invaders.
I can't
Right.
believe she charged them, man, like she did. Like she actually fucking charged them. Like
My
again,
point is this: the cops might have said, "Hey, we hate to do this, but we need to take this. We need to take this pistol with us for evidence. So we're not going to arrest you." Or they might have. I don't think they arrested her, but I'm sure they were like, They might have taken the gun. That's the whole point of being like, okay, you're going to take that one. Cool. I got 3 more just like that. Like we're good. You can take that one. I'm good. And I got 10 more mags for that fucker too. So like, you know, if those motherfuckers come back, if a cousin comes back, a nephew comes back, an uncle, a brother, a fucking father, or a fucking mom, or whatever, like we're good. We're good. So that's cool too. I mean, I don't think they would have, if she was like, oh, I have some other guns in the house too, I don't think they would have been like, we need to take those for evidence. But I think they just want the one you bodied the motherfucker in the yard with. So I hope so anyway. But either way.
right, depends on the state. California would probably be like, no, we're taking all your guns. Like,
They might, in California, I think they would have arrested her. Like, I think they would have said, like,
No,
well, you have,
listen, she's got surveillance inside the house. She very clearly shows what went down. She would have been able to keep her gun. They would have carried off the DB.
oh no,
And-
you never keep your gun in a shooting like that. They always, that's evidence.
No,
yeah, they might have
No,
wanted
it's
it.
not
They
true.
might have wanted it. They might have wanted
It's
it
not
to
true.
test the ballistics, though.
Yeah.
Just to
they
see, like,
they
whose
may
bullets
have
are whose.
requested it, and she
Did
may
you
have
think
given
that-
it up, but they wouldn't necessarily have to.
I think
Because
you have
there's
to
been
assume.
shootings like that around here where it was a lawyer who actually shot somebody coming in his window, and it was just a .38 revolver, but he let him keep his gun, and you know, they didn't charge him with shooting the poor kid.
The poor kid.
No, I'm just saying, like, I think it's okay to assume it, though. It's
Dude,
okay
where
to
the
assume
fuck
they're
was
going to.
her husband at, man? Like, I think
That
that
wasn't her husband.
paid those guys to come in and like fucking.
It
come
said,
out.
I read the articles here, and it said she was staying with a person she worked with for work-related reasons for her commute, and that wasn't her boyfriend. It wasn't her husband. It was just somebody. She was a restaurant manager, and he was like somebody at the restaurant. And like she wasn't, so that wasn't even her house, is what they're saying. And that she was.
Well, there's
staying.
all those boxes stacked up in the garage. You think somebody was loading and unloading a lot of merchandise, and somebody took notice?
Why did they come out of the same room that they were in together then?
I don't think they were in the same room. She came out of a room in one camera angle that was like almost perpendicular to the front door. He comes out of a fucking hallway when it's over. Like you see him walking out of the hallway, and he's like, "Give me the gun," and he's trying to rack the gun, and he can't because it's slide locked. And then he takes the mag out, and you see him like working the slide, and he puts the mag back in, the empty mag. It was weird, man. Like they weren't even in the same part of the house together. And those you saw, we watched that video together like 5 times. Remember, they were looking. It looked like they were sweeping the house, but they didn't see her room. Like they didn't see her.
We would have found him then.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, when they went down that hall and turned the light on, that's where he was. He was somewhere down that hallway. That's what it looked like to me. But yeah, I think it was funny because like on the fucking comment sections, it was like, notice how she said she stayed at his house for work related reasons. Like maybe she was fucking that guy. I don't know. You know what I mean? But like, it didn't look like they were in the same. They didn't come out of the same room.
All those guys had guns and they were all like low ready and shit. Like, you know.
Yeah, it was nuts.
That just seems like if you're gonna go in and steal shit, like I don't know, man. Like.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of those guys had a pistol.
Grab shit and haul it out and like, you know, I don't know.
Every single one of those guys looked like they were ready to die. If you ask me my opinion, like that didn't look like a robbery to me. Like they looked like they were ready to die. And they had
all
their
4
guns.
of them come in, pistols drawn, low ready. Then as soon as they had returned fire, they hightailed it twice as fast out of there.
Yeah, I was like, my friend's like, no, they were going to tie them up. They were going to tie them up.
I think she's like leaving her husband or some shit for that other guy at the restaurant.
Yeah.
And she's staying, like, she moved in with him, and the husband, like, put a fucking hit out on her.
That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds spot on, dude. That's what it looked like to me. That looked like that looked like a home invasion / hit.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Like, they were going in there to kill someone, not to fucking rob the place. That's what it looked like.
However, honestly, I'm subscribed to the police department's, my local police department's YouTube channel. They have one, and I've seen tons of burglaries and home invasions where they come in just like that, and they literally are just there to rob the place. But like, what was fucking them up was like they didn't, like, they came in and they were like, I think they were in the dark a little bit too, and they knew people were home and they couldn't find them, and it's just weird. I've seen actual home invasions on like security video just like that, where they go in just like a fucking SWAT team. Like a lead guy, a guy behind that guy, like 4 or 5 guys with guns, and they book it as soon as like the homeowner like starts screaming at them or shoots at them. They book the fuck out.
I've seen a video from interior surveillance cameras that shows something very similar, where a crew of 4 guys would come in, guns drawn, masks over their face, hoodies drawn down. And there's nobody home at the time. It seemed like they knew that nobody was home at the time, because they set up in a central part of the house, like right in front of one of the cameras in the dark, just waiting for the person to come home. And apparently the guy saw it on his phone and then called the police, and the home invaders were able to just like hightail it out of there before the police came. But it was eerie watching the video of these guys, like I think only one of them actually had a pistol, but he definitely seemed like he knew how to run that gun. And there, it was like, where do you get these tactics from? I don't even know.
Well, you know what? Movies, jail, friends, experience, dude. We talk about this shit like in chats all the time. Like, or I was arguing with a friend of mine, or in these chats, it's all a blur. But like, trying to make these points of like, criminals don't have any training, right? Wrong. They have on the job training. Like, they're doing shit on the fucking job, dude. Like, they're learning on the job. They're learning from friends who are doing this shit. You know what I mean? So that's where they get their fucking tactics from, is doing it. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's a good question. Like, where do they come up with these fucking tactics? They're not going to shoot houses and fucking, taking Pat Rogers classes.
They're probably playing some video games, I imagine. But they're also, what they're not doing is going to the range and putting their gun down on a bench in front of them and standing behind a red line. They're not doing any of that shit.
No, they're not fucking doing they're not doing simunitions. You know what I mean? Like, going and shoot houses with fucking, they're not playing games, dude. And I forgot what one of these arguments I was having with somebody is like, you know what, dude, these guys commit violence every fucking day. Some of those guys like that we see in these surveillance videos or whatever, we laugh at how their low ready was. You know what I mean? Like, their fucking gun was so low, like it was in between their knees. They must, pointed at their feet. But what they do have ahead of the average citizen is they are totally okay with the violence, and they've done it before. Most of these people, this is not new. They will shoot you. When she opened that door in that video, he went for a headshot right away. He missed her, but
How close was that?
That looked like, I don't know. I think
she actually did get shot in the head.
She said she got shot through the wall. Like, she got hit with debris or got grazed. It looked like 20 feet, 10 feet.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 to 15 feet.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. She opened the door and you see his gun go off. You see her gun go off too, almost at the same time or after. And then that's when they fucked up. Like, because she closed the distance on them while she was shooting, which was fucking bizarro. Like, that's some real bravery that I don't even know if I have that shit. I might have tried to create distance from them. I might have backed into that room that she opened the door.
I was
in
in the fucking room. She charged after them.
Mm-hmm. Well, they were coming to kill her, dude. Honestly, by looking at that video, I can't criticize her. I mean, if they would have got to that door, they obviously couldn't see that door because it was night, and that was night vision cameras that we were watching.
There's a shitload of boxes stacked up.
Yeah. So, but when they finally found her and they opened that door, God knows what the fuck would have happened. Like, they might have shot her right there. You know, if she was just like whimpering in the corner, I would have waited there. That's me. I know I would have. I would have just waited in that room. My gun would have been pointed at that fucking door. As soon as that door opened, I'm going to blast. You know what I mean? But hopefully it wouldn't have been that roommate or that guy she was fucking or whatever that guy was. But like, if the door opens, that's why you want to, you know, bam. You want to just start fucking shooting, dude.
This is the argument for a shotgun with double-aught buck.
Well, that's the thing. She was 80 pounds wet. She would have let off one buck, you know, bam, right? If she would have missed or short stroked the second shot, she would have been done. Like, that bitch was. I don't want to call her a bitch. She was a hero. That bitch was a hero. So let's call her a hero. She shot like fucking 10 or 11 rounds, dude. Like, I counted those fucking rounds. She shot so many. She was like bam, 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 bam. By the time she hit the living room, she shot 5 or 6 rounds, and then when she pointed the gun out the door and shot twice, and then went to slide lock and slammed the door like, you fuckers. Like, bye. You know what I mean? It was fucking awesome. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm always like anti-shotgun, especially for a woman of that size, dude. That's bananas. I mean, you're right. If it was a semi-auto loaded to 4 or 5, and they opened that door, and she could have just been like, bam, 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 and hit him with all those fucking double-aught buck. Yeah, they would have got hurt. But the fact that she was able to fucking do it one-handed, repeatedly, squeezing all fucking rounds into those scumbags, is thumbs up, dude. Better than a shotgun.
How many did she hit? And like, she killed one, right?
We don't even know, dude, because one dude jetted out the back. One dude caught it and died in the yard. That's what I read. He died right there in the front of her house. And then, so I think it was 3 home invaders. If it was 4, I'm mistaken. But I mean, I know she killed one of them.
Yeah, I only saw 3 in the video.
And the other guy right now might be bleeding in his fucking mom's basement, for all we know. You know what I mean? Like, with a tourniquet on. You know, or whatever, like, you know, packing his fucking bullet hole. But, I mean, the fact that she did it all on the phone with 9/11, one-handed, to me, that's what shows what, like, wow, that's better than a shotgun for a woman of that size.
Here's a good topic. Good idea or bad idea? Call 911 while you're operating inside your house.
I think it's a good idea until when it went down. Like, I don't know. I mean, that woman on the 911 call was horrible. Like, eventually I might just say, hey, I'm going to drop the phone right now.
Or just dial it and then drop it.
Well, she talked enough to that woman. She gave her address like 3 fucking times. You know?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you've got to dispatch some motherfuckers in your house. Why not, if you have the ability, why not just pick up the phone, hit that emergency button, drop the receiver, and get to work?
Yeah, it's crazy that she got to work one-handed, man, on the phone. That's bananas. I mean, I want to give that woman a fucking standing ovation, man. She and then people on Reddit and all these forums I click links on and shit, they're all, every single fucking guy is critiquing everything she did and all this stuff, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. She fucking bodied a motherfucker, dude. And you know what? She could have bodied 2 of them. And the only thing that she went to slide lock. That's my main thing.
Injuries, so like, she did good, man. She fucking survived, dude. Like, so she did good, right?
Oh yeah, she's like fucking she's like Wyatt fucking Earp, dude.
Yeah, she went through the final test and she passed with flying fucking colors. She wasn't like seriously wounded. She totally lived. She's gonna be all right. She protected herself and her shit. Like, she passed the fucking test, dude.
I think what DB was about to say was that she probably should have done a tactical reload before entering the garage.
That's not what here's what I really wanted to say. I just hoped her gun held more bullets. And I don't know what gun that was, and I can't find it. But I think I counted 11 rounds maximum. but she could have been shooting through the door before she opened it, so we don't know. But, you know, God bless that woman, man. She fucking did her fucking goddamn thing. But she eventually she went empty, right? And then she was just like, she closed the door, like, take that with you, man. Like, let that doorknob hit you where the good Lord split you. And that was it. And then, but I wish she would have had more fucking, her gun was empty. So if that guy didn't book out the kitchen, if she turned around and he was right there, she would have been dead. You know what I mean? Like, so more rounds, always. 10, that shit should be shown to every Californian cocksucker politician who's like 10 rounds is enough or whatever, because, it's not.
This is why I'm stocking up on magazines right now. I just bought another 10 30-round mags, and I bought 10 30-round mags yesterday. And they're made by an American company in Connecticut, and they're being shipped to my address out of state. And I'm moving. I'm saying, sayonara. I'm done rolling the dice in this fucking pacifistic, take your chances environment.
Well, on top of that, though, like, look, I know I had this conversation with somebody. When she opened that door, if she had a fucking Smith & Wesson M&P 15 Sport with an NC Star red dot and a fucking piece of shit Walmart light on there or something, and she's just started letting them have it, 5.56, bam, 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 bam. Like, dude, she would have probably fucking, dude, it's the ultimate.
Killed all of them.
She might have. And even if she didn't, when she slammed that door in that motherfucking bitch ass's face and was like, take that with you, she would have turned around, and if that guy was still in the kitchen, she would have let him have it too. You know what I mean? She would have had way more rounds in her fucking shit. And dude, you can't argue with this, man. This is fucking basics. This is mathematic basic shit. 7 rounds in your gun, 6 rounds in your gun. I have a friend who's he's got all kinds of guns now. A Glock 19. He's got a fucking he's got a 43. He's got an LCP. And then sometimes he's like, yeah, I just, I'm just going to grab my LCP. If someone breaks into my house, I'm just going to grab my LCP. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? You got no fucking sights. You got, whatever it is. You're going to grab your fucking 6-shooter.
Well, if you live in a McMansion, then maybe that doesn't work so well. But if you live in like a sub 1,000 square foot place, maybe something close to 500 square foot, then you don't have to worry about like them all running down the hall because there ain't no hall.
No, I'm with you totally, dude. I live in an apartment, so I totally understand. And like anything I have is better than nothing, and shit is real. But this guy, he lives in a fucking, that's different. He lives in like a 3,000 square foot property. So his house is 3,000 square feet.
So DB, middle of the night, you're like a fucking glass break in your shit. You think someone might be coming through the window. What do you grab? Do you grab your Glock or do you grab your AR?
Dude, it's 2 a.m. I'm about to go to sleep soon. I'm carrying my shield right now. So like whatever's on my fucking person. I don't put my gun away until I'm going to sleep. And then when I don't put it away, I just like, so right now, if someone kicked in my fucking door, the gun that's on me is the gun that they're going to get. Unfortunately, it's a shield, so it's 7 rounds, 8. I think it's 7 plus 1, so it's 8. But like, I live in an apartment, so it's different. It's a secure building. So if I lived in a house like where that woman lived, 20 minutes, she lives less than 20 minutes from me, probably like 15 minutes from me.
No kidding.
No shit. No shit. If I lived in that house, it would be a Glock 17 with a fucking light on there, with night sights, maybe a fucking laser on maybe a Crimson Trace laser grip in a fucking Raven concealment light holster, round chambered, and that would be my nightstand gun. So like, if someone kicked in the door, boom, I got night sights, a light, a laser, a fucking 17 plus 1 round mag in this shit. Keep a fucking spare mag around on your nightstand. I mean, dude, I know where she lived, man. Like, it's not that far from here. And if I had enough money, I'd buy a fucking house over there tomorrow. I mean, it's not a big deal. And that's what I would do. And then probably if I lived in a house like that, I might have a fucking AR out. like near me, like ready to go at night. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe. Like it wouldn't be 100%. I'd say maybe like 60%. I mean, that AR would have a fucking light, a fucking red dot, a 30 round mag around the chamber, and it would be on safe with a sling. So if they got come into the house, you hear them like that, you know, you got some shit. But like exactly what he said, if you live in a small apartment in a decent building where there's like they can't climb through your window type of shit, you know, and if they're kicking in your door, they made it through some other doors. You know, my shield is fine. You know, I got a pocket flashlight and my shield. That'll get me through any kind of bullshit. You got to think about neighbors too. But, you know, and we were looking at like when she opened the door and she was shooting out her door, that neighborhood she was in, like the driveways look like you had to kind of go on an incline down, and then they all like had circular driveways. So like when she was shooting out of her front door, it wasn't like there was a house directly across the street from her. You know, more than likely there was like a hill, like she was shooting into a berm. So that's true too. I mean, dude, if she was just shooting into the street and there was a house directly across the street, that's fucked up. You know what I mean?
So you're saying there was just a nice little berm across the street, just like another day at the range.
Yeah.
Open up your front door, bust off some rounds.
Yeah, dude. It said, I looked it up, dude. They didn't bleep her address. So how about this? Think about this. Something like that happens to you, and now your fucking address is out there on fucking everything, on YouTube and fucking every single thing. Your address is out there, so people can come retaliate. If it's a gang member or a family member, can come and try to fucking smoke you. You know what I mean? I Google Earthed it. I Google Earthed it and was like, wow, that's crazy. It's 15 minutes from me. And I looked at the driveway and was like, okay, that looks like you go down the driveway to the front door, and then you go up the hill out of the driveway. It's like a circle, a half circle. So when she was shooting out her front door, it looked like she was shooting into a hill. Anyway, she's like Wyatt Earp, dude. She's like the shit. Yeah. We can have this talk another time. I mean, honestly, not pistols, a well-equipped pistol, fucking awesome. You know, I think it's better than a shotgun. 4+1, 5+1 shotguns, two-handed operation, kicks like a motherfucker. No sights. Most people don't have their shotguns. I mean, I guess you could have your shotgun hooked the fuck up with a light and, or, you know, a red dot and shit like that. Most people don't.
I just feel like it's going to be more difficult for an invader to wrestle a shotgun away from you than it would be for them to wrestle a pistol away from you.
You know, you can shoot from retention, like bring the gun into your hip, bring the gun into your, like, you know, close to your body, and actually be like, you know, this is crazy too, but like, you know, have your left arm or your, you know, it's easier to retain the pistol, I think, than the shotgun, because if you're, unless you have a sling around it or something, because they can grab the fucker and just yank it from you.
But you have more leverage because it's longer, and you can kind of use it like a club.
They have leverage too because it's longer.
Yeah, it's a lot more to grab onto. So they can two-handed grab onto it. You got two hands on there, but one, your wrist, the right hand or your shooting wrist isn't a, you know, I guess you're right, but you're still fighting over the motherfucker. Where if it's a pistol, you know, if you're cutting a corner or something, you can bring it in like right to your fucking hip, right under your rib cage, and start shooting you can start shooting them before they can grab it. You know, shooting from retention is a fucking thing. You know, right up on close on somebody. It's, you know, as long as
I feel like if I was in a house and I needed like a long gun as a backup, I would rather have an 18-inch shotgun with double-aught buck than an AR, than a 16-inch AR. Just because waking up in the middle of the night and being like, oh shit, you know, my pistol magazine doesn't work, or I can't find it, or I dropped it. You grab this other big thing, and it's one pull of the trigger with 9 pellets coming out. You don't have to worry about sight acquisition, sight alignment, all that bullshit.
Those 9 pellets at like 20 feet, 10 feet, are all like in the 3-inch group. Like, they don't even start to fucking spread out like for a while. So, you know, I have this argument with my fucking mom all the time. She thinks the shotgun's like like one blast from the shotgun, you know. And actually, women, I mean, you're a man, so it's different. I'm just saying, for women, for men at gun shops to be like, okay, you're a 110-pound fucking woman. We recommend the shotgun to you that holds 4 fucking rounds. And it kicks like a motherfucking bomb goes off into your shoulder. And you're supposed to pump that shit and get it back into, you know, get it back into action like nothing. Like a, you know.
Well, I definitely recommend
no-go.
training if you're going to use the shotgun for home defense.
It's a fucking no-go.
Have you had shotgun training, DB?
No, I haven't, but I can operate one fine. I'm talking about for women specifically. It's a no-go. And then on top of that,
I was in a shotgun class with women, and they did just fine.
That wholeheartedly depends. I think DB's going off on the point of short stroking is a real thing, and it happens quite often, especially in a stressful situation.
Yeah, on top of that,
everyone acts like a bolt-action shotgun never has a failure. Like, it never has a failure to feed or anything. Like, they fucking fail.
Oh, yeah, but what about this? What condition would you suggest, if you worked at a gun shop, if we all were gun shop clerks, what condition would you suggest a woman have the shotgun set up for her home defense?
I would set up the shotgun with home loads, which is empty chamber.
I would say
you give the pucker factor by racking a load. You know, it's a wake up call.
Mm-hmm. No, that's what I mean. Empty chamber.
The empty chamber thing's stupid.
Safety off or on?
Well, the safety is not that important when you have an empty chamber, but yeah,
safety on or off.
Yeah, the empty chamber thing's stupid. The only reason it's going on in a police car is so
because they shoot the roofs out of their patrol cars.
But they're also right next to their fucking shotgun, easily able to get shit into that. If your shotgun's like put away and on safe, or like even next to your bed frame on safe, you're more than fine to leave around in the chamber.
It's cool. I just want to know because like I've had this argument with fucking family. I'm just saying, like, safety on or off.
The only thing I would honestly recommend to a woman for like home defense is like a handgun with no safety round in the chamber. So basically a fucking like Glock 19. Like
Dead horse. How would you suggest a woman who's buying a shotgun for home defense have the shotgun for home defense? Safety on, safety off, round in the chamber, you know, whatever the fuck it is.
Round in the chamber, safety off, because I don't think when the adrenaline's pumping and she's panicking, I don't think she's going to have
it's either an empty chamber,
I'm just saying,
safety off, or round in the chamber and safety on. The whole point of the safety is to keep the gun safe while there's a round in the chamber.
I agree with you. I think for me, it would be, okay, so here's the other thing we don't talk about, is this fucking, the lever, like the pump lock lever on a Mossberg or a Remington, it's that little lever by the trigger, right? So you have to fucking, not only do you have to have your tube is loaded, empty chamber, but before, you need to dry fire the motherfucker first, you know, right? So that you can pump it without hitting that little
No, you can dry fire when you put it away.
That's what I mean. But if you don't do it, when you go to pump it, it won't pump. You need to hit that little nipple fucking button by the trigger.
You need to dry fire when you put it away.
That's a lot of shit for a woman who's buying a shotgun for home defense.
I absolutely agree with you.
No,
There's a lot of
because
shit
some
for
of
a
the
gun shop owner to explain to somebody as well.
On most of the shotguns, if you dry fire it, just the weight of the bolt and the weight of your pump is going to cause the action to break open.
Exactly. And then you need to dry fire it again. This is why I don't fuck with it. I mean, honestly, I hate it, and I have family members that won't listen to me, so they can go do whatever the fuck they want. But like, pump action shotguns are more complicated than a Glock, more complicated than a fucking revolver or a fucking, even more complicated than an AR, dude. They really are. It's like an AR, you fucking rack the charging handle and get busy, or you fucking take the thumb safety off and get busy. It's fucking whatever. You know what I mean? Like, but the other thing is like, you got all these conditions you need to leave it in. And honestly, for me, if I had a choice, it would be round in a chamber, safety on, so that a woman could grab the shotgun, take the safety off, and she could practice that and shoot, and then pump again and shoot, and then pump again and shoot. But it's more difficult than that because a woman has to deal with a 12 gauge going off, and it's like a fucking bomb, dude. It'll rock you. And
May I make a point?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, we're also kind of candy coating all women as equal in this, when women, in fact, are all very much different from each other. I'd say it 100% depends on the woman. Now, if this is one of those big, burly, Rosie the Riveter, I fist my lady friend all night long ladies, who I would say she's fine to get a shotgun if that's what she feels comfortable with. But just to blanketly say that a shotgun is no good for all women is just not as like.
What the hell is so much different about a shotgun? You're putting it in a place to absorb all of the recoil. You've got to stroke your left hand back and forth a foot.
Well, because if you weigh 80 pounds soaking wet and you fucking pop off a 3-inch buckshot round, that gun, the next shot is going to be
Nobody said anything about 3-inch buckshot. What about reduced recoil?
Or even 2
That's
and
still
3/4.
better than a 9mm.
Even then, you're right, dude. What if she does that and by accident wasn't like using her left hand to push the pump forward and short strokes it? Now she's fucked and needs to know that nipple button by the trigger guard will release the slide, to release the pump. And it's a lot going on. It's a safety, it's a pump, it's the lock lever.
Which is why it wholeheartedly depends on the woman who's getting it. Not everyone is made the same. That's why there's like a billion different kinds of guns for different kinds of people.
Yeah. I mean, this is just from personal experience in the last 10 years. I'm going to a gun shop, and I'm in there, and I've seen countless guys be like, yeah, this is the be-all, end-all of home defense, a fucking pump shotgun for women. I've seen it. It's like women buying it and shit, and it's like, wow.
Well, that's the bullshit rhetoric that's been spouted off for years by everyone who thinks they know something about something.
Yeah, I know a Glock 17 with a Crimson Trace, laser and a light and night sights and maybe a fucking extended mag. It's expensive. You know what I'm saying? Like that's more expensive than probably a shotgun. You can buy a shotgun for $200.
Yeah, you can buy Maverick 88s all day long for like $100. But that's not the point. Or like a 380 or like something just simple.
Firepower versus expense.
Yeah, but firepower doesn't mean anything if you're not hitting the target. You can have a fucking
I'm
elephant gun.
Like,
it's not going to stop someone
from
shooting your neighbor or the wall.
Enough credit, because if you simply gave them a class and taught them how to shoot it properly, put reduced recoil double-aught buck in.
Okay, but not all women are going to take a class. These are people who are going to buy this gun. If you're asking, all right.
Yeah, listen, I am putting conditions on my position.
Yeah, I don't care.
No, I agree with him. If you're going to take a fucking shotgun class, you're above 90% of the gun owners out there. Like that's awesome. I would be scared to shit if I was a criminal and I broke into a woman's house or anyone's house who had a shotgun class and they have a shotgun. Shit, I'm in trouble. Now that's trouble.
Chances are they're going to kill you, but
yeah, chances are they're going to let you have it. And if they hit you with the double-aught buck first time, they might hit you with it a second time and a third time, and you're fucking lights out. So I don't know. For me personally, if it was up to me, everyone would have like a fucking AR, or like a AR pistol or an AK pistol or an AK or something, something like that for like the go-to rifle home defense thing. And then everything else would be like a high cap light laser gun. That would be dope for me.
See, I don't agree with that, just based off of the fact that everyone's different and built
You
different
tell
ways.
everybody what to buy. Sounds like you just told everybody what to buy.
I always do. Guns of August here. He can tell you. I made him spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars over 6 months ago. He still doesn't have his gun yet. So there you go. That's me. That's what I do. That's why I'm here. David Bowie, you know, let's dance. You know, he's like, let's dance, dun, 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 dun. And he won't make your gun, dude. That's fucked up, man.
Isn't David Bowie dead?
No, he's making Guns of August's gun, but it's taking forever. That's so funny. Oh, I hate to laugh, man, but good things come to those who wait. David Bowie Tactical is the guy back in, you know, he was like the guy that started doing Glock shit, like taking finger grooves off, stippling. He would fill the back channel with like epoxy, and then he'd do a grip reduction. And one night I was drunk as shit, and Guns of August was talking about fucking, I don't know, some bullshit ass shit like Salient or something. And he was like, yeah, I'm trying to spend some money, man. I told him, like, yo, Bowie Tactical, send your Glock to that motherfucker or whatever it was. I don't even remember if it was a Glock, because the guy's actually pretty famous for like M&P triggers and shit too. But now he's not talking, this motherfucker, so it's cool. If I tally it up, see,
And
I say
then he unmutes his mic to also not talk.
I credit G-Webs made me spend thousands of dollars on training, and I credit him for that. But people can credit me for spending. I have had Gun Channels members spend thousands of dollars on shit. Like I promise you, if we had a calculator, that's my claim to fame on GunChannels.com. Thousands of dollars of shit.
I don't know. I'm thinking about all the stuff I've spent so far. I spent about like $60 on that holster. I spent about $540 on my first Vickers Glock.
That's nothing. I had Stone Guy bought a fucking OPAP that was like $800.
I've paid like $150 to like $300 in magazines so far.
It's all about the panic buy.
No one can hear me?
Yeah, I'm here
Yep,
now.
now I can.
You can hear me. I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How much did you spend because of me? Give me some credit here. Come on.
He hasn't given me the final total yet, but it's looking like between 700 and 800.
Okay. Well, put that to my tab, man. Put it on my tab.
No, well, I was going to spend about 500-600 over at Zev anyway, so.
Well, how about fuck those monkeys, man? That's embarrassing, dude. That's embarrassing to have a Zev fucking gun, dude. Totally embarrassing.
Yeah, sure it is.
It's a disgrace. It's like totally like, it's like buying a fucking Mercedes-Benz and like,
Is it like a Salient?
ghetto ass fucking rims. You got ghetto ass rims on your shit, dude. Chill. Is it Salient level? No, it's not Salient level. It's
So,
not
like,
that
so you're saying it's better than Salient or worse?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Well, Zev at least makes a good barrel.
I think Zev makes good triggers and shit and stuff like that. I don't know. Bowie's something that's something to be proud of. I think, from my limited knowledge. But no, I had people. I sold rifles, dude. I think Pink Panther bought a fucking rifle because of me. I know Stone Guy bought a rifle for me.
My SLR 107. I
Yeah,
forgot to
so
count
there's
that one.
thousands. G-Webs, I hope you're listening. I'm probably up in the 6,000-7,000 range, dude, on Gun Channels. I'm a panic buying master. I know I sold, at least I was making people buy rifles. They're like, I don't know what I should do. Should I buy a fucking something gun or rifle? But that's all right. I was thinking about it today. Like if it wasn't for G-Webs, I don't think I would have ever taken a class. So I give him a lot of credit for that shit, man. That was a lot of money. Like that first time I spent like money and had to go to a hotel and all that shit. It's a lot of money, man.
Maybe you can get somebody to buy his Hungarian AMD.
I ain't
Parts
got
kit.
that many subs, man. That sucks. I wish I could, man.
I watched the Nut and Fancy video on the AMD, and they, you know, of course, it's pretty honest. He's gotten pretty good with his reviews, but they're selling it in their store for $800. And yeah,
That's a lot.
well, and so G-Webs is trying to sell his parts kit for somewhere upwards of $4.99. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's about right. I mean, if you were Nut and Fancy, but
Yeah, that's
Nut and Fancy he's definitely getting a premium on that gun just because it was reviewed.
Oh wait, he's selling
And-
his gun.
Yeah,
Oh, that's different. Yeah, I've seen his shit. Like he'll sell a knife for like double, triple. Yeah, Nephron and Famo had a chat, and Mac did a video. I think those guns are selling for what, $400, $500, $600 maximum.
Mhm.
I don't know, but like
Hungarian AMDs.
they're on classic firearms, but that's not. I'm not sure what's going on there, dude. I'm not an AK expert. I'm not sure if that's an American barrel, if it's been, you know, put
It's
together. in Century.
922R compliant, that's for sure.
U.S. barrel.
It's a U.S. barrel, right? So it ain't real deal, man. It ain't real.
The real deal, Holyfield.
It ain't real. It ain't real, dude. That's a fucking Green River. Come on, man.
You mean Green Mountain?
Green, whatever the fuck, Green Water. That shit is
Which
whack,
one is
dude.
it? The AMD 63
Green
$500 AK?
That shit is Green River.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, that is a US made barrel. So that's totally Green Mountain.
Yeah,
Which the barrels are fine.
Who
Green
put
Mountain
it
barrels-
together? It's the worst part. Like some guy, you know, drinking fucking Budweiser at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, put it together.
Jim
See, if I
Fuller
bought
uses Green Mountain
G-Webs-
barrels in all of his AKs.
Jim
Parts
Fuller
kit
ain't put
from-
that shit together in Florida
I'm
at
not-
fucking Century.
I'm not saying Jim Fuller did. I'm just saying that Green Mountain barrels aren't the worst thing in the world.
No, I know, but someone put it together, and it's not, you know, it's some guy, man, in Florida at Century Arms. If it's an American barrel, then you know someone was putting this shit together in here, and you could have problems, man. I'm, you know, it's just like whatever, dude. I don't know. I'd chill. I'd rather buy a parts kit from G-Webs, and then fucking get a barrel that's like official, and then have it put together by someone who knows what the fuck they're doing.
Well, G-Web's parts kits does come with a barrel, and I think the Hungarian has a Hungarian barrel.
And honestly, I wholeheartedly plan on doing that. I completely plan on getting a parts kit from G-Webs and having someone who knows what they're doing put it together for me.
Right.
Yeah,
and
that would be nice.
yeah, I think
I don't think
he's
we
still
have time.
trying to sell them for $500.
I think
But-
there's the Iranians are going to blow up a nuclear bomb before this.
I'll do it, Fluffy.
And then I'll have nothing to worry about ever in the rest of my life.
What
So
if you live, man? Indiana
Then-
Jones lived. He fucking hid in the refrigerator. I saw that movie, man. He's in the fucking
well,
refrigerator.
then if that happens, then I have a new world to populate.
You pop out the fridge. You need some guns, man. You see.
That
Pop
was
out
the
the
Ark
fridge,
of
I
the
grab my-
Covenant.
I grabbed my Hungarian AMD 63.
No, it was Indiana
No, that
Jones and the
wasn't-
Crystal
it was the
Skull,
Crystal
man.
Skull,
He fucking jumped in a fucking refrigerator, man.
Refrigerator with Shia LaBeouf to like avoid the nuclear apocalypse.
The bomb blew up like 20 blocks from him, and he was in the fridge.
Harambe saved
Crap.
it.
Cracking myself up, man.
Harambe
So-
died for his
Dicks
sins.
out, Glocks out for Harambe.
Nut and Fancy was saying how the handguard on the AMD
God damn it.
got hot really quickly
DV, I'm stealing that, by the way.
Pussy. He's a pussy.
because
You pussy.
Well, he wore gloves,
What
but
you pussy be?
he was saying not everybody wears
Gloves.
gloves, and it does look like after a couple mags that handguard is just metal.
No fucking
right?
shit. It looks like a fucking motorcycle exhaust, dude. You know, you're gonna burn your fucking leg, dude. I get it. That shit looks exposed. It's hot. You're gonna burn yourself.
And that's why they have the forward vertical grip. But
That's why you
doesn't-
buy a fucking AR, dude. Get this bullshit out of your fucking shit, dude. That shit's gonna burn you so fucking bad, or somebody horribly. It's gonna catch your clothes on fire, man. I'm out there when I'm out there bump firing, you know, with my bumski stock and shit, and then I transition to my fucking pistol and my drills in my backyard. Then my fucking goddamn jacket catches on fire from that fucking shit. No thanks, man.
Your alcohol-soaked jacket lights up real quick, eh?
My Budweiser soaked fucking jacket is on fire now because that fucking thing doesn't have a guard on it, and it's red hot. You could burn fucking glass, you know, make glass pottery out of that motherfucker, dude. No thanks, man. That gun stock, by the way, looks like a fucking medieval torture device, man. Like your cheek weld is a fucking pipe, man. It's like a small pipe.
Oh no, that specific
You
one
gotta
has
be
like
kidding.
a Warsaw stock on it.
The one in the Nuttin' Fancy video, that shit look like a little crack pipe, dude.
Nah, bro,
Like,
I'm talking about the one that's being sold right now for $500 on Classic. It has a Warsaw stock that's not folding.
oh, that's different. Yeah, the one on Nuttin' Fancy's video, at least on the the little clickbait picture, it was like a fucking little pipe, dude. Like a half-inch pipe. Cheek weld on that. No thanks. I like my teeth.
Nah, bro, you could be making like major bank from the Tooth Fairy. Pop off a couple of rounds, you can afford to buy another one.
Dude, what? That thing is
It's just you just need like a plastic bag to catch your teeth as they like fly out. Just like you'd put over your fucking like thing.
Yeah, it's like a brass catcher, but for your chiclets.
Teeth catcher, dude.
Flippy.
It's medieval, dude.
What do you think?
I think your gun finally has a proper lockup.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, of course it is.
Who makes that?
Silencer Co.
What?
And now you're set for whenever you pick up any other tri-lug fucking adapter things for. If you decide to get one of those SIG MPXs, you can get the tri-lug screw-on thing for it.
Do I have to get another adapter for it, or?
Nah, that's the universal. Like that tri-lug thing is universal for all tri-lug.
Wait, is that a real silencer or just a shroud?
Oh, no, that's real.
Oh, that's a silencer. Okay.
It's an Octane.
Oh shit. You're ready now, man. You're ready for the fucking war. It's coming, dude.
That's some gangster shit right there.
They're coming through your area.
Dude, there's nothing gangster about that. It's not a 40 bottle stuffed full of like used diapers and duct tape to the end of a high point.
No, I said gangsta.
Where's your fucking gangster ass red dot?
Mm.
You don't know. Man, where's your light at? You don't need a light, I guess, for that.
No, this is for under the seat.
Dude, that shit is badass. I am not gonna lie. That is fucking badass. Like, hold on. Oh, okay.
I wish. I wonder if you can buy a trigger pack for this.
I mean, dude, I don't think you need a trigger pack to let that
You
shit
can buy
go.
trigger
Like,
packs for that.
you can shoot that shit so fast, dude. Come on, dude.
Contact H&K Parts and be like, "Yo, I need a trigger pack for my my MP Zenith," and they'll hook you up.
Put a fucking minus connector in there, man.
You know what it
That
reminds
shit,
me
the
of?
Midas touch.
Remember those, like, back in the day, the Tippmann, like, A5 paintball gun?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like.
Are you gonna put a sig brace on there?
Yeah. Oh, so this morning, like Dano and I were like arguing if I go like this, if that's like.
Oh, right now you mean with just the way it is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're going to fucking fuck me in the ass prison, dude.
No.
Don't do it.
No, you're fine to do that because you're fine to shoulder an AR pistol.
Yeah, you could do that with anything.
It doesn't have
I'm
a
just
sig brace on it, so you're chill to shoulder it.
What are you gonna do with that, man? So the sig brace, I've seen guys on YouTube and Instagram in the last few days, sig brace, and they do a cheek weld, and they make sure that it's not touching their shoulder, and they're just, letting it go off. So that looks fine. I wouldn't worry about it.
You're also legally allowed to touch your sig brace to your chest, like the center of your chest, and not your shoulder.
Yeah, so hit the gym and just get a good sized pec, dude, and.
Oh no, like the center of your chest, like your sternum.
No,
I still want to see my sides. That's all. It doesn't matter. I'd rather see my sides than have the shit touching my nipple.
Yeah.
Nah,
when
dude,
they
you just gotta shoot that shit like an '80s action hero off your nipples.
When they canceled my order, I asked them if they had the other one. They said, "Yeah, just reorder it. This time, order the right one." Sign Ashley. But no, this Trilug's good shit, dude. I wonder if it'll fit the or not the Octane, but the Osprey.
Probably won't. You can try it. It's a different shape than the Osprey.
Let's try it.
I think the Osprey's actually thinner than that, if I remember correctly.
Flippy, show us one gun.
Flippy, you're a hoax.
Yes.
A big hoax.
Yes, I am. I'm
Flippy?
just a big phony.
Turn your camera on, you hoax, man. Hoaxy.
Nah, because I'm a big fake. I'm a giant phony.
That was the best chat since fucking a long time, dude. This guy was like a fucking hoax, man.
Yeah.
You're a hoax, man.
Yeah, it was great. People were able to hop on that chat for a while, too.
People were jumping in there like, hey, then there was this time where, I met him and he bought me a coffee and he's an awesome guy. And I don't care what you're saying. No.
There was this other time. He sent me $5. Or I sent him $5 and he sent me back dick pics.
Yeah, but my point is that Flippy is a hoax.
Dude, how does he say your name? It's so funny.
He like straight up gave up on saying my name, and he was just like,
Panda bear.
He's just like Panda.
Panda.
He
had
I got
credit
bitches
cards
in
the
Atlanta.
scanner.
Felipe.
He had credit card in the scanner.
Credit cards and the scanners.
Oh, dude, that was awesome, dude.
Dude, I was fucking amused. I will say that. That was amusing.
I love Mika, man. I've had it out with him too, man. So we had a Blame America chat a couple of years ago, like a year ago.
Is that like a more boring version of Blame Canada?
It was like America's the reason for everything bad in the planet, and me and him were going at it.
Well, it looks like I'm not gonna be able to figure this out anytime soon. It's stuck.
Oh. Well, whip out the old yin fucking silencer wrench and unwrench that bitch.
Is that how you do it? Oh
Mhm.
shit! Where the hell is that thing? Oh man.
Brandon, you should literally know more about these things than me. I don't even have a fucking 45 can. My can isn't even in my house.
Flippy.
It's
Flip
it's
it.
at the gun shop.
Felipe.
Flip it. I'm drinking, so soon I'll be as drunk as he was that night. Flip it.
Is that possible?
Flippy, probably. Do you use
See, this is
both
my
of these
Dragon
clips
This is
on
real.
your Edie Ayalani? Do you use both your clips or just one of the clips?
I use both the clips.
Okay. And do you cant them or not?
Yeah, I canted them.
And because I noticed, like, when I'm canting both of them, because I just bought one, and it's like they're not quite even with the belt.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
one's lower than the other, and I can't get it to go higher. So.
Okay, depending on how you're canting it, you want to use like.
Yeah, I'll show you. This is
all right, to help you. Yeah, just tell me what the fuck you're trying to do. 'Cause I'm
I'll
like
show
staring
you
at
right
mine.
now. Here, let's switch the camera around. Okay. So here's my clips, right? So you see, like, I want this one. This one's kind of canted, you know, like, so my belt would be. If this wasn't on here, it would be straight, but kind of like canted.
All right, this is what you do.
This one is like, if I cant this one, it's like off, like lower.
Well, on your right side, there are actually sets of holes that you can keep using. So
I can't. If I make it any lower, it's over. So
no, make it actually. How are you trying to cant it? Like twist the one you want twisted where?
Well, this one is fine. This one here on the trigger guard, that's perfect. Like I want it to be like sitting like that. The gun's a little bit canted, and then but this one over here, I don't know. It's just trying to make them line up a little bit.
Do you like what the FBI can or the third party can? Or?
The FBI can't 15 or whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. What I did was I took the hook on the right and actually just bumped it up one notch, and it fits perfectly for me now. The cant I want it to have.
Okay, one notch. Okay, that's good. That'll bump it out to like here though. Like it would be okay. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I've seen enough people where they're just fucking rocking the trigger guard one.
Are you gonna pick up the trigger guard one?
No, the one that like just take the other one off, like the one by the trigger guard.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, and just leave it alone. Just one clip. I fucking like it. I like it.
I didn't like these clips to start out with, but like now that I've used them for a while, they're fucking great, dude.
No, I like the clips. I've had all the other ones that you see like on Instagram and shit. Those fucking like big wide clip, plastic clip. Plastic clips suck. This thing actually clips. I mean it locks in and yeah, I like that. I like.
Dude, I was amazed by this thing. This thing's like sturdier than I would have imagined it to be.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm not fucking with it right now because I got a loop on my Filster. But I plan on carrying that shit because when I get my fucking gun back with the RMR thing, I don't have anything that'll work other than that.
Yeah, well, plus that thing will also fit in RMR. But you got the one with the big flappy paddles on it.
Yeah, the sweat guards.
That
kind of sucks too, but and it's on both sides, but.
I remember I was listening to before I bought this holster when you were like, "Yeah, get the Eagle or the whatever the fuck the Blackbird one." I'm like, "All right," and I was listening to Primary and Secretary where Roland like whipped his out, and he's like, "See these big flappity flaps? They fucking suck. I hate them.
Yeah,
don't get these." And I'm like, "All right, I'm getting the one without the flappity flaps."
I bought it afterwards, but this is the other Raven. I only have two Raven.
Oh yeah, that's the one that like. They're hardcore onto.
Yeah, this is fucking incredible. This is not right. I mean, dude, when you shove this in your fucking pants, it's horrible. And then especially like appendix, dude, forget it, dude. Like it's so unbelievable. I don't know how high these fucking people are wearing their pants, but like I said, I think they're wearing their fucking pants like right under their fucking nipples, man. Like like right under their rib cage or something, because. To sit down with that thing in your fucking pants is a chore. Yeah, it hurts.
You've got to be operator to carry.
Who the fuck was Ethel's husband in I Love Lucy? Was it Barney?
He's like wearing his pants up.
Yeah, he like wears his pants like right under his nipples. Like they're fucking.
Fred.
Yeah, they're fucking Fred carrying, dude.
Yeah.
What I do love this fucking holster for is just to have a fucking round the chamber, light on your gun. The fucking this holster doesn't care about what gun you have the light on. All it does is it just cares about the light. So, chambered round, light, you're good. And worst case scenario, I tried it in my house like at 3:30, like right around 3:34, 3 o'clock. It's doable. It's just retarded, but it works. You know what I mean? So otherwise, you know, you can't. I can't have that thing on my nightstand with around the chamber with no fucking holster with that big ass light on it. So it works as just like a thing. To worst case scenario, you could put it on or just take it off and start shooting a motherfucker, which is fun.
Oh, plus that holster wholeheartedly supports the Roland Special.
Well, all those dudes that are doing that shit are all appendix carrying, and there's no fucking way I can do it. There's no way. I'd have to buy like a size. I'd have to buy 2 sizes up, and like a size longer than I usually buy. Like I usually get 38 32s, or like maybe I'll do a 40 42. I mean 32. If I did a 42 like 34, I probably could do it. I could do it. I could appendix carry a fucking anything I wanted. You know, I just have my pants up like fucking Dexter Poindexter. You know what I mean? Like straight up like Urkel. And just look like Urkel.
Well, I mean, you could do that, and then you don't have to worry about your fucking draw because your gun's already like way up there. So it's like you just lift up your shirt and just fucking like grab at your nipples to pull your fucking gun out.
I love this fucking the Eidolon above that thing. I paid $50 for this Eidolon. I don't have the wedge or any of the other stuff like the claw. And then that other one, I paid like I think $40 for that. And it's cool to me because I can put a 17 in there. I can put a 19 in there. I can put it doesn't matter what gun it is. That's kind of cool with me. Like it just doesn't matter what gun it is. All it cares about is the light.
If you want an appendix carry, why not just Mexican carry?
No. The only thing I can appendix carry right now successfully is like a Glock 43 or a Shield or some sort of small micro gun. You know,
They make a MIC holster for the 43, don't they?
Well, I'm thinking I don't even need a MIC for the 43. I could just do what I usually do. Like I can do it with the. I got a Filster right now. I'm sorry, it's not F. It's PHLSTR. This fucking holster is awesome, and I have one for my Glock and stuff, and it's tuckable, and it's he's just a really good holster maker, and I could appendix this. And I could drive around in my car with it or whatever. It doesn't matter. But with a big ass gun with a big ass light and shit, I just can't do it. Dude, I don't know how these guys do it, man. But like I said, I have a clue. They're wearing their fucking pants like super high up, and I've never done that. Maybe my torso's longer than my, whatever, my legs or I don't know. I've never been wearing my pants that high up.
Maybe they're just wearing their pants like normal, and they have like these fucking screw brackets on like the farthest bottom.
Dude, I mean, even leaning forward, like I sit at like go to a bar and you sit and you lean forward like at the table or whatever. It's like, dude, you don't know. It's stupid, dude.
Yeah, no, I understand. I tried fucking appendix carrying dick carrying my Glock, and I'm like, nope. Dude, I can't get comfortable in that fucking thing. Like, every which way, it's like fucking squishing my dick or like stabbing me in the gut.
It ain't the Glock, it's the fucking light, dude. The light's sticking out like fucking an inch, man.
That's way too tactical for me.
Yeah, it's too tactical for me too, man. I was going to return this holster, but I mean, I like the light a lot, and it's just like a fucking Kydex cover, man. It's just like put something on your nightstand with that shit on there. It's fucking
So
awesome.
thinking about if appendix carry doesn't work, then what about the smaller back reverse palm carry? And I just was reminded that they are going to remake Magnum PI, and his daughter in the series is going to be the new star, and I'm wondering if she's going to smaller back reverse carry Colt 45.
She's going to vagina carry.
Female is the main character. That's a role reverse, gender role reverse I can get behind.
Wait, is she going to be banging hot chicks though, or is
Yeah,
she going to
she'll
be
have a
like?
mustache and 2 poodles, and 2 chihuahuas.
I have a feeling she'll carry Kimber, Ultra Carry 2, Raptor Pro in rainbow titanium. Smaller back. I don't know, man. I mean, dude, he fucking did he even have a holster in the original?
No. You don't need a holster when you got 5 safeties.
Hammer back, thumb safety on, and he just throw it in his fucking shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go, dude, honestly. That show changed my fucking life. I think that show might have been like the show that said to my fucking 6-year-old self, you should carry a gun. Dude, like, this guy's carrying a gun? The fuck, man? This is life, man. This is
The show that changed my life was when Rick opened up with the Uzi, taking out all the bad guys. And then Thomas goes up to him and says, Rick, I didn't know you had an Uzi.
Yeah, nowadays it would have been like, Rick, you're going to jail for, like, you're going to do about 70 years for that Uzi. Like, this is Hawaii, dude. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? Like, how did anyone have a gun in that show anyway? But maybe Hawaii wasn't so anti-gun back in, like, the fucking 80s. But, like, man, dude. I swear to God, this is no shit. There was a Magnum PI episode where he was, like, teaching tactics to somebody or something. I'll never forget this shit. He said, he was telling somebody, he's like, hey, here's what I know. If they can see you, if you can see them, they can see you. And that shit, that was like with me forever. Like, if they can.
That's how you stay alive on the streets to this day.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, I think I took it to another level and was like, I'm gonna see you first. You know what I mean? Like, I can see you and you don't see me because you're that far away and you're not looking for me. You know, so I probably did stay alive on the streets, or at least didn't get my ass beat for all the shit talking I did in the 90s. But I don't know if you remember that one. There was one episode. It was like, they can see you. If you can see them, that's what it was. If you can see them, they can see you. So just keep that in mind there. I don't know what he was doing, but yeah, I did love that show.
I remember when it was like, maybe when Blockbuster Online was first a thing. I think I watched all of them to get like a bunch of screen captures of the Dobermans.
See, I don't remember the Dobermans were.
They weren't on it.
They weren't his, right?
No, they were fucking Higgins, but they weren't on anywhere near as much as you think. They were on every like intro, like they were in the theme part, like the beginning of the show, but they were only rarely on there, really, compared to like Ferrari and stupid shit.
I was a baby, dude. So did they ever explain like how did he know Higgins? And I know
that was the show. It was all about that. Like it was like a television show like any other, but they just barely trickled that shit out, and that was like everyone was like watching it every week to find out a little bit more, like some kind of Vietnam flashback, to get a little more insight into fucking Magnum.
So was Higgins what, British military or something?
I don't know if they either I don't remember or they didn't get super specific about it, but yeah, he was something like OSS, and did something during the war that those era of guys didn't need to talk about unless they were whatever. But he got the nod from somebody else one time that like Higgins was the shit, and then he got to see Higgins do some shit one time. There was a couple episodes where Higgins had like win the day.
Oh yeah, he did. The fucking Ferrari. I mean, dude, that guy was he was the man.
But, I mean, I loved that 308 race bait.
Remember what show that was tried to like capitalize on that vibe was like Riptide. You know what I mean? Like, fuck Riptide, dude. That shit was garbage. You know, remember Stingray? You guys remember Stingray?
Hold on. Number one, Riptide got a fucking robot. And number two, they had their own fucking helicopters. They didn't have to go fucking bother TC every time they wanted.
It's garbage, bro. It's garbage, bro. That shit was wow. That shit was no Magnum PI, dude.
That was fucking valid. Magnum PI was something else. Magnum PI was mainstream Hawaii and all that. This was.
What was Riptide? Like Cali or something? Some sort of tropical vibe.
Yeah, they were all like Vietnam vets too, man. And you had like
Yeah.
the muscle, the fucking
Whack-ass-
like computer nerd, and
And then they had the nerd who
Gay
made
ass A-Team, dude.
it was better than the 18 because the 18 just had BA and he was scared of flying.
Whoa.
This guy made a
Whoa.
robot.
No. Whoa.
BA
Whoa. There was nothing much better
you
than
can't,
18,
you can't
dude.
be going to talk with Ice Pick in the sauna.
Dude, 18 was like the shit. There was not much better than 18.
I know, but I'm just saying it could hold its own. You're still remembering it. It didn't
No,
go
yeah,
away.
it was there. I watched it.
You ain't
Yeah.
talking about Simon and Simon.
Hell fucking no, dude. That was like time to go to sleep. I'll take a nap when that shit came on, dude. The Fall Guy was... Nah, dude, the Fall Guy was cool. How about the one with the dude who had the McLaren, dude? What was that shit? The fucking McLaren, man.
McLaren, what is that?
McLaren and McLaren or whatever.
Coyote something or other?
Simon and Simon.
Nah, he didn't have no fucking McLaren.
No, he had a Dodge fucking truck, dude.
There was a show there.
Power wagon.
The guy had a fucking McLaren, like a race car, back in the fucking 80s, man. Like, it was a show.
It's called the Coyote, wasn't it?
No. Wasn't that
Riptide?
Riptide?
I ain't gonna go.
Didn't he have a race car in
But
Riptide?
Riptide had a Corvette. Riptide had a convertible Corvette, like a 58 fucking, so like an old Corvette.
So you're talking about another guy. Oh, was it one of those spy ones?
Hardcastle and McCormick.
Yeah, it was that
Dow.
You watch that shit. Your mom watched that shit.
Yeah, that was my dad, like, lit off his ass. I'm going to, Dad, this sucks. Shut this shit off.
This is the worst show
Hardcastle
ever.
and McCormick, the worst show ever. Well, I do remember dude had a fucking McLaren, and that was cool. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Riptide, I remember. I didn't remember that show. And I remember other shit. But, like, honestly, Tom Selleck, probably one of the best Americans since George Washington.
Yeah,
Motherfucker was the man.
He's still in
Never saw
TV
that
today.
Yeah, he's got a hit show now, and he fucking stood up to Rosie McDonald, and she was like, "You're the fucking NRA," and he was like, "Suck my fucking dick, bitch. Shut up." That was awesome. And there was a lot to learn from Magnum PI, man. As a young boy, there was like, wow, it was teaching you life lessons. I don't remember any of them other than it was cool to put 1911 Commander. It was a Commander, cock and lock. It was good to go.
It was a government model.
Was it?
And
I swear it was a Commander, dude.
No, it was straight out of the armory. He stole it. But what I learned is
wait. Fact check this shit, dude. Fact check.
The thing I learned about Magnum PI was how you act when you're in a sauna with a crime kingpin.
Yeah, and the guy, I mean, dude, honestly, Dog the Bounty Hunter saw more action than fucking Magnum PI, dude. I mean, this guy was doing
It was definitely
soft shit.
just a normal issue. It was his gun. He didn't get no Commander version.
Yeah,
He
Colt
didn't have a
government
Commander?
model.
Oh, man.
The main
What
handgun
the
used
fuck?
by Thomas
The 70
Magnum
series.
is
Yeah,
a
they
Colt.
All right, man. All right, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Series
I thought
70.
it could have. I would have bet. I would have bet my entire life savings, which is nothing, that he had a Commander. I don't know why. I mean, Commanders are the shit too, though.
Well, that's just because Tom Selleck has such huge hands that, like, that 5-inch, barrel looks like a tiny little gun in his hands.
Yeah, he was just playing us.
Hey, they had Velmets and Magnum PI.
One of those guys, but speaking about Riptide, because I actually remember watching that show and shit. Like, one of those guys in Riptide, like, he had a reoccurring role where he was in the A-Team, 3 or 4 different episodes of the A-Team. One of the guys from Riptide, one of the main characters. So that guy was actually straight up in A-Team. I bet Flippy's never seen Riptide.
I have never seen Riptide. I've never seen Magnum PI. I have seen a few episodes of the A-Team.
Can you imagine, if you had a son who was 6 or 7, and all he was watching was Big Bang Theory reruns, and fucking How I Met Your Mother,
Can't
you were like, son, what is happening to you? You're turning into a fucking pussy. You have like, we need to get a VCR in this motherfucker and show you A-Team and fucking Magnum PI on a loop, man, on a fucking loop.
And Airwolf and
fucking Airwolf and shit. Who was the dude on the fucking bike, man? There was a guy on a bike. Street Hawk or some shit.
Renegade. The A-Team anti-gun.
Street Hawk, dude. I think it was Street Hawk, man. We had all kinds of shit. Electro Man, fucking the guy on the bike that was like Airwolf on a motorcycle. I
thought that was Renegade. You went around on the
no. This was, I think it was like Street Hawk. I could be wrong.
I don't remember
Commander. Oh, we had such cool shit in the 80s. It was all about like being cool and
Murder,
you're a boy. What? That's
Matlock.
grandma shit. I don't even, my grandma watched that shit, dude.
No, there was shit like that. I'm just saying that there was like shit that wasn't so cool back then too, you know?
Yeah, like fucking what was the other one? Like Falcon's Crest and like Knots Landing
Dallas.
and shit. Like
Dallas.
you had your fucking period if you were watching that shit, man. Like, come on. Like my mom would be like, "We're watching Dynasty." I would be like, "I want to die." Fuck that. But that's where A-Team was the shit, man. I'm telling you, that shit was fucking. That came through, man. Airwolf, man. Airwolf.
Yeah, wasn't A-Team anti-gun? Like, they never shot anybody.
They tried.
So, speaking of anti-gun, there's a new MacGyver series starting now.
That shit is whack. I saw the logo. Like, they have like a fucking an artist rendition of what that show's gonna be, and it looks so whack. I don't even know who the fuck was playing it. But he had a mullet. I was like, this fucking guy's got a mullet. I can't have it, man. It's a mullet. I'm not watching it, man. Nope.
I think by rights, if you're going to call yourself a MacGyver, you need to have a mullet.
Yeah, but this is not the era for the mullet. Like, he could have had a shaved head and been MacGyver now. 2017, man. We don't need a fucking mullet.
Is it a new MacGyver now?
Yeah, it's what it looked like.
It'll be stupid then. It'll be like a pro-ISIS MacGyver or some shit.
This is all bullshit, man. They're trying to, I'm telling you, man, this is a conspiracy to make everyone pussy, and they ain't got no shows on fucking television.
But they gotta rip apart like foundational elements of our culture.
Fuck yeah, dude. Because I remember like I had 1,000 stepfathers, man. You know, shout out to my 1,000 fucking stepfathers, you fucking fuckers. And every single one of them motherfuckers was like, "Oh, you don't know shit. Like that A-Team shit is pussy." You know what I mean? Like, you should have been watching Steve McQueen was the fucking man in like whatever show, or like, you know, the Rifleman, or and they were putting me on this shit like, "Oh shit, that's fucking awesome." You know what I mean? Like,
Well, there's nothing we could do about it back then, though. They could go, you know what was good back in the old days? This one show. Let me tell you about it. And that was it, because you couldn't even get it on VCR.
No, I think at the time, like, I think there was like like maybe TNT or some channel was showing like the Rifleman, and that's why like he told me
when or nothing. You just fucking hoped that maybe it was on. Maybe.
Yeah, but I remember watching it and being like, "That's cool too," but like the gun's old. You know, it's black and white. I'm a kid in the 80s. Like, this is bullshit. I need color, and the guns suck.
Well, they're making fun of. They're watching Magnum PI and being like, "This is all like weak sauce compared to like a cowboy movie."
Well, I just want to say, as far as the TV show goes, The Rifleman, Chuck Connor killed 2.5 people on average per episode. So it was a pretty action-packed show for its time.
They're saying he was gangster.
Steve McQueen was in Gunsmoke, right?
Gangster, man.
What was Steve McQueen in, dude? I remember like he had
Wasn't it Gunsmoke?
He was in Bullet.
No, a TV show. Like
Western TV show. I think
TV
it was Gunsmoke, although I could be wrong. He was the dude who had the mare's leg.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That I remember being like, "Oh, this is cool." I looked.
Wasn't that Wanted?
Maybe it was one. That sounds about right.
Right.
too young to be that guy from that show, no?
But I'm just saying, could you imagine being a stepfather now and being like, "What are you watching?" And your kid's like, "I'm watching How I Met Your Mother," or
No,
like
shut up.
fucking Big Bang. Big Bang Theory?
Dude, there's nothing wrong with the Big Bang Theory. That's just
Yeah,
fine.
no,
Oh, there's a
like,
lot
in
wrong with
Wanted-
that shit. First, there's no guns.
Oh, I just eat Jello all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. It tastes great. I just eat Jello.
No, there's a lot wrong with that shit, and you'd be like, there's no gun. First of all, there's no guns in this shit. That's number one, dude. Like every man in that show is some sort of fucking lame.
Well, yeah, they're all in
So
California. It's like
Yeah.
law. You have to be lame in California.
Wanted, the dude was a bounty hunter, and
Wanted.
his whole life's purpose was going out looking for bad guys and shooting them if they weren't cooperative.
Now that's
And
what I'm
it-
talking about.
That sounds lame as fuck.
No, that's
Like-
that's real life, man. That's
You
how
want-
it is in the streets.
Nah, real life is like Burn Notice.
No, that show was that was another phenomenon. I'm just
That
saying.
show was fucking great, dude.
I didn't mind that shit. I actually didn't mind it.
I've never seen that show.
It wasn't so bad.
It's basically nowadays A-Team, but
It
they
wasn't-
actually
it
shoot
wasn't that
people.
bad. That wasn't so bad, honestly. But for the most part, it's like really got to wonder, man. I don't have a son, but if I did, I'm strapping him into a fucking chair. We're gonna watch some shit like Magnum PI and shit like that.
Oh my god. I've never seen Magnum PI, but it sounds old and boring.
All right, well, even in the 90s, like in the 90s and the 2000s, there wasn't a lot going on, dude.
I'm
Like,
so
eh,
afraid to have kids, dude, in this freaking like this yeah. If I ever did, dude, they'd be like
You
Dad,
better
what's
fucking nut up, have a baby now, dude, because we need guys like us to start having fucking kids now because it's too late. We're losing the race, bro. We're losing it, man. I'm telling you, man. We got guys that are
The
having
race
kids right now are fucking. It's not a race war. It's a lame war. And lames are having fucking sons, and they're watching lame shit and lame movies and TV, man, and listening to lame shit on the music, man. It's rough. We're losing it. This whole country is a bunch of lame.
now are like being taught that it's okay and it's great to be a pussy. Like
That's what I'm trying to say. Can you get a bitch pregnant by fucking Friday? That's the
Better to
mission,
eat
dude.
pussy than try to get into one.
You get a bitch pregnant by Friday, and then
man, I can try.
I
we
mean,
got to do it, man.
I-
Before the election. What if
DB is
Hillary
a-
wins, man? We need to do it.
I mean, she's not going to win. But secondly, are you
What?
like
I can
is your
talk
next
about it.
If
this
she
your next,
wins,
like,
are
purchase?
you gonna? Do you promise to
What
knock
if
a chick
becomes
up
the
in the
queen?
next month if she wins, dude?
What if she becomes the queen? We're all expected to knock her up.
How are we gonna win this war against these
Wait,
fucking
how are we gonna knock up
Californians?
this fucking 70-year-old bitch whose uterus is dried up?
No,
How?
not her, dude. No, she's had enough kids. She's had enough. She had one that was enough. I'm talking about the war of, that's coming.
There's going to be a war against against California, like you said, dude.
That's what I'm saying. We need babies, male babies or female. That's badass, like Terminator chick, like Sarah Connor. If we have a bunch of Sarah Connors, we could do this, man. Take on Cali, man. Like New York, fuck you guys. We're gonna go to war with you. We got kids. We're propagating this fucking mindset that we got. That's, come on, Big Bang Theory. This shit is trash, man.
I have no problem with Big Bang Theory.
It's
It's not
garbage.
your kids.
But if you never had testosterone, you wouldn't know what it's like to be missing it. So
It's not teaching your kids to be alpha males, that's for sure.
No, fuck
No, it is not. But it's funny and charming.
Can you imagine now, like, Power Rangers is hardcore. Like, if you grew up watching Power Rangers, there's probably nothing even on that TV that's even that hardcore, man.
Power Rangers, where they had phasers and they used them like guns at people.
Oh my God, there's nothing like that, dude. I watch Nickelodeon and shit. I remember because I had like a nephew, and he'd come visit, and we'd like watch Adventure Time, and we'd watch like before that it was like other shit. But there's nothing. I just realized now, like that shit is not cool, man.
Adventure Time? Dude,
Yeah.
Adventure Time is hella cool.
It was funny, I get it, but where was the guns, man? There was no guns in that shit. We're watching that shit, and it's not. There's no guns, man.
No, they took away. If you notice, dude, they've been taking all like the shooting shows away on TV, like, and the ones that are on TV now, like the cop shows, are so like hokey. They're like comedy hokey.
So what's the
Brandon, I don't know how old you are,
controversy
Brandon.
with Criminal Minds with the lead guy that they kicked him out, and they're trying to like diss him now that he's gone?
I have
I
no
don't know.
idea.
My ex-girlfriend used to watch the shit every night. I'm
Lethal
serious.
Weapon is hokey?
My ex-girlfriend used to watch Criminal Minds every night. We used to watch it, right? That show was pretty good. There was guns. There was definitely shooting people, stuff like that. It was positive. It was a positive show, dude. It was just Criminal Minds, dude. It was like an FBI team. They'd investigate like a local crime. They'd find the bad guy.
It had a lot of personality. I used to watch it a lot too until I stopped watching TV. But like the one really dorky scientific guy would appendix carry a revolver right up front.
I remember, yeah. Okay, so anyway, I'm just saying that show actually wasn't so bad. But in terms of like other shit, I was gonna say, back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, if it was cool, like cartoons for kids, for boys, you had Thundercats, right?
Yeah.
Or Voltron or something like that. They'd either have guns or they'd have swords or they'd have both.
They'd have weird gun sword things.
That's when you knew it was a fucking win-win. You know what I mean? Like if you had swords and guns in the same shit, oh my god, this was bonus. You know what I mean? But nowadays, I don't know what the fuck cartoons people are watching. Kids are watching Rick and Morty or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like
kids aren't watching Rick and Morty.
What are they watching, man? They're
watching like an adult cartoon.
Fucking Nickelodeon, Dora the Explorer, and all that stupid shit.
They're watching some. Yeah, no matter what they're watching, it ain't G.I. Joe, man. It ain't Transformers.
What am I watching these days? Castle, Rick and Morty, Longmire.
See, ain't shit got. They ain't got no guns.
Nope.
Longmire is actually filled with guns.
No, Longmire's different. I'm in cartoon wise. So we had even Inspector Gadget. Even Inspector Gadget had a gun, man.
Yeah, dude. Dr. Claw was always trying to kill motherfuckers.
Inspector Gadget had a big ass gun. I don't know. It did all kinds of weird shit, but it was still a gun.
Like Go Gadget Beretta.
Yeah. I'm just saying, in terms of
Gadget
I'm joking around. I'm having fun joking around, but seriously, there's a real serious message here. There is some sort of there is a lot of shit. If you think back when we were kids, if you grew up in the 80s or the 70s or even in the fucking 90s, shit has changed.
Yeah, and now like you're considered a bad parent if you freaking, show your kids stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you look at the summer blockbusters, stuff is still there, but like
there was this thing that I was watching, guys, last night on YouTube, and they were talking about like the like this onslaught of PG-13 garbage, and basically how like studios are trying to take out all the violence and profanity and stuff to dumb it down for like the hipster millennials. And like, for instance, this guy was talking about The Expendables 3. It was a PG-13 movie. When you do a PG-13 movie that is based on the core of the story is all about violence, right? The Expendables was not meant to be a PG or a PG-13. They'll do that shit. Well, they'll have lots of guns, but they'll do quick cuts where, like, you see somebody get blown away, but right before, like, the bullets hit them, it cuts, and then it cuts back to them flying away somewhere. And, like, dude, just... it's fucking society, man. It's just, starting to get... It's pussified,
dude. That's what I'm saying, man. We need to knock girls up. We need to start knocking chicks up until, like, on Monday, man, for real. Start on Monday.
Call Brittany, dude. See if she's
Because then the shit is real, man. I'm telling you, man. And then on top of that, you need to be that kind of dad that's like, we're going to see The Magnificent Seven. Like, it don't... my dad used to take me to see fucking movies, man. And, like, he didn't give a fuck what the rating back then was. There was no PG-13. So if he thought it was cool.
My dad took me to see Natural Born Killers, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you got to be that kind of dad, man. And just don't give a shit about the fucking society.
I'm trying to tell Lonnie, dude, he needs to fucking start showing his kids and like, you know, good old Lethal Weapon, Die Hard films. And he's like, nah, dude, I don't want my kid watching that.
No, not like, even that. Like, serious. No, I'm going to be dead serious now. If you go back to the 80s stuff and start showing your son like 80s shit, and when he's like in, you know, you got to be sensitive to this stuff. I don't have any kids, so I wouldn't say. But I would say for me, it would be like when the kid is in like 4th, 5th, 6th grade, you know, even 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, they're ready for stuff, you know, like to watch something real, you know what I mean? Like, not total cartoon shit. Maybe 4th and 5th grade, because by the time I was in 5th grade, like, you know, there were kids that were fucking doing bad shit. Man. Like, you know,
grade.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, and not only that, I'm talking in real life. Like, you know, we were all cursing. By the time we were in 5th grade, everyone cursed. You know, and by the time we were in like 7th grade, some kids were having sex. You know what I mean? It was free. I mean, so like, it wasn't me. I didn't have sex until fucking 8th grade. But like, shit, you know, shit's happening, man. And that age group, and you know, to be like, oh, you can't see this, you can't see that. They're laughing at you, man. Like they fucking, you know, they're seeing shit.
Dude,
and like, I didn't even have the fucking internet. I can't imagine now where like parents are like, oh, you know, you're not ready to see fucking, you know, a Western movie. Like Unforgiven, like you know, shit like that. Like, oh, you're too young to see Unforgiven.
Well, they're just chomping at the bit.
You know, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like Dirty Harry.
They know it's all out there, and they're just waiting and waiting for their time. They're like these wild-eyed, like monsters that are just waiting to be exposed.
The internet is it's like it's hard to monitor, but like, you know, it was a big deal for my dad to take me to a movie.
When I was like 4 and 5, I used to watch, like, my parents never really gave a fuck about certain like violence. They didn't give a fuck if it, like, I could do whatever I watched whatever I wanted violent wise as long as it didn't have like tits in it. But like at 5 and shit, I was watching like Terminator 2, Terminator 1, fucking Universal Soldier. My dad took me opening night for Starship Troopers.
Wow,
he like came home from work. He's like, "Yo, get dressed. We're gonna go see a movie."
You're
I'm like,
too
"All
young
right."
for that shit.
Yeah, because there's some boobs. Like that's
Yeah.
the other thing, you know,
Well, at that
there
point,
might
he
have
was
been
like,
boobs.
"Well, at the boobs bit, he's like, just cover your eyes." And I'm like, "All right, whatever."
Yeah, we all know. I was so pissed because everybody told me Denise Richards' tits were in that. I was like, motherfuckers. Like Dynamite out.
It was RoboCop when I was like 9 years old.
Right,
I was
that's the
like,
thing. Fucking
I was like
RoboCop. I
9
watch
years
that
old.
shit all the time, too.
Yeah, I went to see RoboCop in the fucking theater. I remember one of the big deals was like Aliens. Like my mom's roommate like took me to fucking Aliens with his friend, and you know it was fucking the best movie I've ever seen in my fucking life. You know what I mean? It was like, and I was like fucking 9 years old. I came home. I was so excited. The shit was fucking awesome, and there was not anything in that movie that a 9-year-old couldn't deal with. You know what I mean? Like, it was a fucking, you're in fourth grade, man. You're in 4th grade. You're every single one of your friends is cursing and doing dumb shit and, you know, getting ready to fucking be idiots.
Dude, I had RoboCop action figures. It was like the fucking greatest.
I had like RoboCop like fucking auto gun that he had, the Auto 9 when I was a kid, dude. Like when RoboCop 2 came out, dude, they had the it was an all black RoboCop gun that when you pulled the trigger, it had like the brr, brr sound, and then like you hit it again, and it went like when it goes back into his leg. We used to play at the park, dude. Kids would come up and be like, "Is that RoboCop's gun?" We'd all like fucking have them and play around with them, dude. Like nowadays, like you don't see that shit.
Well, I didn't get to have any toy guns when I was a kid because all they were fucking like stupid gay ass revolvers, and like my aunt would just come over to our house and just throw them away.
Oh,
like she would.
I had cap guns.
If my aunt caught me with like toy guns, she would just take them from me and throw them away and be like, "This is to save you from the police." So
my
the police won't
parents
kick in
didn't
your
care
door and shoot you
anything
in the
about
face.
toy guns as long as they didn't shoot like any BBs. But yeah, I mean, I grew up having cap guns with like the red paper strip of little thin caps that would just go snap, snap, snap every time you pull the trigger, and then like there were the little rings of like white explosive in the little cylinder things, where again a revolver, you just get a snap, snap, snap through that ring, and I had the little yellow.
The red
BB
circular ring and the revolver cap gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, those were awesome. I had the strips too that would come out the fucking top
it a
of the
paper
semi
strip?
or whatever. Yeah,
The
it was like a
paper?
paper strip. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the early ones, and then they went
They
to the
also made
plastic
those
ring.
like cylinder plastic things. Yeah, that you stick in the
ri-
cylinder.
Yeah, the red ring was really the shit though. Like if you had a revolver with the red ring thing, and I remember I was a kid when the orange little circle came out on the barrels to protect us from dying.
Hold on, when the fuck was Rambo ever a part of the GI Joes?
I don't quite remember that. I don't think ever. I don't remember that.
Dude, I'm watching this like animated intro and fucking it wasn't Duke. Was it Duke? I can't remember. The lead of the fucking
Duke
GI
had
Joes
yeah,
showed
Duke
up.
was the leader. He had like a fucking blonde crew cut.
Oh no, it wasn't Duke. It was the other one. The one with the fucking beret.
Oh, the guy with the beret would have been like fucking. We had Sergeant Slaughter was a fucking GI Joe, and he was also like a fucking wrestler.
Wasn't he also a wrestler? Yeah.
Yeah, he was in both.
I mean, I
So
always
they
had
were
guns
doing cross
made noise, and some shot some stuff. Those little yellow airsoft, I guess it was at the time, and I also had that little disc gun that shot like that broke pretty quickly. But
Oh,
then it was into water guns.
General Flag.
It was fucking great though, because like I was saying, my aunt throwing away my fucking toy guns. I got pissed one day and like went through her purse and threw away all of her cigarettes. And then when she fucking got mad at me and she was like, "I'm gonna tell your parents." I'm like, "Fucking tell them, do it." I bet
That
you
was your
won't.
mistake. You should have
it wasn't.
smoked your aunt's cigarettes.
Dude, we had some fucking cool ass
100%
toys.
wasn't because my aunt went to my parents. They're like, "Yo, your fucking kid just threw away my cigarettes." And I went to my parents. I'm like, "Yo, you're fucking like my aunt just threw away all of my guns. She keeps throwing them away and she won't fucking stop." And then my dad's like, "Do you have any idea how much I've been spending on those fucking toys because they keep disappearing?"
Yo, Google this shit. GI Joe action figure, right?
I'm like, "Yeah, fuck you, man."
Sailor, Shipwreck, the sailor. What a fucking horrible action figure.
He had a fucking parrot, dude.
Yeah, what about
I had
Gung?
that action figure.
What about Gung Ho, the Marine? He looked fucking shady.
No, I
He was
had,
a
like,
baller.
Big Eyes, Shipwreck,
Dude had a giant tattoo on his chest and a weirdo mustache.
Scarlet.
Fucking Shipwreck looked like he was a member of the fucking village people.
Exactamundo. Yo, who's this?
Fucking.
I remember this guy. Flash? This might have been one of the first like modern G.I. Joe guys. Flash, a
Isn't he
laser
like a
rifle
mortar?
trooper. He was a
Who the
laser
fuck-
rifle trooper.
What the
Laser.
fuck was the dude with like the fucking? I think he had like a big Marines tattoo on his chest.
Yeah, that was a Gung Ho.
Yeah,
And
fucking.
he looked fucking YMCA.
Yeah, fucking Gun Ho and like Shipwreck were off in the back making out with each other the entire fucking time.
Dude, this was incredible, dude. Commando, Snake Eyes really was probably. I remember reading something about it, or he was one of the best design characters like ever. And it's
What
like-
about Halo?
I don't remember Halo, man. Because look at Snake Eyes, man. This guy's fucking.
Well, yeah, dude.
Guys
Snake
and
Eyes.
the white ninja guy were the only two worth getting.
Yeah, dude. Like
Halo
Snake Eyes
was the
fucking,
jumper.
like,
The paratrooper.
No, the high altitude, low opening. Yeah, I guess it was paratrooper.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I don't know what the price is, but it's a vintage '82 Snake Eyes with the Uzi. He had a fucking Uzi. So
Yeah,
this
dude,
might have been
Snake
a
Eyes
little
was rad.
bit. Yeah, but at one point he had a dog. Like
Yeah,
he had,
it was
he had
like-
his own dog, man.
Oh, it wasn't a dog. He had like a fucking timber wolf.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was fucking badass. That's when I caught on. Like I probably like 84, 83, 84 is probably when I got mine. What a fucking awesome toy. Storm Shadow was fucking awesome too. Then we had fucking what the Rakondo, the Jungle Trooper. You look like a fucking lame.
Or
Here, I'm looking at
Zartan.
the Helitrooper, helicopter paratrooper. Who the fuck is this?
Dude, Zartan was great. Who didn't want to have the fucking weird, like, Kiss reject looking action figure?
The thing I remember about G.I. Joe the most is it had like this fucking airplane, and I had it when I was a kid, and the wings were like backwards on it, whatever they call that.
Mm-hmm.
So the wings like slanted forwards. And yeah, you remember that? You remember that fucking weird looking plane they had? Like, it was all futuristic back then, and I had that plane. It was huge. That plane was like 2 or 3 feet long, man. That toy was like huge. It was big enough to actually fit the action figure in, and
Yeah, dude, toys made by Kenner back in the day were fucking huge, dude. Like, I remember I had like the Batman Command Center, like with the exploding bat missile and shit, where the sides came off, and dude, like also like the toy guns back then were fucking sick.
like Adolf Hitler was in the G.I. Joes. Like, remember that?
Wasn't that
They
Sergeant
fucking
Slaughter?
killed Hitler.
The Fear action figure.
I don't know. I think he was in the cartoon, and they fucking like killed him in the cartoon. They buried him under like a whole mountain or something. Like,
What are you gonna do?
they blew up like a whole fucking mountain to kill him, is what I remember.
Yeah, I remember they had like the Indiana Jones action figures, and they had like the fucking Nazis with the face melting and shit. It was funny. There was this like commercial. They were like, melt his face off. They were like, wow, his face really melts off. And then like you see it go like, just like in the movie. Like, oh, dude. I experienced a very fucking like nurturing, violent childhood, and everything.
No,
was
those were like the best special effects at the time. When all those Nazi soldiers' face melted, like it didn't get any better than that.
That was cool, and so was when like that guy Donovan drank the wrong rail. Like that was just fucking brutal because he's like, "What's happening to me?" And then like his hair just starts going.
Yeah, and his head exploded.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think his head exploded. I think he just
His head didn't explode.
Yeah, he just like
It turned into a skeleton and fell apart.
Yeah, he just like decayed, like he aged. Well, then it turned to dust. There was no explosion.
what happened to the other guy, like the fucking Africa Corps, the colonel, like not the Gestapo guy that's all like freaking with the burn mark, but like his face like got sucked in. It was like kind of looks what happens like when you go outside in July in Arizona.
I don't know. Was he the one that Indy knife fought into the fucking propeller?
No, that was
That wasn't a knife fight, by the way. That was a fist fight.
the details get hazy after the Crystal Skull. That was terrible. That was god awful. The only thing that I liked about it is they returned the freaking Indy punch sound effect. The fucking that was awesome. But I was like, no, Shia LaBeouf, why? Has anybody seen that Alex Jones movie that came out?
No.
It's on YouTube now. For free.
Dude, it's almost been 20 years since Starship Troopers came out.
Are you serious?
Dude, that shit came out in 1997. One
That
more year
movie-
for 20 years.
That movie was the best ever, dude. I wanted a freaking 8mm Merida or whatever it was called. It was like made off the Enfield.
Dude, I remember like going from like Toys R Us to Toys R Us to Toys R Us, try to find one of those like fucking arachnid action figures.
Yep. You remember though, like when they were like Tip, aim for the nerve stem and put it down for good, and he took like 10 shots and it went down, but then like the whole squad unloaded on that thing and it didn't go down.
Well, it was because the nerve stem was at like red point, and the squad wasn't shooting that specific red point.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. Dude, that movie was fucking cool. I saw that movie like 6 times in the theater. That movie is badass.
Yeah, that movie is great. I remember that fucking week that I saw it, like that Sunday when I went to church and to Sunday school. I was like regaling to all the kids the fucking awesomeness of that movie and all the fucking hardcore murder.
Dude, that was like, I think that was the first time I've ever seen like arms and limbs just being torn apart. And my dad was like, "Oh, I thought this was gonna be like a Star Wars type movie. Whoops." And like I came home, I was like, "Mom, Dad took me to see Starship Troopers, and I saw people's heads cut off. I saw boobs." And my mom's like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Hey, look, I don't know. It was great."
The kid needed to learn. He's like 12.
Dude, there was a bunch of like little kids in that movie when I went in. I remember when I went in the theater and saw it, and there was like a bunch of like kids and parents and shit.
Yeah, because that was like the weird early days in like the fucking 90s where like hardcore R-rated movies got action figures.
Yeah.
Which was like always really weird to me because I'm like, wait, this is movie rated R, meaning I probably shouldn't see it. Why the fuck are they like trying to market toys towards me?
Because it was my generation and we were a bunch of fucking losers who sat around playing with fucking Star Wars figures when we were 25 and 30.
Yeah, because like they also like did the Alien action figures, dude. That movie was a hardcore fucking R-rated movie.
Dude, I had one of those like Bull Aliens action figures. That was cool.
With like the little the face hugger thingy.
Nah, actually, I think it might have had a little face hugger action figure. It was like the one with like the big stupid horns on it. It had like the scorpion tail.
Yeah, okay. And exploded when you press the button in the back.
I don't remember if it exploded. I remember trying to find like the actual aliens though and couldn't. Like the goddamn, what was that toy place? It was like
KB Toys.
Yeah, that's it. KB Toys. That place was the fucking shit. You'd go in there and find like weird ass shit from the mall that like you wouldn't find anywhere else.
There's probably not toy stores anymore like there used to be too, huh? Because of the internet and big box stores.
Wait, what?
Yeah, KB. There's no toy stores like there, I bet you, anymore. Like there used to be toy stores back in the day where you couldn't get like Star Wars figures at some of these stores. It was all just weird, like unique toys and shit.
Yeah, like there was I remember in the mall there was like 4 stores that was like awesome. KB Toys, John T's, Spencer's Gifts, and the Sharper Image.
I used to always love going to Sharper Image. I never knew why. Because I'm in there, I'm like, this is all fucking old people stuff. I don't give a shit about any of this. Why the fuck do I care about a vibrating chair?
Because they had knives in there and gadgets.
Well,
you didn't have knife shops in your mall or a store that sold ninja shit?
There were stores that sold like ninja swords and shit, and I was always like, that's super cool. And I'd go in there, and my mom would be like, no, we're not buying anything from this fucking place. You're not getting a fucking sword.
We used to go since like, as soon as we figured out buses, which was like 5th grade, we were at the mall by ourselves. As soon as we figured out like no one would know if we got on a bus and went to a mall after school instead of going home, we would just all get on buses and go to malls.
Nah, dude. The mall was like too fucking far away to ride a bus to. Plus, I didn't think I knew where any bus stops were.
Yeah, we're talking like half an hour, 40-minute bus ride to get to a fucking mall, but we would just pick a mall and fucking all go to it.
Well, what was the other R-rated movie that they marketed? Terminator. Terminator had a shitload of action figures, dude. And I remember, like, it wasn't really that bad, though. I don't remember Terminator 2 being violent. I mean, the maintenance man got ripped apart by a 92 FS. The guy got stabbed in the head, like, while drinking the milk carton. But that was about it. Like...
That's a Cobra airplane.
It was what?
No, he's linking to the Cobra airplane in here.
Yeah, I had that one with the other like little tiny airplane that would take off from it and shit. Like that thing was huge. That thing was like 3 feet long, man. Or at least it seems like it now. I don't know. I was just like a little fucking kid when I had that, but like I just remember that plane being like huge. That was like probably like one of the biggest toys I had.
They also stopped making like video games from movies too. I remember that was like huge in the early 2000s.
Yeah, that fell off because people stopped buying the games because they all kind of sucked.
James Bond was okay. That was like one that like actually took off. But then like And then Riddick escaped from Butcher Bay. That was good. But then they're like, oh, let's make Reign of Fire, the video game.
Dude, I played the shit out of that game. Also, I just noticed all the fucking uniforms in Starship Troopers are very fucking reminiscent of the Nazis.
Yeah, Paul Verhoeven grew up in Germany when the Nazis were in power. And during the commentary, he said, like, that's what I wanted. I wanted a fascist society that basically, you know, like that's why all the officers look like the SS. And then like their caps, they were like the M43 covers, trench coats and everything. It was supposed to be basically like, you know, this would be like a fascist society, which wasn't really that bad, dude. I would join the Federation. Fuck yeah. Mobile infantry.
I mean, you had to, in that world, you had to have military service to like make children. That was a very specific stipulation at one point, because one of them was like, I joined the, because like they're asking everybody, the girl in the fucking show was like, I joined the fucking place to make babies.
She's like, I want to have babies. She's like, it's easier to get your license if you go career or something like that.
If you serve versus,
Yeah.
and the only way to become a civil, what was it? There's like two tiers. There were like citizens and civilians.
Yeah,
and like to become a citizen was like you had to do military service.
Yeah, and then like what was it, like Doogie Howser, Carl? He went military intelligence. He went like officer corps, and then so did Carbon, Denise Richards, and then Rico was a dumbass, so he went
Yeah,
like
he was fucking retarded, so he was like a grunt.
yeah, he went like he had like an 84 like or what was it, like a 47 IQ on his
He had like the fail, or he failed or whatever, and they're like, "Yep, that's where you're going." She's like, "I'm at like the top 5." And he's like, "That's cool." She's like, "Where are you at?" And he's like, don't worry about that.
Dude.
Yo, let's go someplace quiet."
Dude.
He was like, Johnny Rico, ladies and gentlemen. And then that one douchebag took his chick.
Yeah, that's okay. He gets murdered anyways, and then
Yeah, he gets,
Rico
like-
actually still doesn't get his chick back.
No, because like he fell in love with the other chick who like got like impaled.
Dizzy, who got like hardcore murdered.
Yeah, dude, like she got impaled by like a bunch of like bug sticks or something.
Dude, fucking Michael Ironside was in that movie, and he was like a champion in that movie.
Yeah, dude, like, but they killed him off too quickly. I was like, sucks. And then Jake Busey before he turned into Gary Busey. Yeah, that movie actually did really well at the theater, but
Yeah.
a lot of
It's-
parents were really pissed off because they thought it was going to be just like your regular like space movie, and they had no idea that it was going to have like gratuitous violence and nudity. I remember that was like the biggest thing, dude. Like, I heard my mom talking about it like with one of her friends. She's like, "Yeah, I took my son to go see that new movie, Starship Troopers. Don't take your son to see it. It has a bunch of like nudity and violence." And she was like, "Too late. His father already took him."
Yeah, that was the thing though, because I remember very specifically, my dad didn't really care what I watched. My dad didn't give a fuck. My dad's like, whatever's whatever. My mom didn't give a shit about violence, but fucking like sex and nudity, that was like, no. If that's in the movie, fuck that movie. That movie doesn't exist to you.
Yeah, that was the weird thing too. Like, my parents didn't give a fuck, dude. Like, they let me watch Cool World, like, but then like the moment that sex scene came on, they turned it off. So I was like, great, I didn't get to finish the film. Thanks. What happened?
Yeah, like fucking well, that was the thing, because my parents didn't understand cartoons, so they're like, well, it's a cartoon, it's made for kids. So
Like yeah,
I got to see like all kinds of like weird fucked up animes, because it was just like, oh, let's Ghost in a Shell, I don't know what the fuck that's about. There's some like cartoon lady on the front, so it's got to be child friendly.
yeah, exactly. Apparently, my parents never heard of Magma Video, so I was like, oh, okay, red curtain behind Salter's video store. Ayo, roger that. And then like, my mom's like, she's like, what's Ninja Scroll? And I was like, oh, it's just like a samurai cartoon, you know, like 3 ninjas. Yeah, dude. And then like my dad walked in, I was watching this one movie. He's like, what the hell? Why are all those tentacles? Oh God, Brandon, no, you're not watching that. I was like, but it's a vital part of the story. This is how her brain gets taken over.
Yeah, if I don't watch this bit, I'll never know what's going to happen.
No, trust me, she ends up winning in the end. God.
God damn it! What's that one? There's some weird one.
Ray Ray the Love Goddess?
No, I think it was called. Was it Blue Girl, Blue Ninja Girl, or something like that? La Blue Girl.
Mm-hmm. La Blue Girl.
Yeah, that's it. La Blue Girl. Yeah, I remember that one. I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, dude. I was like, wait, are these monsters? I'm not understanding what's going on. Are they having a monogamous relationship?
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's this cartoon. You like those anime Japanese cartoon things? There you go. Have fun. I picked it up for like $5.
Dude, there was this video called Salters that like rented all kinds of like smut, and it was like a record store slash like weed shop. Oh, I'm sorry, head shop, and they had like Laserdisc and like Nintendo and like anime, but all their anime was like adult anime, and like my friend had a membership there. He was like 13, and his dad would always drop us off there, and his sister worked there. So he would come home with like a carton, dude, of VHS like anime hentai. And probably about like 5 hours into my day, I probably got a very good education in the female anatomy and sea life. So, but I never understood the tentacles.
Yeah, I just remember one weird bit in that fucking show where, like, at one point, the ninja lady's like, I have this secret ninja sex art thing where she's, like, getting banged by a bad guy, and she's like, it was so fucking stupid. She, like, made her vagina, like, go rock hard, and then she, like, tried to chop off the guy's dick with her vagina.
Was that Ninja Scroll?
No, that was in La Blue Girl. And I was, like, saying, like, wait. Can that fucking happen? Is that something I need to be fucking worried about?
I just remember, dude, in like Ninja Scroll when that giant like rock dude was like freaking like getting it on with that one chick.
Didn't they cut off his penis and it was like some weird rock dildo looking thing?
Yes. I remember though, like they had a lot of good guns, dude. Like in that Japanese anime, they had like Berettas were like the main thing with like the extended barrels and shit.
Yeah, Japan was always kind of weird when it came to gun stuff.
They did have some pretty cool guns. Like Akira had some pretty cool guns. Man, fuck man.
The enemy cannot push a button if you disable his hand.
Medic!
That was goddamn. That fucking movie's so great.
Have you seen the special features, like all the deleted scenes and shit?
No,
It's worth the $5 on Blu-ray, dude. You should pick it up.
I have the Blu-ray of it. I just never sat down and watched the special features.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, dude. Clancy Brown was awesome as like instructor, drill instructor Zim.
Yeah. Sir, I don't understand. Why are we learning this knife bullshit if all we have to do is push a button and nuke them from like orbit? And he's like, put your hand up against that wall.
Put your hand up on the wall, trooper.
Put your goddamn hand against that wall, trooper.
Oh.
Whips like, ah, God. He's just like,
The
the
enemy
enemy
cannot
cannot push a button when you disable his hand.
I remember the freaking, what was it, administrative punishment? Oh, fuck that. Like 20 lashes with the cat.
Yeah, because he fucking pulled that dude's helmet off in a live fire exercise and his fucking head exploded.
Rico, are you certified to repair the designated M34 helmet?
No, sir.
Sir.
You do not remove a private's helmet in a live fire exercise.
Wasn't he like Asac Schrader from Breaking Bad?
I don't know.
I know Clancy Brown, the guy that played the drill instructor, was that weird sheriff from Pet Sematary 2.
Oh, I never saw Pet Cemetery 2.
God, that movie was fucked up.
Dude, the fucking promotional stuff, like the promotions that everyone got in fucking Starship Troopers is great. Like when the dude just walks up to him and is like, yo, you're the new acting sergeant until you're dead or I find someone better.
Yep.
It was like, shit.
I hear they need a new lieutenant. You up for the job? I'll take it. Tell him dead or you find somebody better. Dude, that movie made me like want to join like some sort of like infantry force. I was like, yeah, I want to go fight bugs.
Yeah, that movie was the fucking coolest.
I remember like when like the fucking the only good bug is a dead bug, and that dude's like, war, we're going to war. Would you like to know more?
They're doing their part. The funniest fucking parts is where like those kids are just stomping on cockroaches and their fucking teachers just singing like clapping like a fucking psychopath. They're like, they're doing their part. Are you?
It's a 8mm Marita. Who wants to hold it? All the kids are like passing the bullets around or something like that. Or
Yeah,
no,
they're just
20mm.
Just like handing out the bullets to the kids. The kids like, ooh, and then like they're fucking passing the rifle around. Dude, I would have fucking shit a brick if like a fucking like army soldier dude came into our fucking schools like, yeah, who wants to hold this M4? They're like, fuck yeah, I do. Pass that shit over here, homie.
Dude, I remember when like the SWAT team and stuff like that would come and do like show and tell at our school. And back in the day, like when the police would actually bring their guns, and like they would bring like in the MP5s and stuff like that. Oh, that was so awesome. I was like, someday at 8 years old, Brandon's gonna own one of these. Now they would be like, no way, we're not gonna let you promote violence.
They're like, no. I remember actually, police officers came to our school at one point, like, you know, doing the whole police officer spiel thing about gun safety.
Mm-hmm.
Then, like, at one point, one of the officers is like, yo, quick question, kids. If I fucking pull my magazine out of my, like, handgun, is it still loaded? And, like, half the kids are like, no, the fucking magazine's gone. Why would it be loaded? And he's like, you're all wrong. There's always going to be a bullet in the chamber. Don't fuck with guns, kids. And then, like, it got this weird conversation at one point where he's like, you see that clock on that wall? He's like, if I were to draw my weapon and put my flashlight up, I could, like, aim my flashlight at that clock and then know exactly where the bullet's going to go and destroy that clock. I could fuck up that clock. And everyone, like, teachers are just kind of like, huh? And, like, the kids are like, that's cool, do it. Fuck up that clock.
That thing sucks anyways. It holds us here in one place for like 8 hours.
Yeah, exactly. That's where kids always be excited. Like, yeah, I got like the kids who got the perfect attendance awards. I'd always be like, what? Like, I never understood why kids got excited about that. I was always kind of like, why are you happy about getting that? You're fucking lame.
Yeah, you're the biggest kiss ass in the whole school.
Yeah, congratulations. You showed up all the days. Good for you. You didn't have better things to do.
Like, great, you're the teacher's pet. Dude, I remember there was this one kid, his name was Timothy LaJoy. He got student of the month and everybody went and kicked his ass. Because he was being a prick, dude. He was like going around showing it to everybody. He's like, look what I got. Look what I got. And I was like, look what I got. And I just ripped it and I was like, what do you think about that? And then he was like started crying and then like this kid like down the other class went out and kicked his ass. It's like, don't freaking blab about it, dude. Not everybody can freaking, be to school on time. Some people have lives.
Some people want to watch Darkwing Duck in the morning while they're eating their cereal.
Fucking always came on at 7 o'clock, dude, when I had to be at school at 7:30. And there was always 2 episodes. That was bullshit. And then Gummy Bears came on at 8 like a bitch.
Dude, fucking, I don't even want to hear it. Like, as awesome as Starship Troopers was, there was a Starship Troopers cartoon show.
Roughnecks.
That came on, like, every morning, and I'd always be fucking pissed off, because, like, the show, like, when it'd come on, would be, like, basically 10 minutes before I had to go to school, So I would sit there and watch as much as the show as I could, and then never get to see an ending to any of the fucking episodes, and I was always so mad.
Yeah, dude, I was really pissed off. I remember a couple of days, dude, I would just like make sure that I got super sick or something like that. I would try to like get myself sick so I could freaking just watch like at least one episode.
Yeah, well, I mean, it always depended. Like, if my mom was taking me to school, I wasn't going to school that day. If my dad was taking me to school, it doesn't matter if I'm like dying or like fucking bleeding out on the side. He'll be like, "Oh, just go to the nurse. The nurse will patch you up. Fuck it, you're going to school. I don't give a shit." Like, my mom didn't care about school at all. My dad was like 100% the opposite.
Yeah, my dad was the same way too, dude. Like, I remember like my dad would come in, or like first like it was good cop, bad cop. My mom would come in and she'd like, "Brandon, time for school, honey. Make sure you get up." I'd be like, "All right, Mom, 10 more minutes." "Brandon, time to get up. You know, come in." And then all of a sudden you're, "Brandon, get the fuck out of bed." And I was like,
"Sir, yes, sir."
"Sir, yes, sir." I'd fucking run, fucking brush up, dude, and then like, dude, sometimes like I would not sleep. Like I had a hard time sleeping back then too. And like my dad would, dude, constantly yell at me in the morning. Like just, you know, I'd sit there like, "All right, Dad, like 5 more minutes. Let me watch the end of this." And you're like, "Brandon, go now." And I'm like, "All right, fuck." And then I'd go downstairs and then like I'd turn it on downstairs. And then like freaking Darkwing Duck, "Brandon, get the fuck on, go." Like, God, dude. To this day, my dad was like the ultimate cartoon hater. Wasn't important. I didn't learn anything in school. Like, who the hell's ever going to ask me about the Great Wall of China? Like, everything that I learned in school, dude, I could have easily learned at home. If I ever have kids, I'm going to homeschool them. They're going to learn.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I've never really thought of what I do when it comes to that whole shit.
Well, if you think about like what your kid's going to learn today in school, they're just going to be indoctrinated into like liberal propaganda.
Yeah, but chances are my kid's going to be a fucking smartass.
Okay, then he'll be expelled.
Yeah, and then I'll have to worry about finding him a new school.
Yeah, and then you have to deal with the school district, and yeah, you just don't want to do that. It's homeschooling. That way you'll be able to like teach him like, or her, like, you know, you guys can watch like, you know, Wayne LaPierre speeches and stuff like that, and stuff about the Second Amendment.
Pull up old gun channels fucking chats and be like, "Yo, check this. Your fucking dad's always right. I said Trump was gonna be goddamn president. He's now been the president like fucking for 5 terms. So listen to me, because I know what's what."
It's like in the history books, as it is written, in 2024, Hillary was condemned to death by firing squad at maximum federal penitentiary.
In 2024, Trump sentenced Hillary to 100 years hard labor in the salt mines of fucking Uranus.
He sent her to go work on LV-426.
Yeah.
Colonizing Mars, dude, and working in the salt mines.
But yeah, like that was the thing though. Like I'd just be like, "Mom, I don't feel well," and she'd be like, "All right, don't go to school. It's cool."
Yeah, that didn't work with Dad.
Yeah, Dad would be like, "Are you dying?" I'd be like, "Nah, like my stomach hurts," and he'll be like, "I don't give a fuck. Get in the fucking car. Put your pants on."
Yeah, sometimes not to be late for school, I just sleep in my clothes. I had the hardest time getting up, dude. I was not a morning person. Because just when like I'm about to get that REM sleep, that's when my old man would kick open the door. I went through so many locks. Because like, well, if I felt like if I could hold him off for 5 minutes, I could get that's 5 extra minutes of sleep. It didn't help that I was like running around with my buddies that night and like sneaking out of the house and shit and toilet papering like my friend's house. But we used to buy these like little 5-cent, they call them bomb bags. and it was like vinegar and baking soda mixed in like these little silver packets. And you get them from the ice cream man. They were like 10 cents. And dude, we used to buy like fucking 10 of them and just crush them all at once and then toss them into somebody's garage and run. God, we were bastards. Now it would be like terrorist threats. But
Terroristic threats.
you exploded a detonation device. I have a feeling if we did like shit that we did back then now. Wow. You'd probably all be arrested.
Dude, I remember a kid who threatened to fucking blow up a teacher.
Yeah,
and like it didn't fucking even matter. The teacher's like, shut the fuck up and sit back down.
There was this one kid that brought a BB gun on the bus, dude, one time. And he pointed it at the bus driver. And he was all like, I don't want to go to school. Pull the bus over. And it was like one of those piece of shit, like Crossmans, I think it was, where like you like pulled it back and then push it back in, and it shot darts, pellets, and BBs. And he was like pointing it like right at her, dude. He's like, pull this bus over. I'm not going to school. He was like a fucking like a little homie. And she's all like, go ahead, pull the trigger, you dumb shit. I'm still taking you to school. I was like, wow, what a gangster. Nothing happened to him, dude.
Yeah.
Nowadays, like, they would be negotiating with him over loudspeaker. Release the hostages.
Yeah. Dude, I like when I was one of the reasons I got kicked out. Oh, never mind that. When I was in private school.
What?
I got kicked out of private school. It was great. But when I was in private school, there was like a wooded area behind it, and like a bunch of fucking like streams and shit, and it was like really neat. So a bunch of friends and I would always bring our airsoft guns to school, because then afterwards we would just fucking grab our airsoft bags and head out behind the school and go fucking have fun shooting at each other. And like I was sitting in the back of one of the classes, and we were like just fucking around. I was like talking shit to one of my friends. And my friend kicked my bag. He's like, "What the fuck's in there?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's like the guns for later." And he goes, "Oh." So he fucking whipped it out of my bag and shot at the teacher.
Oh.
Fucking class. I just looked at him like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And then like the teacher's like, "What the fuck just happened? What did I get hit by? What the fuck are you people doing?" And I'm like, "Oh god damn it!" And then like my friend stuffed it back in my bag, so I grabbed my bag from him while he stuffed it back in and move it, and like the teacher noticed that and was like, "Chris, open your fucking bag. What's in it?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm not opening my bag. You can't make me." So he like snatched the bag from me, dumped it out, and like the fucking one of the airsoft guns fell out. And he's like, "You fucking shot me." And I'm like, "No, I didn't." He's like, "All right, well, I'm taking this to the principal. You're going to fucking be in a ton of trouble."
That's funny. My buddy Joey brought a like all metal airsoft gun. Like it was one of the Berettas that took like the red gas, and he brought it to school, and like just fucking around with it, like, you know, and like during break, dude, like we had these orchards in the back. Kids would go over there and smoke and whatnot, and he was sitting there shooting oranges. So the yard duty teacher came over and she was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm just shooting oranges." And she's like, "You know you're not supposed to have that here, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'll put it away in a little bit." She's like, "All right." She's like, "Just make sure you don't hit anybody with it." And it was a public school. Like,
dude, that's the kind of shit that like kids now would be put in jail. Like kids got expelled for making fucking guns out of their Pop-Tarts, Joe.
yeah, dude, like if that shit happened today, dude, like, well, one, the cops would probably mow them down, or two, they would get expelled, three, go to jail. I don't know. A bunch of shit would happen. I honestly don't know what changed either. I don't know like what happened, like what shifted.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, in that school, I nailed a kid's feet to the ground with a nail gun.
We used to have staple gun war fights and like with in wood shop, like. Never Jesus somebody to the ground though. How do you do that?
When they're not paying attention, you just fucking take the gas power or the gas powered nail gun and you just go dook 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 into their fucking shoes.
I stapled some kid like right through the nail on his fingernail. Like I was just fucking around. I thought I was empty. True case in gun control. And I was like, I did it to my buddy. I was like, hey Joey, and I was like, and he's like, oh, and I was like, what's wrong? He's like, dude, you shot me. And I was like, shut up, you big pussy. There's nothing in there. And he's like, no, dude, look. And there was like a fucking staple on his fucking nail.
It's like, oh fuck, dude. I was in art one day. This wasn't at the private school because by this point I was very firmly asked, but very politely to never come back. But I lit a kid on fire in art class.
I'm curious, how did that partake?
I was playing with a blowtorch, one of those like propane torch things, because I was in I was in a more advanced sculpting class, so I basically had whatever tools I wanted to use on whatever materials, and I could basically do whatever I wanted for a project.
Benzomatic.
And like, while I was like fucking, I think I was like melting down some metal for some shit or whatever. I was like making some, I can't even remember what it was. Either way, the fucking kid sitting next to me, he's like, I was like talking shit to him about something. He's like, I bet you won't light me on fire. And I'm like, I bet I fucking would. And he's like, nah, dude, you're too puss. And I'm like, nope. I just stuck it on him. Fucking lit his sleeve on fire but like, you know, his arm caught fire. And
yeah.
It was great. He like instantly started panicking. I was like running around flapping. It was the funniest thing ever. The teacher like looked up, just like, God damn it.
At first I thought he was singing YMCA in the plane.
But like but my art teacher was like the greatest. She didn't give a fuck. She was like, whatever. Do whatever you want. I don't really give a shit. Just have some kind of project done. And like, we had a patio attached to our art, like to the art room. And like at one point I got bored and I'm like, fuck this. So like a few buddies and I went out to like the grocery store and picked up some steaks. We rolled the grill up and we started we're just gonna fucking skip class and just have a cookout. So we're out there in front of like the art room and like the patio area, fucking like grilling steaks and shit. And the teacher came out and she's like, our art teacher came out and she's like, what the fuck is happening here? And she's like, Chris, why the fuck aren't you in class? And I'm like, fuck class, it's lame anyways. And she's like, what are you guys doing? Like, we got bored, so we started grilling steaks because we were hungry. And she like just stares at us for like 2 seconds, and then she's like, one of those steaks better be fucking medium and on my fucking desk. And then went back inside.
That's awesome, dude.
It was great. Because like in my high school, we weren't allowed to leave during the day. Like we couldn't leave
at band camp.
Like we couldn't leave the campus for lunch, but like the dude who would guard the fucking like parking lot was like the most bribable motherfucker. He was literally like, "Yo, just bring me back a sandwich from wherever the fuck you're going, and you're chill."
You went to band camp, Dead Horse?
No, I was just making fun of you guys for your stories, but like the most fucked up thing I ever did was I stabbed a kid at school.
You probably deserved it.
He fucking did, dude. He totally did. I was in first grade, right? And I was like probably like the smallest kid in first grade, like the shortest, smallest, like little fucking kid. And it was like the very first week of first grade. This fucking kid like totally was like picking on me, man, like every fucking day. And he sat right next to me in class and was like smacking me in the